sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalay, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalay, Bailadilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Bailadilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh, and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donnimale, Beladilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Beladilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently, in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli or Donimalay, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India. Where basic amenities like food, potable water, or good healthcare were hard to come by, and education was just a distant dream, today youngsters, even girls, make it to premier institutions in big cities, learn skills and equip themselves to lead a more meaningful life. NMDC also provides a safe and secure residential schooling facility to children affected by Naxal activities. Aspirations bloom as technology touches their lives thanks to NMDC. For providing the critical iron ore linkage for the SPVs, NMDC is partnering with the respective State Mineral Development Corporation to set up mining joint ventures. NMDC is also the leading stakeholder in the project to develop the rail link between Jagdalpur and Rowghat, which will not only facilitate expansion of the customer base of iron ore and finished steel in central and western parts of the country, but will also serve to draw the populace of the Bastar region into the national mainstream. Its core strength in iron is also being strengthened by taking up expansion projects at Donimalay, Bailadilla and Kumaraswamy. At the Kirandul complex, NMDC is setting up the third screening plant for augmentation of screening, stacking and loading facilities to process 12 million tons per annum of ore. NMDC is also in the process of constructing a 15 million tons per annum slurry pipeline from Kirandul to Vizag at a cost of 10,000 crore rupees. This will enhance evacuation capacity and utilization of iron ore fines and slimes from the Bailadilla sector. Apart from iron ore, NMDC is also developing the Arki limestone project in Himachal Pradesh. All these initiatives are geared towards broadening its product portfolio as well as broad-base its operation. NMDC is pursuing various overseas acquisition opportunities and new technologies in iron ore, coal, manganese and fertilizer minerals. These and other efforts get a solid support from NMDC's R&D Center, which is recognized as a Center of Excellence by an expert group of UNIDO and is at the forefront of research in mineral beneficiation and agglomeration and plays a crucial role in NMDC's operations. It is internationally acclaimed for undertaking extensive studies on bulk solid flowability and providing material handling solutions. Nearly 60 years ago, NMDC's first mining project to extract iron ore in Chhattisgarh opened up the earth and its bounties and also opened up opportunities for a vibrant future. A future that shall transform India and take NMDC to greater heights. Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounty.
We will keep our videos.
Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave, titled Indian Minerals, Mining and Metal Sectors, What Lies Beneath, What Lies Ahead. We are commencing our opening session, day 1. We have very eminent speakers with us. Sri Sudipta Bhattacharya, former chairman, Coal India and chairperson of WBERC, and Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, our chief guest, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. We have our president, Mr. Abraham Stefanos, also the managing director of Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited, and Mr. P.S. Bhattacharya, chairman of the Minerals and Mining Committee and former chairman of Coal India. So I would request our president, Mr. Abraham Stefanos, to kindly deliver the welcome address, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave, What Lies Beneath, What Lies Ahead, being organized by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. My sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Mines, Government of India, for kindly accepting our invitation to address the e-Conclave. I also welcome Mr. Sutirtha Bhattacharya, former Chairman Coal India and Chairperson WBERC, and Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, Chairman Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber, and former Chairman Coal India. Being the source of raw materials for Indian industries and society, mining is crucial for both Atmanirbhar Bharat as well as for India to become a $5 trillion economy. The share of mining in India's GDP is 2.6%, but its contribution to the economy is far greater as it provides the material foundation for other sectors. The index of mineral production for the month of September 2021 was 95.1, which is 8.6% higher compared to the previous year, same month in the previous year. Similarly, the cumulative growth, if you look at the period April to September, over the corresponding period in the previous year, the cumulative growth was higher by more than 22%. India is moving quickly with plans to revamp its mining sector. The Mines and Minerals Development Regulation Amendment Act, further liberalized in March 2021, is expected to increase investment in the mining sector, increase the revenue to the states, increase production and time-bound operationalization of mines, maintain continuity in mining operations after change of lessee, and increase the pace of exploration and auction of mineral resources. Mining industry will be core to reaching the 5 trillion goal, both in terms of its direct contribution to GDP, as well as its ability to grow downstream industries and employment. But this growth of the mining industry, where it can support a wider push for the rapid economic growth that India is planned, this requires hefty capital investment from private players combined with renewed support from the state. The Coal Assets Monetization Plan, a part of the National Monetization Pipeline Scheme, has identified 160 coal mining assets worth more than close to 29,000 crores for monetization over 4 years till FY25, for which it will seek private sector participation, aimed at both improving efficiency as well as scaling up production. Finding effective trade policy for minerals will enable us to capture on-spot market volatility, while at the same time ensure uninterrupted supplies for domestic industry. need for aggressive instruments such as the debt equity swap for select companies have also been stressed. I mean, select companies that are stressed but have a strong growth potential and important for our strategic needs in order to ensure sustained economic growth and systematically deleverage state-owned firms. The role of technology in ensuring the global standard in minerals and mining sectors will be crucial. In recent years, drones or unmanned aerial systems have started to make headway across mining industry. The Indian Bureau of Mines under the Ministry of Mines has also taken up drone survey on pilot basis in mining leases, which shall pave way for future virtual monitoring and regulation. Recently, there have been concerns raised about the shortage of coal and the possibility of large-scale power outages in India. Excessive rainfall, international price rise, the recovery post-COVID, lower production, transportation issues, all combined to create this situation. But this is not unsurmountable. There were widespread concerns that the current situation could turn into a full-fledged energy crisis, but the concerned departments are addressing these challenges very effectively, and we believe that the industry and the sector would be able to address the structural problems with coal supply and meet these challenges effectively. Commensurate to the captive mines located to end user industries, the coal production today should have been at least 500 million tons per annum. In reality, this has never exceeded 60 million tons per annum. The persistent shortage of coal production by privatized and captive mines forced India to import around 200 million tons of coal. So this is the industry players are very well aware of this, and the government as well as the industry are taking actions to correct the situation. India would also need to move faster towards commercial mining to bring in more coal into the market, which will reduce the demand-supply gap and encourage market-determined prices. There have been several incentives or concessions or initiatives announced by the government, all towards encouraging the growth of this industry. This includes concession of 20% on revenue share of coal used for gasification, which the government believes would help the industry achieve with the goal of 100 million tons coal gasification target by 2030. Promotion of coal gasification, commercial availability of various coal gasification technologies, their pros and cons, their suitability for Indian high ash non-coking coal, the development of indigenous technology for coal gasification, along with technologies for recovery of byproducts for applications in various sectors such as chemicals, fuels, fertilizers, etc. The cost analysis of coal gas versus natural gas and issues and constraints for adoption of coal gasification-based DRI plants in the country, all these aspects would need to be considered very critically by the government to make sure that the planned targets are achieved very smoothly with adequate linkages and smoothing the way for connect with other industries. So government intervention is definitely required to address these issues and constraints and pave the way forward. So with these general remarks, I would once again like to extend my welcome to all the dignitaries and participants, and once again thank Bengal Chamber for organizing this e-Conclave. The theme for today is focused around the minerals and mining sectors, and I'm sure that the discussions that follow would be very valuable in creating the roadmap for the growth of this industry and for the growth of our country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request our chairperson of the Minerals and Mining Committee, Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, to kindly deliver the opening remarks, sir. Over to you, sir. Over to Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. I must thank Mr. Stefanos for that nice overview about what is required to be done in the mines and minerals sector to go forward. While we have experts on the mineral and mining of other than coal side, I would like to focus only on coal because we have our division of work. We have Mr. Rana Som, we have Mr. P.K. Mukherjee. They are experts in there.
I finished my bit.
Okay.
And
okay. So I echo Mr. Stefanos' sentiments to say that welcome everyone to this third annual day-long conference hosted by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries. We are running into the third year. First year we had it as a physical seminar at Delhi. And from last year, we are having it on this mode, virtual mode. But I think each one has been quite successful in bringing up all different perspectives, a 360-degree perspective of minerals and mining sector. Today, we have with us Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Coal, as a chief guest. His presence will definitely bring in inputs from the policy formulation side. He's the highest bureaucratic authority in that regard. And that will definitely enrich the deliberations. We look forward towards that. We also have Mr. Shutito Bhattacharya, Chairman, West Bengal Electricity Regulatory Commission and former Chairman Coal India, as our guest of honor. His presence will bring a unique perspective from both consumer of coal and producer of coal side, because he has been working on both sides of the table. So he brings in some unique kind of perspective, and that will definitely going to enrich the deliberations. We have seen over the last 3 years a fairly dull period as far as coal and power is concerned. We have seen from 2018-19 onwards, FY19, FY20 and FY21, if we take these 3 years, we saw that Coal India, the largest producer of coal in the country, more than 80%, despite suffering a degrowth of 1% year by year, 2 successive years, has ended up at record stock of coal in its mines. Actually, the stock accretion was as much as 25 million tons, from 75 to 100 million tons in financial year 21 itself. The power stations were also full of coal. So it was a very dull period. There was no growth in offtake, no growth in production, and it all seemed that everything is going to move towards. We are moving away from coal. We are moving towards more and more renewables. Till we got the shock this year, and all of a sudden we found that coal is again back into the mainstream as the backbone of energy security in the country, with a little bit of post-COVID kind of recovery and rise in the electrical consumption of electricity by industry, by households and all that. We suddenly saw that it is becoming very difficult to maintain the level of coal supply for power stations to generate the kind of electricity that was required. Well, there were reasons for that. There were the COVID impact on the first quarter, and then the extended monsoon impact in the second quarter that actually hampered production. There was also an impact of international coal prices going up, having a big spike, and as a result of that, the power generation based on imported coal suffered quite a bit, and the pressure came on the domestic coal. Having said that, the fact remains that we came down to a very low stock of 4 days countrywide on the 8th of October 2021, which was really a scare. And this problem was faced in other countries as well. And the possibility of this turning out into a major disruption couldn't be ruled out at that point in time. But again, like it happens in India all the time, like it happens in every major sector from time to time, in a crisis, we all team up together. It was a massive collaborative effort of coal and railways, as well as the power stations, that coal started moving, coal production started picking up. We fortunately had a better time, the rains had receded. And as a result, today we find ourselves in a much better situation. The average stock in the power station is about 9 days. From 4 to 9 days is a massive thing. And so, I mean, we can say that the joint collaboration of coal and rail actually acted like a solid wall between darkness and light. So I think the country needs to recognize this major role that coal has played in getting the country out of this crisis. While we say that this has been an uphill task that has been handled by Coal India and railways very well, we have to say that more uphill task is awaiting. Besides taking the coal stock at power stations up from 9 days to somewhere around 15 to 20 days by end of March, it has to go up. Coal India will have to also increase the pitted stocks because it has drained down from pitted stocks. It was 100 million ton at the beginning of the year, and we have drawn down something like 65 million tons from that. So we need to prepare ourselves for the rainy season of next year. So pitted stocks has also to increase. One more major important thing in such situations, what happens is priority always shifts towards public power utilities. Therefore, coal supply to other than power utilities must have slipped or must have been having a backlog. So that backlog will also have to be cleared because every sector is important. I mean, the captive power producers, the other non-power industries who are dependent on coal, cement, aluminium, etc. They also have to be given their share of coal, and I'm quite sure that Coal India is fully alive to that. And they have a fuel supply contract, so that should be honored. Also, a substantial quantity of coal is given under e-auction, and that is for buyers of any type. I mean, unorganized buyers, brick sector. It's a very important sector, but they don't have FSS. They take coal mostly from e-auction. Their requirements will also have to be met. Otherwise, we create a problem in some other sector. And these are all employment generating sectors. So their requirements will also have to be met, and that is definitely going to add to Coal India's task. The task will have to be met. We are today witnessing a major thrust towards decarbonization and ESG compliance, environmental, social, and governance compliance by industries. The coal sector in India is also pulling up its socks and initiating measures to mitigate the social and environmental impact of mining. With coal gasification and carbon capture getting into the mainstream of the energy debate, the agenda and action plans for decarbonization in line with the Indian stand in climate talks are expected to crystallize in due course. I sincerely hope that the sessions during the course of the day, addressed by eminent speakers of India and abroad, shall deal with these and other aspects, leaving meaningful takeaways for all participants. I wish the day-long webinar a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request our guest of honor, Sri Sutitra Bhattacharya, former chairman Coal India and chairperson WBERC, to kindly deliver your address, sir. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Anna. I thank BCCNI, as we call it, Bengal Chambers in our terminology, very fondly, and for organizing this. And I got to know from Sri Partha Bhattacharya, this is the third time we are doing it, twice perhaps virtual, one was physical in Delhi. I congratulate BCCNI for taking the initiative. Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, as usual in his own inimitable style, laid down the kind of path that perhaps we are required to traverse while deliberating. He has perambulated the issues confronting the primary energy sector and maybe coal, because when we are talking of mining in Bengal Chamber, we must remember that this particular chamber has the jurisdiction of Raniganj, where the first coal mining took place and the first industrial revolution of Bengal, in the Ruhr of Bengal, as it was called, in the Asansol, Raniganj, Durgapur area, it evolved. I would also spend some time on coal, and I'll also like to give you perhaps some perspective of energy and challenges. First of all, I must congratulate Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary Coal, and Pramod Agarwal and their team, and of course, the railway team, for having steered the nation out of an impending crisis, which Mr. Partha Bhattacharya eloquently put, and a crisis, friends, they had nothing to do with the creation of the crisis. In fact, the crisis just landed on their lap and they rose to the occasion and they saw to it that the nation is never denied the light that they are entitled to. Thank you, Anil, and thank you, your team. And I also thank Mr. Stefanos, and we share the vision that perhaps the next time the interaction will be physical, as our mining activity is physical. We should all remember that data mining can take place virtually. The sector that we are discussing, amidst all the crisis and with a lot of casualty, coal sector and maybe other mining sector, they delivered in their task. They became really COVID warriors in the ongoing pandemic, but they never shied away from their tasks. And they all deserve our kudos. The sector stood tall, sector stood firm. Having said that, we are on the threshold of, as we call it, E and E, environment and economics. Now we really do not know which side the balance of convenience is going to play. Large amount of our economic thoughts these days are imbued with the asymptotic value of ecological limits. The world is slowly realizing the value and the requirement and the necessity of the eco-compatible living. We must keep that in mind. We must remember that it is an eco concept that is going to moderate and modulate our lives and our activities. Keeping that in mind, I will deliver it on the subjects, on the subject matters that Mr. Partha Bhattacharya gave a perambulated paradigm. As you know, the world has come here by managing changes. Old order changeth, yielding place to the new, and God fulfills himself in many ways. We all remember this famous extract from the poem, which defines the way the world has been living, and it is how efficiently we manage the change, is how successfully we manage the outcome. Having said that, we have to come to the future of energy and how changes are going to affect the future of energy. As you know, from the energy perspective, many people have loosely referred that coal is king. There are many articles and many memes you will see which show that coal as king, and a parallel to the film is also made. I will say that coal had been the common man's kind of fuel. It has allowed an economically unempowered man to be empowered economically. It has allowed impoverished to dream. It has given access to education. It has given access to light. It has given access to freedom to the impoverished housewife in her home task. It has ignited rural industrialization in countries like ours, in some of the neighboring countries. The so-called developed world became developed. They ran their railways. They ran their thermodynamic cycle with the help of this mined commodity. But today this commodity, as rightly pointed out, is at a crossroad. But it is my firm belief that there will be changes. Certainly there will be changes. But there may not be any precipitous change. So it is extremely important that the sector which produces the coal, the mining sector, and the sector which uses the coal, the power and other sector, they harmoniously combine together and create a synergic effect in the best interest of the people, in the best interest of the economy, in the best interest of the sustainable development of mankind. It is an undoubted fact. The world is changing. As I said earlier also, in its attitude, we are also changing. In India, we are also changing. It is not that we are not changing. The result was there for everybody to see, that plant load factor of the thermal plants, which I used to be in the electricity board, when we used to be, the coal used to be a crisis. The coal crisis is not a matter of only today. Coal crisis has persisted in decades. And still, the plant load factor of 80, 85 was considered to be achievable and desirable. And today, the plant load factor of thermal plant is decidedly down. It means that other forms of energy have started satiating a portion of demand. When we look at it, we look at around 75% of the energy still being met by the coal-fired plants, and we have 50%, more than 50% of the capacity, all put together, still belonging to coal-fired plants. That is a kind of background. In the thermal power we have, it means that with a 50% of capacity, but with 75% and declining level of energy supply, many of the plants may be becoming economically unviable. I will come to this issue in another 2-3 minutes. We should also remember that in India, where the old world, so-called the developed world, when they take on coal, they don't take on the oil and gas so much. But in India, we do not have that level of hydrocarbon. Roughly around 25,000 megawatt is the installed capacity. Much of that installed capacity is idle because of lack of gas availability. I'm still concentrating on the power sector. And if the gas is not available, the only way we can get gas is by import. Many of you are aware of the RLNG, rarefied liquefied natural gas. And that is what we are bringing in from perhaps Qatar, from the shale gas, from Australia, many other countries. So hydrocarbon is not a viable alternative for us, where domestic coal had been, has been, and as has been pointed out in the recent crisis, has been our solution for the round-the-clock energy supply, what is called RTC power. But we should also remember that our commitment is come 2030, 50% of the energy will be coming from the renewable resources. And many people have said that that means the demise of coal. I do not agree with that, because the energy will go up in absolute terms. We are all talking of 50% of energy coming from renewable. We are forgetting the balance. 50% of energy will have to come from somewhere. And that somewhere in India, I don't see any nuclear emergence like some other people had been talking about in the world, that this means the re-emergence of nuclear power, re-research on the fusion other than fission as a source of nuclear power. Because as you know, the fission poses a bigger risk than perhaps fusion will because of the nuclear chain reaction chance. Come 2030, in absolute term, when energy goes up, in India, the per capita energy will quadruple the way we are growing, the way consumerism is picking up, even in rural area. The energy demand will go up. 50% of that, even if we meet from renewable, in absolute term, 50% of the energy that we'll have to meet from non-renewable will have to primarily come from coal. It may mean enhanced consumption from the primary energy source of coal. Having said this, let us also look at the major challenges that are going to face the kind of forecast that I have made. Because some of the changes may be more rapid than perhaps what we are guesstimating now. We really do not know how Moore's law will operate in these changes. But as you know, renewable price had been really falling. The solar per source, when it's supplied to the grid, has become cheaper, much cheaper than thermal. The coal price, thermal, when it is supplied to the grid at source, may be even costlier than some of the good quality wind. But what stands out for coal is that coal is available around the clock, whereas these two power are not available around the clock. So what is the gap? The gap is storage. So if the storage solution, ecologically compatible storage solution, becomes economic, and the generation cost plus storage cost in sufficient quantity becomes less than the thermal generation cost, then the generation with coal will face a real challenge. But as and the moment, the cost, including the storage cost, is far in excess of the normal generation cost of coal. But that is where again the challenge comes. Slowly, when the cost becomes a criteria, minusing the cost of abatement of pollution that some of the developed countries are following in actually costing a resource, then you will find increasingly the peathead plants will only become viable in Indian economic scenario. If you recall earlier, the states used to promote their generating plants, and the transmission was far less efficient than as we are today. And the grid was not national in the true sense of the term. But today, the new grid is in effect a national grid. Any power loaded in Manipur can go to Kanyakumari, can go to Jammu, Kashmir, and vice versa. And as a result, with a 3.5% only of the energy loss, the transmission of power is a much more viable concept than transportation of the primary source of energy of coal. So as a result, even on the strength of only economic consideration, forgetting about the ecological impact that the transportation of cost brings about, forgetting about the additional cost that an ash-filled coal, 50% ash-filled coal of India, traveling long distance without bringing in the energy to the generating plant, but expending energy en route, without bringing those consideration also on the strength of economics alone, as time goes by, perhaps in the so-called merit order dispatch, it is the primarily peathead plants which will only remain the residual supplier of thermal energy. And a sector which perhaps we are not really covering in today's gathering, the railways will be the first sufferer of this change. Change will affect many people. Change will affect expensive coal production. Change will affect inefficient coal production. But it will affect also railway in more ways than one. And as we all know, all the coal is generated in the eastern and central Indian area, and some of them in the western areas and down south in Singarani. But in everybody's life, as the still people used to say, in everybody's life there is an element of coal, and I will add there is an element of railway, because the energy arrives by the harmonious combination of coal production and its transportation by railway. So we'll have to really look at even the economics of railways and the impact and debilitating impact it may hold out for the nation if the passenger fare, which gets cross-subsidized because of coal transportation at a 60% plus cost, that slowly disappears, which it will, as I said, like in China, transmission versus transportation. Transmission will win because of the low loss factor. In addition to that, as you know, from the point of view of ecology, so far as the mining is concerned, we definitely contribute to methane, and the transportation we contribute to methane in addition to many other methane sources, like the digestion of the livestock system, like even the wetland that releases also the methane. But the problem of methane is its intensivity. Life may be less, but the intensivity is much higher than carbon. But so far as the more harmful and more prevalent CO2 greenhouse contamination is concerned, or greenhouse excess is concerned, comes from the burning.
Mr. Bhattacharya, if I may just interrupt. Mr. Jain has a meeting at 10:30, at 11:30. Can we, in the next 2-3 minutes, can you close?
Yeah, absolutely. I am on the closing stage only.
Okay, thanks.
So we will go for the thermal plants, will be going for the heli technology. So we'll have to look at plants which will go for heli technology. So there will be peathead plants, there will be heli technology, and there will be enhancement in electricity demand, because internal combustion engine will go away, giving lead to electric vehicles. As you know, today 8% of the vehicles are electrical vehicles, but expected to reach 50%, a lot of attraction for electrical vehicles. And it will call for more and more energy. And the people are responding not by getting a distribution company supplied energy. Large areas in the world are depending on rooftop solar to give them local energy. That is also going to be a challenge for the sectors, because each individual will become his own generator, and they will not depend upon the primary source of energy called coal. So these are the challenges into which the producer has to be ready. But at the same time, because of electrical vehicle, the metal mining on a global perspective will give us opportunities. So let us look at copper and copper related benefits in Congo. Let us look at lithium. Let us look at nickel. We have the best of mining technocrats with us, and world is open for you. Go out and march and make India proud. Let it not be what is only under our earth. Let India put their footprint, and wherever the eco-friendly, eco-compatible metal elements will be available under the earth, our footprints will be there. I wish this conference all the very best.
Thank you. Now we have the privilege to listen from our chief guest. We would request Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Minister of Coal, Government of India, to kindly deliver his inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, Mr. Sutirtha Bhattacharya, Mr. Abraham Stephanos, and friends. I just heard the previous speakers, and a lot has been said about the coal sector. And thank you for recognizing the efforts of Coal India during the recent coal crisis, and even earlier during the COVID times. Indeed, lots of lives were lost in the coal sector, because this is one sector we did not shut down. And the disease, spreads faster, especially in underground mines where people are close to one another. I was just thinking, looking at the topic, mines, minerals, and metals, I put some thoughts together on the larger subject and going beyond coal. So perhaps we have heard a lot about coal, from the previous speakers, and maybe I will spend some time on the larger framework of today's topic. Firstly, I think we have been living in very uncertain times for those who are in this sector, mines, minerals, and metals. And of course, coal is a very important mineral. For the last, maybe several years, even after Paris COP, the overhang of, climate change, and recently we heard about Europe imposing something called cross-border adjustment mechanism, CBAM, that they would impose taxes on commodities being imported by Europe from countries that use a lot of coal, carbon taxes, and maybe a guillotine that no more coal. And so there have been very uncertain times, which were exacerbated by the corona and COVID, the headwinds to the economy. To my mind, COP26 brings some uncertainty, particularly to developing countries, because now, the result is out. For some people who may have thought that India will not acknowledge a net zero year, they may be a little surprised that, 2070 is going to be a net zero phenomenon. And the steps towards that will start, in fact, from today. So in that sense, we are living through very uncertain times. To my mind, the environment and forests and all of us, especially the coal sector ministries, mineral ministries, will have to put together an agenda. And soon, I don't know when, the government will come out with a roadmap as to how we propose to achieve net zero. And people have to explain what net zero means. Many people, I notice even in influential places, think net zero means there'll be no carbon emission. So educating the people, telling them how they got there is going to happen. And that is something which is now imminent. I remember in the 2007 to onwards to 2011-12, in UK, a similar phenomenon happened. UK decided to reduce fossil fuels, even though there was no net zero concept that time, much earlier. And they came out with what you call a carbon budget as to which sector, transportation sector, will be allowed to emit so much of carbon, industry so much. And that led to a huge scare, thinking that, renewable energy is very expensive and the industry is going to get uncompetitive. And then they did a series of steps. Time doesn't permit me today to allay fears and tell the people that, look, it will be possible to get there without compromising on our economic goals. So my first statement is that we are living through uncertain times, but there will be a roadmap which will remove the cloud over the sectors. Number two, now every cloud has a silver lining. We spoke of the uncertain times, but these are also good times. Come to think of it, we are living in 2021. 2070 is 50 years away. If the government did not come out with this zero target year, people may have been wondering, will it be 2050? Will it be 2060? 50 years now gives a lot of comfort, and I'm already noticing it. The previous round of commercial coal block auctions did not elicit the kind of response which the first round did. And I took it to be that interest is now waning. But I'm happy to say that the current round for which the application sale closes today, we've already received 2 or more bids for 18 mines. And let me tell you, the quality of some of our mines are legacy mines, which people have not accepted in the past few years. So there were few mines which we added, which have got good response. So in the coming times, in the future rounds, when we come up with more new explored mines, the response would be better. And the indication to that is that even in the current round, we have got a good response. OECD world has committed to 2050, China to 2060. So in a way, India has a 20-year lead over OECD and 10 years over China. Now, this is perhaps a very good time for this sector to immediately get going. Because, we saw this in the last 1 year in the case of coal, oil, and gas, that this environment of climate action and a tirade against the fossil fuel led to a situation where investments have not been made. And consequently, oil, which had fallen for a long time, it stayed around $40, went up to $85. And similarly for coal, you guys are from this sector, you know very well, $20, $25 a tonne coal from Indonesia shot up to $80, $90. So in a way, while the rest of the world, has lesser time to migrate away, we have more time. And this is the time for India. This is a time for India to invest in iron ore and in, bauxite, and set up smelters for aluminium, get into power generation, set up pithead power plants. Because even when the climate roadmap comes, you'll agree, and Mr. Sudhita Bhattacharya elaborated it, that distant power plants are going to be shut down. The inefficient ones with very high station heat rates are going to shut down. So I would even go so far as to say that if there was a risk appetite, people should go in for, pithead based power plants. And that perhaps suggests that these are also good times. This is my second statement. The third statement I would like to make is that India's growth story is now unraveling. This is the time for India. The government policy prescriptions, they've been coming in phases. Some of it came big bang ones during the times of COVID. Then they've been coming consistently. Now, I held the charge of Mines Ministry for 6 months. And you would remember that we made very, very bold changes in January. In January we approved it. It happened probably in February. And the Mines Act was liberalized. Now, in the case of coal, which we liberalized last year, January, February, mines we liberalized this year, January, February, and then again, another legislation came in mine sector recently. So all told, the government has given a very, very strong signal that we are not interested in rent seeking, a higher share of rent for the fiscal. We want you to make you risk free, make it more attractive for you to invest. A good example in coal gasification, we have reduced the revenue share to 50%. It was just 20% earlier, it's gone up to 50%. So this is a golden time. And because while the GDP also shoots up, it creates a happy environment. I remember when we were studying the case of China, we noticed that the elasticity of steel demand to GDP is such that when the GDP was below 10%, then the impetus to the elasticity was higher for steel, because when an economy grows, then you invest in structure, in things like high-rise buildings, the tallest tower, the river gorges, spanning them with bridges, and even setting up skyscraper, these at the crossroads in cities to have grid separators, fancy ones, the ones that you get to see in China. So it's a very interesting study that at the 10% plus GDP, the elasticity of demand for steel actually is more than 1. It is 11%, 12%. And even if India is not going to be immediately at 10%, but that number of 10% is not a magic figure. Maybe at 8%, 9%, India will see a huge response to steel demand. And announcements like the National Monetization Pipeline, Gati Shakti. Now, in National Monetization Pipeline projects, we have ourselves in coal sector put forward a very, very bold agenda. You have all heard of the MDOs, etc. But setting up of coking coal washeries. In fact, I am proposing to Coal India that even the first mile connectivity investments, the CHPs, rapid loading stations, even they should be actually outsourced. Or set them up, let them be outsourced to somebody who can charge on a per ton basis and usher in efficiencies. Similarly, for the railway projects, the CRL, the CEWRL, MCRL, once they are up and ready, I want to put them up also through, through InvITs or sale, outright sale, etc. So mineral sector now, which was always a sale to be a little slow, it had lots of irregularities, I think now is going to outpace the manufacturing sector. And my fourth and the last point is that, speaking to you, all of you from Calcutta, from Eastern India, I think this is the time for Eastern India. Because the coal auctions, the gasifications, the coking coal missions, the mineral sector growths, government's intentions to open up NALCO to private sector and HCL, all of this actually is all based out of Odisha, based out of Jharkhand, based out of Calcutta, Bengal. So this is the time for Eastern India. And when I look at Coal India and I see so many people belonging to that region at the head of affairs, I do realize that it is in the culture, it is in the blood. It's a very, very long history. All of us know how the steel sector of India started, from Tatanagar. We know how oil and gas started from Northeast. We know how coal mining started from Jharia. So this is the time for the Eastern India investors, Eastern India professionals, and governments to rise to the occasion. So I'll stop over here. As I mentioned, I'm sorry, Mr. Suchit Bhattacharya, we had to, put this word in. There's a meeting at 11:30, which I have to join of the cabinet secretaries. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. it's an honor to listen from you. Now, with this, I would request Mr. Sandeep Kumar, Chairperson of our Metals Committee, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Arnab. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Partho Bhattacharya, Mr. Sutir Bhattacharya, Dr. Jain, and all the dignitaries and participants, my fellow friends, for being here today. As the inaugural session of day one of the Mineral Mining Metals Conclave, pose a formal vote of thanks. In view of the fall, I must convey a deep gratitude to Dr. Anil Kumar Jain, Secretary, Coal, Government of India, for agreeing to address us. As Mr. Partho, from the highest policy-making body of the government, has given a strong boost to this conclave. Government of India's commitment to decarbonization is reflected in the announcements made by the Prime Minister recently post the COP26. And in particular, the commitment to net zero by 2070 is something which I think the country has set itself a scorching pace towards decarbonization. And I think the mention by Dr. Jain, making it very clear that we all need to be on that path, is a clear indicator of what things are going to be. I think one of the important things that Dr. Jain mentioned, and I think we must appreciate your zeal to drive reforms, both in the mines industry and now in the coal sector, is a testimony to where the country is going, where the current government led by the Prime Minister is moving us. So I think that's really putting us on a very different trajectory to what we may have done in the recent past. So thank you very much, sir, for coming in and addressing us. Next, my special thanks are due to Mr. Sutir Bhattacharya, our guest of honor, whom many of us know very well. I would like to thank him particularly for patronizing us, patronizing the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. I know he was away overseas, and it's been very nice to see him back and hear his words. I think he has extremely well, I think not very high knowledge of coal, having worked and having headed both the Singareni coalfields and Coal India, and now as the chairman of the Electricity Regulatory Commission of West Bengal. In fact, his words of appreciation to the coal sector, which has managed to extricate itself from the current crisis, from an impending crisis, would encourage the mining industry, the coal mining industry. As the coal mining industry faces headwinds due to the imperatives of decarbonization, I think his calming words of advice to both the producer and consumer of coal will tend to soothe frayed nerves. So thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. Really appreciate. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to all the guest speakers and panelists who are going to be there for the next couple of days, who have taken time out despite the tremendous pressures on their time. Thank you very much. It would also not have been possible to conduct this event without the support of our sponsors. I would also like to thank our well-wishers, the delegates, members of the media, and all my friends who have joined us virtually. Therefore, as we conclude the inaugural session, I would like to thank you all for partnering us in this prestigious e-Conclave. Thank you. Over to you, Arnab.
Thank you, sir. With this, we would conclude this inaugural session of our Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave 2021, and we'll see you soon at 11:45 a.m. We would be waiting for Mr. Jingle to join us. So we'll be joining at 11:45 a.m. Over. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are starting our next special plenary session with Chairman Jindal Steel and Power Limited on Indian mining sector at the crossroads. We have Sri Navin Jindal with us, and we would request Sri Navin Jindal ji, Chairman of Jindal Steel and Power Limited, to kindly deliver the keynote address as our guest of honor. Over to Mr. Jindal, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'm sorry that we had to delay this by 15 minutes. My flight got delayed, a little bit mismanagement there. So it's really a pleasure to be with all of you. And I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to organize this event, where at least we can all share our views, our ideas with each other. And I feel that in India, there is tremendous opportunities. There's tremendous opportunities, and we have, God has given us almost all minerals. Now it depends on us how we utilize them, what we do with them. Are we going to be smart about it and use them to become richer, to create wealth for the country and for our people, or to let it go waste and let it just be there under the ground or wherever it is, and continue to import such minerals. So it's really heartening to see that Government of India has done various things, especially the MMDR Act and the recent amendments that they have made to make it more friendly, to make it easier, because mining, the kind of pressure that we have on land, because we have world's 17% of world's population living on 2% of world's land. So obviously there's huge pressure on land, and land is a very emotive subject for everyone. But still, we have to see that to progress, to be able to create a 5 trillion economy and to make our people prosperous and happy, we have to have economic development. And for that, I feel that minerals, mining has a very, very important role. It's already contributing to around 1.5% of GDP. And this can definitely be doubled. And I would like to really hail the efforts of Government of India for starting commercial coal mining, something which was a taboo and which was till a decade ago, which seemed impossible. Now with opening up of commercial coal mining, I feel that India, which is importing around 1.5 lakh crore worth of coal every year, there's really no need other than to import some quantity of coking coal. Why should we import coal when we have the 4th largest reserves of coal in the world? And with this opening up of commercial coal mining, I feel that opportunity is now with us, whoever wants to tap it. Obviously, there are going to be challenges with the land acquisition, etc. But still, I'm sure that we'll find ways to do it in a way which helps the society, helps the people around, and helps the country to meet its requirement. I do understand that coal, especially when you talk about coal is like out of fashion, and we all talk about that we should move away from coal. Yes, I agree, but we'll have to evolve to that stage. Maybe in the next, I would say, next 2 decades, we can move away from coal. But we have to create enough wealth and enough prosperity to be able to do that. But to be able to do that, I feel coal will play an important role in the next decade or 2. And for that, we should not really be importing it, and we should be able to produce whatever we need in our country to be able to meet our needs. And I would really like to hail the efforts of Government of India for the encouragement for clean coal technologies. That is coal gasification technology. So with coal gasification technology, one can make from coal to liquids. We can do from coal to petrol, coal to diesel, aviation fuel, naphtha, fertilizers, and you name it. There are hundreds of chemicals, hundreds of things that we can do. And when we use coal for gasification, we are just not using its heat value. What we are using its chemical value, and we are using its chemical energy, and rather than just burning the coal for producing power. So, and there's so many now with so many iron ore mines, bauxite, iron ore. There's so many hundreds of minerals that are available in plenty in India, and I feel that we should be able to harness all that, produce all that for our development. But there are a few things that I would like to share. One is that obviously these mining does remain very challenging in India. There are lots of issues, especially when it comes to land acquisition, rehabilitation of the people, getting all the clearances, etc. So all those things, which even the CAG report spoke about, there should be like a single window mechanism for getting all the clearances. That is still lacking. So something needs to be done to improve that, so that the clearances we can get the clearances faster. And so only if these, whether it's commercial coal mines or whether it's bauxite, only if you're able to successfully produce will it help us. If they remain underground, then obviously it's not going to be good for anybody. But Government of India has made all-out efforts to make it easier, to make it simpler, to be able to do mining. And then now from your captive mines, earlier you could not sell to others. Now government has allowed that you can sell 50% of your produce to other industries also. That will again help in reducing the shortage of minerals. And why not? Why should so many restrictions be there? So all these restrictions have been liberalized, and I think that will help the country. Our objective of becoming a 5 trillion economy definitely cannot be achieved without we succeeding in mining in a very big way. And so these are really my thoughts, that I feel there are lots of opportunities. But also the challenge I feel in India, there are too many entrepreneurs. There's too much competition for every block. So as a result, sometimes I often see, and we ourselves indulge in it also. So I'm not trying to blame anybody, because and governments are sometimes very smart. They kind of create an artificial scarcity, only leave a few blocks, whether it's iron ore or coal, and then too many people want to participate. Too many people very aggressively, and they're too aggressive. And when we are very aggressive about getting these minerals, which we're getting for 50 years, we erode our competitiveness forever, because we are not just competing within the country, we are competing internationally. And when the mineral, which is going to be our strength, we make it so expensive that it loses to be the strength. And then we have to, for the next 5 decades, continue to pay very high premiums and erode our competitiveness internationally. So I would say we have to be very responsible, and the governments also must ensure that there are enough blocks for everyone, because anyway, Government of India is charging the highest royalty on all the minerals, highest in the world, highest by at least double to, I would say, 5 times. There's so much of taxes in India. There is highest royalty, then district mineral fund, then you pay GST compensation cess on coal. So the huge amount of taxes. And then if you make profits, then obviously you pay your income tax, 25% income tax. So with all this, I feel that the kind of support which mining companies require, it's still somewhat lacking. So over there, state governments have a much larger role, because central government has shown its support for mining. has shown that how important mining is. But state governments, I must say, they actually, because they are the ones who control things on the ground, they have to create a enabling environment, because the biggest beneficiary of all these, if mining is successful in the country, the biggest beneficiary is going to be the state governments. They are the ones who are getting most revenue out of this. So, and we have successful cases like Odisha, who's now, I mean, they do not have any deficit budget because the kind of money that they've been able to make from mining. So I think other states should also take lessons from that and encourage mining in a very cordial environment, a very conducive environment, so that the states can prosper, the country can prosper, can prosper, and we together can create a Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we end the special plenary session with Chairman Sri Navin Jindalji of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. And we are really thankful for giving us time despite of his busy schedule. We thank you, sir.
Just
With
a word
this-
of thanks from my side. It was really a very illuminating kind of a speech, and you are always so optimistic. It's so good to hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll take your leave now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So with this, we will end this session, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll be having our business session 1 on Indian minerals and mining sectors, what lies beneath, what lies ahead. We would be having very eminent speakers with us who have already joined. Mr. Dilip Kumar Mohanty, Director Production, NMDC Limited. Mr. Biswadeep Gupta, President Corporate Affairs, He's just JSW Limited and former President of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. B. Prabhakaran, Managing Director of Triveni Earth Movers Private Limited. The session will be moderated by Mr. Rana Shom, Co-Chairman of our Minerals and Mining Committee and the former Chairman and Managing Director of NMDC Limited. We'll be taking a short leave. We'll be back exactly after 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
possibly highlighting the main issues pertaining to iron ore mining, iron ore exploration, and the future outlook of iron ore development. I think all the speakers. Arnav, have you introduced the speakers?
Yes, sir. We have just, while they will be speaking, we will introduce him with their photo and profile. We are just formally starting this session. Our moderator, Mr. Rana Shom, co-chairman of the Minerals and Mining Committee and former CMD of NMDC. Mr. Dilip Kumar Mohanty, Director Production, NMDC Limited, has joined with us. Mr. Vishwadip Gupta, President Corporate Affairs, JSW Steel Limited and former President of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, has joined with us. And of course, Mr. B. Pravakaran, Managing Director of Triveni Earth Movers Private Limited, is with us. I will now hand it over to Mr. Shom to take it forward from here. Over to you, Mr. Shom.
You please take liberty of expressing his views for around 15 minutes or so. That will leave us some time for discussions. And whatever questions we get from the listeners of this program, all the questions will be presented to you and you will be answering these questions. But even if the questions are not forthcoming, we will have our own discussions here. Let me introduce the subject very, very briefly. As you all know, that in India, iron ore production during the last decade has been almost stagnant. In 2010, it was 209 million ton, whereas in 2020, it has been 203 million ton. It has been static at a level of around 200 million ton, barring 4 years in between, from 2012 to 2015, when because of many reasons, mainly the legal issues and environmental issues, it had dipped to a level of about 150 million ton. On the contrary, steel production has increased. It has increased over a period of 10 years in the last decade by about 50%. So there has been a mismatch between the growth of iron ore sector and the development of steel sector. I am sure that the learned speakers will be highlighting on this aspect and tell us what measures India has been taking or should be taking in increasing our iron ore production so that the increasing demand of steel can be met from within the country. I request Mr. D.K. Mohanty, who is from NMDC, India's largest iron ore miner and possibly the most important commercial miner today, to first deliver his speech. Mr. Mohanty. Yes, please, Mr. Mohanty.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Respected Rana Som sir, who is the present co-chairman of Mineral and Mining Committee, BCCI, and he is our former CMD from NMDC Limited itself. And also we are having Sri Vishwadip Gupta sir, who is the President Corporate Affairs, JSW Steel, Mr. Sunil Duggal, CEO Vedanta Resources, and Mr. Pravakaran from Triveni Earth Movers.
Incidentally, Mr. Sunil Duggal, he is not in a position to participate. So only three of us are there.
Okay.
Three of you are there.
Okay. And a very good afternoon to all of you. And thank you, sir, giving me an opportunity to speak something about the subject, which is today, what lies beneath and what lies ahead. It is a wonderful subject which has been chosen by the committee itself. And it is a most relevant topic at this juncture. Why I'm saying, if I go back to the steel policy, national steel policy, somehow I will link it up to the steel policy where Government of India is trying to make 300 million ton by 2030. And to make 300 million ton, we need to have at least 500 million ton of iron bearing material. That is either iron ore or fine structured material. Iron bearing material we require around 500 million ton plus. And as rightly you said, in 2015 we produced only 209, and by 2020 203. Like no much of improvement is there. So as a miner, we have to focus on this to give the material to the steel plants which are coming in near future, to see that we are also giving a helping hand for our production and add value to the country. In the NMDC perspective, if I come to say, it is in the business of exploring the mineral resources available underneath the earth crust and exploit them systematically and scientifically for the last 6 decades, getting to the needs of the raw material requirement of the country. The capabilities of NMDC has in the exploration of minerals. Then the Ministry of Mines identified it as one of the exploiting agency in line with the GSI, MECL, etc. Actually, NMDC is the only government company other than other agencies who does a lot of exploration activities to add mineral resources to the total what available in our country. And as you have seen, Mr. Jindal also pointed out rightly, in India, we are blessed with such mineral abundantly available, but we need to explore more and more so that we can add new resources. And if we go on adding it, probably the cost, finally end of the day, the cost may come down also. Actually, NMDC had and continues to provide inputs in the field of mineral exploration, reserves identification, mine planning, etc. to other bodies also, which they benefit one and all utilize the same in the day-to-day activities. It is having a global exploration center at Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and carrying out exploration and activities in existing mines through core drilling to establish the additional reserves of NMDC mines, and in other mines also we are doing, and also we are doing some global exploration. I'm having a small presentation of 7 to 8 slides only that I would like to show what exactly we are doing here. Yeah, I'm just talking about now the what lies beneath. There we need to do a lot of exercises on the exploration part, what NMDC is doing and how we are adding resources to the country's wealth. And subsequently, I will do what is there in the ahead of it. That also I'll just touch upon at the end of it. These are the mineral exploration and initiatives which are being taken by our company, basically. And it involves activities like locate, identify, and establish the resources and to develop the mines. And ultimately, we are going to contribute to the India's sustainable economy also. It is having a similar geology like Australia and Canada, but the exploration spending in these countries are up to around $1 billion US, wherever in India we spend around 0.17 or so, which is very, very minimal in nature, maybe around 1275 crores per annum, as in December 2020. This is being done, but if you go through the government of India, those who have already done a NMET fund just to increase the introduce in the MMDR Act that to facilitate additional more nodal exploration agencies, including NMDC, and there only we have spent in 229 crores. However, we are having a fund amount of around 2,600 crores or crores are available, but we are not able to do much of expenditure on this account to find out more and more. And to increase the participation, Government of India also has taken an initiative from March 2021. Private entities also, they have been allowed to exploration in addition to the other agencies, which includes NMDC also. And if I come to the NMDC part specifically, since 1958, in the beginning itself, we have been doing it. And we used to follow a different procedure for that as per the requirement. And we are having a very dedicated team headed by Mr. Abhijit Mukherjee. So we are having a dedicated group of that. They use, these are the systems what they do generally, that is remote sensing, then airborne magnetic spray, then geological information system, geological, geochemical, geophysical surveys, etc. Then they estimate the resources and reserves. And NMDC is having 8 number of GenX exploratory drilling machines also. And the drilling operations are being handled by our own team, which is there. And in last 8 years, conducted around 1.2 lakh meters of drilling And in last 8 years, we've added around 500 MTO resources. And till to date, since 1958, around 1574 million ton of resources has been added by the same peak. And for doing exploration by NMDC, they do not only iron ore, we go for other minerals also, that is copper, diamond, limestone, dolomite, then bentonite, emerald, magnesite, sapphire, and tungsten and graphite, and this, and also they do it. And out of this, most of the copper mines which you have explored, and these are being given to Hindustan Copper Limited. Those who are the Hindustan Copper is the independent company which is utilizing it, and we had a beautiful, and this Panthal magnesite, as you know, the beautiful deposit of magnesite. Actually, this is the mineral which is not available in abundant in India, but then that is being now that has been kept on hold by JK government only. There because of certain sentimental issues and other things, and Kiriburu and Megadriburu mines that also being explored by NMDC, which is being taken up by SAIL subsequently. In addition to that, we are having also our overseas presence over there, where we have done gold in Tanzania, then tantalite in Namibia, then Madagascar also gold. We have done it, but it has not been successfully operated because of different reasons. And we are having a lot of facilities, in-house facilities. These are the systems we are being utilized nowadays, that is GPS, DGPS, then total session GNSS, SP60, all means latest technology. It is being utilized by our team to do exploration work. And there are some highlights also. I'm just putting, our team is now doing a lot of exploration in Madhya Pradesh to find out the mineral available there. They have already identified high reach iron ore mines. Now this has been identified. Further investigation is on progress. They have done for manganese also. And I will just say that one iron ore in Lokanti, Singrauli district, these are all Madhya Pradesh only, and one manganese area in Sidan in Jabalpur district. These are all good source of manganese and iron. It is there. We have identified it. This will be added to the resources, and if possible, we may go for captive mining activities also. And kimberlite related, like connecting to that rocks is connected to diamond also. We are doing it presently in Panna, Chhatarpur, and Damo districts of Madhya Pradesh. We are having successful results also. We are not coming out in details now, but subsequently we will come out of it. But we are doing. Our team is doing well in those areas. And there are certain things which NMDC, the first PSU, they are using a application of this Bhuvan application in collaboration with ISRO. They are using the satellite, and they are able to do in remote areas also. Then these are the project exploration by NMDC. What we are doing it on there. We are doing around drilling, core logging, geochemical analysis, ore body modeling. These are the procedures actually. These are being followed by our department establishing reserve resources in Madhya Pradesh. And they will be we are the first PSU company to conduct micro diamond analysis and macro diamond analysis for establishing diamond potential of kimberlite in Madhya Pradesh. And we are getting a lot of success on this also. Then we have found out Chitragunta, Bishamnath, the gold block in Andhra Pradesh. And this is also a very good resource. We are going to have it through auction. We have got it through auction also. And NMDC intends to undertake a multidisciplinary exploration for diamonds in Baloda, Belmund area of Chhattisgarh state also. And if I say that some way forward for the mining activities specifically, that our country is having geopolitical potential area of around 5.71 lakh square kilometer, but enough importance has not been given, and we are yet to tap many of it, which will take some time because other parties also has to participate in a long way to get those things so that we can add up our resources. And for that, we think that there is a urgent need of modernizing the exploration philosophy and technology at it assumes significance in the backdrop of MMDR Amendment Act, where government has given a lot of flexibility to add up the resources. Then National Geoscientific Data Depository, which will also collect and baseline and mineral exploration information, is proposed to be set up by GSA Ministry of Mines. Then Project Uncover of Geological Survey of India may help in identifying potential targets deep-seated for the deep-seated deposits. Like state governments, PSUs and other companies, like private entities, they have advantage of using the geoscientific baseline data for GSI, writing more target areas for mineral exploration in the country. Just one share it. And here, just I would like to point out that in India, around 1,500 operating mines and produce as many as 95 minerals, including 4 fuel-related minerals also we are producing. And actually, if I go through it, despite our huge potential, this mining sector has been underperforming with only 10% of its overseas geopolitical area being explored, and mining operation takes place only 1.5 to 2% of this area. Further, I will add it that the mining sector contributes to the GDP has been declining. As you have seen it, we could not do much of activities because of a lot of other avenues, which is around less than 2% of the GDP. Or 2%, nearing to 2% of the GDP, which need to be looked into so that we can add more value to the country's CA. As Mr. Jindal also pointed out, the effective tax rate in India stands is very high in this area. It is as good as around 150%. If I take 100% rate as the mining rate, if it is being considered, then around GST is around 18% and corporate tax is around 26%. So that is why, because premiums are very high. Generally, premiums are high. That is why we are not able to do at par with our international standard benchmarks, where it is around 40% or so, if I see. And in addition to this COVID-19 also has played a role where it has derailed all the possibilities what we had it. Now slowly it is recovering, and we will be able to do a lot of things in future. And in a way forward, as I said, for addition of values also, NMDC has gone for adding a steel plant, 3 million steel plant. And I should say that Rana Somsa, who is present over here, who was the pioneer in putting it to take NMDC from mineral to metal sector, they transforming it because we are having our own resources utilized. He was the man who did it, and we are now bringing his dream into success. And I said, I should say, we have lighted up the coconut battery just 2 days back. We have started the activity. We should be happy to learn, know it, and we need your blessings also for that, so that we can take it forward. And, with this, I feel we have put up some of the perspective from the NMDC side, and we are doing a really job. And this year, we are aiming to produce more than 40 million ton. We are so that we can add some more values. And as you have seen, Mr. Jindal was telling, because the market is under pressure, we are trying to supplement it with our quality ores, and we'll continue to do that in future also, to see the need and how we are there to see that the steel companies also, they should grow, because they add more value to the Indian GDP. So we are there, and I shall be thankful to the members and these organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of NMDC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. Thank you very much. You are known to be a person who knows steel, but I find that you know mineral as well. Thank you very much.
Sir, I'm just trying to learn it now, but I am a basically steel man, and I'll try to put values to it also. Since I used to be the end user, now I am the person who is from the mineral to metal, so I'll try to put my value.
You go back in the value chain and discover the value of mining.
Yes.
Mr. Vishwadeep Gupta, if you can kindly deliver your initial speech. After that, of course, it will be followed up by a lot of discussions. And Mr. Mohanty, you have to wait for the discussions to take place.
Yes, sir. And the next speaker will be Mr. B. Prabhakaran.
First, Mr. Vishwajit Gupta, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I feel so privileged to be sitting with all of you who are doyens, at least three of you are doyens of iron ore. I can say that. Mr. Ranason, he himself is a fantastic person, well known in the iron ore industries. Mr. Prabhakaran, Mr. Mohanty, all of you represent such top iron ore companies. So I'm totally feeling out of place, sir. I think we made a mistake. You all are going from minerals to metals, and here I am trying to go from metals to minerals, trying to buy some iron ore mines. But my knowledge is absolutely nothing like what Mr. Mohanty has on iron ore. So I'm very, very challenged in that extent. So you have to excuse me for not knowing many things. As you know, sir, I spoke to you a lot, and you helped me a lot in preparing for this seminar today. But be what it is, I think that the topic, whoever has selected this topic, is fantastic. What lies beneath the purpose, and what Mr. Mohanty was saying, and I'm sure all of our purpose is to not to let it lie beneath. We have to try and bring it up. That is the first problem that I think we talk about, is my little experience in both Odisha, Jharkhand, in iron ore, as well as in some in coal, has been the land issue. Unfortunately, iron ore is always associated with forests. I mean, I do not know of many iron ore except some I saw in Chile when they have magnetite iron ore. Most of it that I've seen in India has been all associated with forests. Forests, animal paths, elephant corridors, tribal lands, you name it, sir. Anything that you are not allowed, iron ore is below that. So the first thing that comes to mind is the getting the iron ore aware, how to go approach the iron ore which is lying beneath, how to bring it up. And as you, sir, you're well aware that iron ore needs a lot of square kilometers, hectares of land to mine. So that was my first point. The second that I had was the iron ore. Even if you have brought it out, how do you evacuate that iron ore? I think we have experts in this panel. I know of two of you are very, very expert in transportations and logistics management. And I believe the biggest issue now that we are all facing is, even if you mine the iron ore, then taking it to the respective end users factory. This is a major challenge. And today, during monsoon, if you see some of the iron ore infrastructure around the mines, you have nightmares. I mean, even to ship iron ore to the ports is so difficult. I mean, people talk about different alternatives methods. For example, we have built one of the largest conveyor belting to transport iron ore from Sandur mines to our factory in Bellary. I mean, it's a huge effort, huge cost, but we had to do it because the trucking system is so difficult in those areas, even in those Karnataka belts. And I have personally witnessed serious issues in other states also. So I think two major issues come up, sir. One is, as everybody has pointed out, approaching the mineral which is lying below. How do you get it? Secondly is, even if you have got it, how do you take it to the respective position, to plants? This I think is something that we need to talk about. I am aware of a lot of investments which even one of your panelists, he is doing in putting up slurry pipelines, major distances in slurry pipelines. But there are challenges even in slurry pipelines, getting the lateral singular movement approvals, then getting water, then pumping. There are a lot of challenges. But that's one of the points that I thought I'll highlight on this. From a steel plant's point of view, that you might have iron ore, but how do you bring it out and how do you bring it to your plant? This is one of the major questions that we answer every day. As we all know, and we have discussed this, iron ore has some sort of, not some sort of, is an umbilical cord relationship with steel plants. I mean, the demand that iron ore has is completely derived from steel plants. I mean, that is what is very important. And based on this, sir, and getting a suggestion from your side, I did a little bit of studying, because since I do not know much about it, I was doing some studies with Platts and Steel Dynamics, WSD, etc. And some very interesting two data came out. And I'm talking globally, I'm not talking of Indian ones. The first one that came out was that iron ore, contrary to a lot of thoughts that people have, and even I had this idea, the production of iron ore globally has always kept pace with the production of steel. This is something that I did not realize. I did not realize until I saw the data, that iron ore has not been found wanting in terms of production. Yes, there have been temporary blips. For example, when you had a major dam breakout in Brazil, in Vale mines, you had a lot of problems in worldwide iron ore availability. When Australian mines were flooded, you had problems. When during the pandemic you had the transportation as a problem, you had some temporary blips. But generally speaking, and I was seeing the trends, iron ore production and steel productions have been in sync. You mentioned also, sir, about 2000, the steel production has been a little higher, iron ore has not improved. But even in that year also, I was just saying, maybe I'll share this with you later when we finish. About 109 million tons of steel in 2019, we still had plus iron ore availability. So what I'm trying to say, sir, here is, I always thought from a steel plant's point of view that we have a crisis in iron ore availability. But I think thanks to the work that all of you are doing, the NMDCs of the world, the private miners, iron ore has been available. This is something that now I have data to tell you. And this is worldwide phenomenon. It's not just like that. Things like, we are talking of 2.3 billion tons of iron ore made in 2019, when your need was at least 500 million ton less. It's 500 million ton more than what the steel plants were making. So I think we are in a good position as far as the production and availability of iron ore is concerned. Take away the small, the temporary blips. That was the first point. So the second point that what came out was historically, I found out, and this is something, an idea you gave me, sir, the other day. Historically, found out that iron ore prices have not been predatory. Iron ore prices have remained stable and have remained, it went through a bit of a supply-demand situation in 2019, 20, 21, going up to say $200 a ton. But look at the way it has come down again. I mean, today, $90. Yesterday, I heard that in China, it went up to $111. But anyway, these are temporary features. But what I'm trying to say is, I did a study of last 15 years, and I found that the prices of iron ore have not been predatory. They did not cause major disruptions in manufacturing of steel. And this, I think, is a big thing that even in our company also we will need to see, that some of the narratives that we have been hearing might not have been true once you go and do some data, mining search on what is actually the historical data that is presented. So these were two of the points that I had on a global scale. As far as Indian side is concerned, and all the steel plants I know have a big issue of approaching how to mine, and even if you mine, how to bring it out. Taxes and all that, Mr. Jindal has talked about, Mr. Mohanty has talked about. I'm not talking about the royalties and etc. And I would like to leave that and want to hear and learn from Mr. Prabhakar, whom I respect as one of the top individual entrepreneurs in iron ore sector. In fact, I know Mr. Prabhakar from when, sir, I think in 2006 or 7, I met you standing on top of an iron ore mine in Barbil. And since then, I've seen how you've grown. So I really would like to hear a lot from you, and I'm sure most of the other panelists and the viewers would also like to learn. Sir, Mr. Som, thank you so much, sir, Mr. Chairman, sir. That's all I had from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. You have highlighted most important points, starting from the land issue to the issue of transportation and logistics, to the problems of laying slurry pipelines, to the problem of iron ore production and its match or mismatch with the steel production. All these issues are very, very thought-provoking. And I am sure that after we finish with Mr. Prabhakaran, we'll be taking up these issues again. Please stay on. We'll be discussing these issues. Thank you. May I request Mr. Prabhakaran?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
We were missing your face. Now, Mr. Prabhakaran, I welcome you, and for you, it is a special welcome, because let me tell you very frankly that you are a very well-known person, but you have not been seen much in the public forums. In fact, I am possibly seeing you in the public forum for the first time. It's a great honor for us that we have got you as a speaker. And as Mr. Gupta was mentioning one day, that you handle 46% of iron ore, whatever is produced in Orissa. It's a great thing. And we all want to hear from you what you are doing, what are the issues which is bothering you and India as a nation. So these are the things which you want to learn from you. Please proceed, Mr. Prabhakaran.
Thank you, Anasan, sir. Thank you, Gupta sir. Gupta sir ordered me to be in this panel, so I'm here for him and the co-panelists and also viewers. Basically, let me walk through what is lying beneath. How did we achieve, how we can unearth this potential? My experience, what we did it in the last decade, and what I look at it for forward, I just want to place it forward. Basically, sir, India has got enough iron ore. Iron ore reserves are plenty. There is no shortage of iron ore. Basically, as a mining industry, one of the key stakeholders is the social license. The community which works around and lives around the area needs to be cared, adopted, and needs to be grown as the industry grows. I think this is one of the fundamentals, because there is a complete, government is very ambitiously come with the new policy today of auction. So since there are a lot of newcomers who have come into mining, I like to present my key ingredients which the industry should take into account when this mining is starting. It's majorly first is the social license. We don't have employable people around the mine. First thing is we need to keep that, we need to teach them how to get employed. We need to run a lot of social initiatives which will make these people employable. I think this is one of the foremost duty of any mining company which is stepping in to do to unearth the potential. And this comes in a big reward where most of the projects where we know there is a lot of clearances. As such, personally, our company has handled more than 18 to 19 greenfield mines and brownfield mines where we have gone for expansion. We have operated and operated a large mine of which is 18 million ton single pit operation. And also we are operating even a 0.5 million ton capacity mine. Mining is inclusive growth of community, which I believe, which is one of the fundamentals which is required to be taken as one of the, how do we have various departments in a mining company? The social licensing department, it is not CSR. A lot of people will talk about CSR. They don't want charity, they want livelihood. How are we going to provide livelihood? If you have livelihood programs, we need to look at, yes, we have got high level of mechanization coming in, we have to compete. Unfortunately, there is parity in the price discovery of the iron ore which comes out. PSUs have a different cost of production. Private mines have got different cost of production. The auction has got different cost of production, but the commodity is the same. So with this kind of different pricing, when the auction guys pays premium, which he thinks that everything is the duty of the government to provide the layover of the land, it doesn't really happen. So this is one of the key areas where there is a significant cost and effort which has to be put in on the social license aspect and running them people to become employable. This is one factor which will be one of the key foundations for the mining industry to unearth the potential what is lying beneath. As I said earlier, there is enough of iron ore available. Iron ore is not shortage. It is which iron ore goes where. Today for Maharashtra, we have ore coming all over from Orissa. I'm very happy to say we just opened up one mine in Gadchiroli, which we have already started operating it, where logistically it is only 30% to the customer's distance. Otherwise, it used to go from rail to ship and from ship to then again to unload and to domestic transportation. There are enough iron ore available in various parts of the country. It needs to be explored because the total cost matters to the client, delivered cost. So the logistic, which is also a challenge, there is again a traffic load in particular area. You have iron ore, but you may not get the rakes. You may not have the port infrastructure. You may not have the road infrastructure. So there are a lot of limiting factors which happens. Obviously, we also run a slurry pipeline, 4 million ton capacity. But as Gupta sir said, there are a lot of challenges to lay a pipeline. It's not the right of way is an issue. People think that it's a challenge to the existing transporters that they lose their transportable volume. So with this, I seriously believe social license is one of the most fundamentals. And then what ore? Today, as a mining industry, previously we used to take all the ore, the low grade, the middle grade, the high grade, high phos material, 518, 1030. Today, what is happening? A steel plant needs particular grade of ore. The other product is becoming a surplus, or it's not also becoming an economical viability for them to sell this ore because they have taken the mine at a very high premium. So they like to take what they wanted. But the industry here, there are a lot of small steel mill owners who suffer for want of raw material supply, and they are not able to get that raw material because we have the material lying in the mine, but it doesn't make economics for the high premium guy to make losses and supply material to the market. So it's a complete imbalance. They all have put the pressure back into the PSUs like NMDC or OMC to supply, which has its own limitation. It has got a clear plan of growth. They cannot immediately double the production or triple the production. So just look at the one small factor which I wanted to bring. We look at mineral conservation and mineral beneficiation. So today, a company puts in a high-grade beneficiation complex inside the mine. It is determined to his financial interest because he has already taken the mine at a very high premium. And again, he's going to invest on a beneficiation plant to increase from 58 to 65, which is going to cost huge money to him. And the overall cost becomes highly uneconomical. So I sincerely believe there is a lot of policy disparity because we have three players. And a highly auctioned mine doesn't want to put a beneficiation inside the mine because he wants to have mining cost the least. If he's going to spend more, his cost of mineral production cost goes up and then the premium goes up. We are aware some of even the large companies finding it stretched with this kind of premium. Has been surrendered to the government. So with this policy which is happening, all the product from the mine has to go out. There is a challenge because the policy does not benefit them. Second is beneficiation. NMDC can do, PSUs can do because they don't have premium on it. But for a company which has taken it on premium, if it's going to beneficiate, the cost of mineral is going to be more than the cost of what it's available. We don't have really usage of this low-grade iron ore, which is about 55, 56, 57. Steel technology has to start taking 55 onwards. There is a huge amount of low-grade which is getting piled up in the mining industry. Low-grade is, or the tailings, or whatever you call it. The threshold has been put as 45% and above. But today, the steel industry wants to take around 55 onwards. What will happen to this 53, 54, 55, which is becoming a product of the mine, which is getting piled up? This is going to have a problem in our total forest, what we are going to divert. So with this, I was just thinking the policy has to be readdressed. There should be a serious panel understanding because every change in policy needs to be addressed back according to the practicality. I think we need to moderate this policy which fits for the steel industry. And with this, I think we have come for a change. Yes, now it is a very good policy. Government has come in, government is proactive. But as industry leaders, we have to go back to them and see what are the tweaking we need to do it to make it best. I'm very sure mining as an industry has to have its own duty cycle. It cannot become a backward integration to a steel industry. The industry on its own has to survive, because then there can be forward growth which can happen by beneficiating the ore, by usage of low grade, having alternative transport systems, which only a logistic company and the mining company can invest. I think with this, I just wanted to also tell there is Orissa. If you look at it, there is X amount of ore which is being produced from Orissa and Chhattisgarh. There are few states which has got mining leases available, but today the production is not happening. There is a huge amount of infrastructure which is available. The railway lines which are available, which are lying empty. So if those mines in the eastern India also starts, there can be a distribution of this load on the logistic, because mining can happen, mining can scale up. But today the concentration is happening on specific areas. This is going to create a lot of imbalance in the social side and also on the logistic side. So this needs to be done. We need to be equity distribution of mines across India so that the logistic is also spread and the total cost also comes down. So I think these are the major points, and I'm really feeling that there is a big change. It's a new era of mining which has come in, and I think we have to drive it into the right direction so that the common man who builds a house has an affordable steel cost, and so that we as Indians, we feel proud that yes, we are able to give the roof to a person who doesn't have a roof at the optimum cost. That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prabhakaran. Thank you very much for highlighting very, very important issues. In fact, when Mr. Vishwadip Gupta was talking about the land issues, one thing was occurring to me, that it all depends, as miner, how much trust we can generate amongst the stakeholders, amongst the landowners, that if they take their land, their interests will be taken care of. How much confidence we can give to the society that even if we remove the trees, we will do many times more plantation to ensure that the forests are protected. Rather, afforestation exceeds deforestation. What happens in NMDC, in Kirindul and Bacheli mines of Chhattisgarh, if you see these mines from the top, you will find that mining areas are much more green than the non-mining areas because of intensive plantation which NMDC has done. Therefore, when NMDC wants to clear up some space for mining, nobody says that NMDC should not do it, because people know, people have confidence that whatever destruction to the forest they can do, it will be overcome in near future. Anyway, coming back to CSR social responsibilities, I fully agree with Mr. Prabhakaran that, always people want a little more than what is ensured by statute. So people feel CSR is the right, but they look forward to having something which goes beyond CSR, and you can get a best result only if you can address the livelihood issues and not only the welfare issues. Mr. Prabhakaran, you have also talked about the statutory issues. You have said how the present policies are more favorable to the steel industry than to the mining industry. I would say not really the mining industry is not so favorable to the national interest, because protection of minerals and optimum mining is in the interest of nation. It is not in the interest of a particular community like mining and all that. So that way, the responsibility is on us, the miners, to highlight this fact to the government, to the policymakers, that yes, possibly the government is thinking more in terms of revenue, more in terms of revenue generation. What is important is to think more in terms of development, not of revenue generation alone. So these are the things possibly you have highlighted, very important things. Now going back to the panelists, there has been a very, very good discussion in the panel, very good discussions here. And I think we may possibly highlight one point. I just want to highlight one point, is that, differing with Mr. Prabhakaran, in the short term, what he's telling is absolutely right. There is a scope for increasing iron ore production. And as Mr. Gupta has said, as steel production will go up and more demand for iron ore will be there, obviously iron ore industry will respond, and iron ore production also will automatically go up. That is the trend what Mr. Gupta has observed globally, and he's confident that same trend will be applicable in India too. But then, my doubt is that we are doing not enough exploration. What Mr. Prabhakaran is telling may be true for next 5 years or 10 years, but not beyond 10 years. You see, today, India's iron ore reserves are just about 5.5 billion tons, as against Australia's 48 billion ton, and as against Brazil's 29 billion ton. In terms of percentage, India's iron ore reserves today represents just 3.6% of global reserves. Australia, it is 28% plus, and Brazil, it is 14% plus. Therefore, our reserves, our resources are not getting converted into reserves, and that's why you are so low in the picture. It is time that we carry out intensive exploration, as Mr. Mohanty was talking about, and we convert the resources into reserves. Then only the mining community and the steel industry in India will get a confidence that mining in iron ore industry will be sustainable, and it will continue to satisfy the need of steel industry beyond 10 years or 15 years or so. What do you say about this, Mr. Prabhakaran?
Sir, exactly right, sir. I agree with you on this exploration. Basically, sir, whatever we have got this G1, G2 exploration standards which has been done, it has to be now, we need not only start for the existing mine, there should be a drive to see that wherever the leases were earlier allotted to any companies and which has been not, the present allottees has been, the custodian is with the state government, there should be a specific drive with what Monty said about this NMET fund. I think there should be a specific drive to re-explore the mines which have been already diverted for mining purpose, where mining is not happening. So the total leases which is there are allotted for mining, and how much is operation. There is a X delta of mine where the leases are not in operation. Let it be in the state of Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh. There should be a special drive. Then the resources value, what you said, can be rediscovered without having fresh diversion of forest area. Because why do you need a fresh forest area diversion when the existing leases itself can explore and give a better deposit? In this, I just wanted to tell one of the mine which I was operating earlier, I didn't, the reserve was about 80 million ton to 100 million ton. So at the time we wanted to do a detailed exploration to see with the new threshold, the rediscovered quantity was around 400 to 440 million ton. So look at the scale of extra reserves which we could rediscover. Maybe I may be wrong, but I think the existing leases which are not in operation should be re-explored, can be enough discovery which can come immediately, and where the fund is also awaiting. And the social issues are also less, because the people living around the mine wanted the mine to start, and they'll be more than happy to allow the exploration to happen, because they know that if the exploration happens, the mine is going to start. I think these kind of small tweeting policies which we can do can really make a lot of work to the people.
I think Mr. Mohanty will be, he knows it very well as a person belonging to an MDC. In 2003-4, it was known to everybody that Donimalai mines will be completely exhausted in the next couple of years. Yeah. But then they carried out exploration, and it is working still in the same speed and same capacity after 15 years. So it happens, as Mr. Prabhakaran is telling, that there has to be exploration in the existing mines. But then we feel that there has to be greenfield exploration as well. And in India, the greenfield exploration is not really taking place, and
Exactly.
the fund allocated is low, the initiative is low. So something we have to be done, and I believe NMDC has to take a lead in this area.
Thank you, sir. As you said, three things are highlighted really, which is to be appreciated. As Mr. Prabhakaran said, with the existing mines, already NMDC has added around 1.5 billion tons of resources. Already it has added. That has come to reserve also now in our existing Baladila sector. And as you said correctly, in Donimalai also we have added around 142 million ton in Donimalai, where it was told that in 15 years or 20 years it will be finished, but now we are getting more and more. Those parts we are taking care in the existing so as to keep the vegetation part safe, not to exploit more on that area. We are doing that job. And you are rightly said, and I also pointed out that NMDC fund utilization is to be done. That government has to be proactive and they have to bring really quality teams to do more and more exploration. I've opened it up just like that, but I don't think we are getting that type of quality people, those who can do. NMDC is doing a lot of things in that area, and rightly highlighted by our team members. It is being highlighted that land issues are really more and more, and people are, we are really finding difficulty in different states because of their political interference or so. They are not that much conducive for us to do mining. And one more thing was highlighted, that this evacuation process that was rightly addressed. Even if we produce also, we cannot evacuate it. There we need a lot of investment to come in actually. And NMDC is already doing for around 15 million ton of evacuation from our Baladila sector through slurry. And the cost of transportation also will be very, very cheap. As you have seen, it is coming around 70.
You're talking of pipeline. You're talking
pipeline.
of pipeline.
Yeah. We are putting a lot of money on that.
You are also talking of pipeline. You are talking of also pipeline. And Mr. Prabhakaran has been laying a pipeline of 4 million ton capacity. But then I always had a doubt that pipeline is not really a substitute of surface transport. What happens at any rate, what you do in pipeline, you are basically using your fines.
Exactly, because we produce around 70% fines.
But then, what you are going to do with 30%? Many
there you need to have separate transport.
Sometimes you are tempted to crush your lumps and convert into fines and then pump it down. What is happening? And even if you do the pipelines, the cost of sintering is much less than the cost of using pellets, manufacturing and using pellets. I really do not know whether pipeline can only supplement to a little bit, but pipelines cannot substitute the other modes of road transportation, either road or surface, or even, as you say, conveyor belt. What do you say, Mr. Gupta, about it?
I think you're right, sir. I mean, depending on what sort of iron ore you want to transport, what is the distance you want to transport, a lot of things come over. I remember even a small transportation from one of Jilling to another beneficiation plant in Odisha was not able to be done because the MOEF did not give a clearance for the pipe for it to cross. So it depends on many factors. But what I was trying to say, we did a lot of study on this subject, sir, particularly Donnamala, you were mentioning, all the mines that we bring iron ore from today in Karnataka. They're all reconciled in one place. Then from there, we have 16 odd kilometers of pipe conveyors, not pipeline.
Covered conveyors.
Covered, so that there's there is no pollution.
Air pollution, yes.
Pollution. So we bring that today, we are bringing that right up to, from different parts it's coming. It's not just one mine. From every mine it comes and sets in a place, and then finally the whole thing comes into the plant. That in Bellary has helped a lot in terms of many things. One is costs. Two is we are away from that transportation issue that we were having huge problems. Three, the biggest thing is there's no pollution now on that road today. If you see from the Sandur mines to our place, or from here Donnamala mines to our factory in Vijayanagar in Bellary, you have absolutely that pollution issue is taken care of. This is so, as I said, depending on what you want to transport, how you want to transport, it happens. So Mr. Prabhakar himself is running today one of the largest beneficiation plants in Odisha, near Jajpur. I think even transportation there is a big problem sometimes. But then from his plant, he's supplying this to his slurry to other parts of Odisha or other places. I think what, about 300 kilometers, Mr. Prabhakaran?
Yeah, around close to 280 kilometers.
280 kilometers of slurry pipeline which goes out is a huge transportation solution is done. Of course, he needs the water from the river. He needs approvals for that. That's an issue. Whether he brings the water backwater back into his factory, I do not know all that things. But I think that to answer your question, sir, it is not one answer that will fit everything. I think there are many and solutions to the same. There are different problems, and there will be different solutions to the problems. And each plant will make its own thing. So I just wanted to do one small thing before. I mean, that's my knowledge is exhausting now. I was also part of the national steel policy when we were making the first time we did the steel policy. Sir, I think it's time, and I think all the speakers, you also mentioned about this. There has to be an integrated policy between steel, coal, and iron ore. And I'll tell you why, sir. For example, coal is a national subject. Iron ore is a concurrent state subject. The issue that iron ore has is that no state wants to lose anything. So the moment you have iron ore in a state, you want to efficiently transport it to another state where you have land, where you have everything. You want to convert that into steel. They said, no, add the value in my state. You cannot take my iron ore and put it there. Coal, no issues. Coal is national subject. So what I'm trying to say, sir, here, when you mentioned about this 300 million tons by 2030, I was a part of the 100 million tons, which never happened, of course. But at least we saw some directions. The problem that happens is we do not have an integrated policy for steel, iron ore, coal, and the other raw minerals, for example, which Mr. Mohanty was talking about developing. Things like magnesite, which are needed by the steel industry. And these are not there, sir. So I think if anything that, sir, you can take chamber to make a recommendation from this seminar is we have to make a good paper to the government to make an integrated policy where iron, steel, and minerals would be having a similar policy. So it should be aligned, sir. This is a big political debate. It cannot solve just like that, each state, center issues and all that. But I think we must make a beginning by Bengal Chamber. Or, sir, you are such a big leader in this field. Everybody respects your ideas. If we can do that, it will be great, sir.
Mr. Gupta, it is a wonderful suggestion. It's a wonderful suggestion, and I'm sure that this would be one of the key proposals, key suggestions, which Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry will like to forward it.
Sir, one more thing you can add it there also. For evacuation purposes, the railways also should come in line with that, because we are facing a lot of difficulty evacuation. Nowadays, we produce a lot of things in Baladira, but I'm not to evacuate because you are not getting rakes, because coal has become a shortage and they're diverting there. That
Mr.
also.
Gupta, don't you feel it is also a very important point?
It is very, very important.
Adding the railways and function of railways within the scope of this. Right?
Absolutely, sir. I think Mr. Prabhakaran will also agree to this.
Important point they have said. Meanwhile, what Mr. Prabhakaran has said regarding the mismatch between the interest of preserving iron ore and promoting the interest of the steel industry, this mismatch has also to be highlighted. This is a very important point Mr. Prabhakaran has said, and possibly we should take note of. Or no, is there any question coming to this panel? Is Arnav here? Okay. Any other issue you would want to raise, Mr. Mohanty, Mr. Prabhakaran, and Mr. Gupta?
No, it is already addressed. It is already addressed.
All that we want to say is that thanks to you as a chair, sir, you have conducted a brilliant panel discussion.
Yes. Mr. Som, if you permit me, this is Mukherjee. If you permit me, I want to raise a question.
Yes, please.
My question is basically for the exploration. whoever is the panelist, learned panelist, any one of the panelists, including Mr. Shaw, do you feel that the current regulatory canvas actually encourages the very high risk capital investment in exploration? I know NMDC is doing a lot of exploration for their own. Similarly, maybe a few handful of private entrepreneurs. But somehow I have a feeling that current regulatory regime is not very conducive for so-called junior miners to explore and then have their own business model intact.
Any one of you would like to answer?
Sir, I like to tell my views.
Yes.
So basically, sir, we run a lot of exploration programs. So the new policy which has come called as the composite license. Let's forget the mining lease. So maybe I was very happy to conduct one of the first composite license, iron ore manganese composite license which we took, where the policy today allows me to explore. And if I don't like it, I can surrender it back. There is no penalty for it. If I wanted to sell it for a junior mining company, he can explore it, create a value, and again sell it. I think this needs little bit of a more publicity of this and maybe a roadshow for this composite license. I feel this composite license is the sunrise for junior mining companies, because today, sir, the premium, which is all in 3 digits, 100, 120, 140, whereas in the composite license, it's around 30 to 38 or 40%, which is also very high. I think with more composite license coming, because it's not going to serve the immediate need of the steel industry, I think it can happen in 3 years' time. It can be available for production 3 years or 4 years. I think this composite license is a wonderful policy which has come in. I think my request is to see that if the Ranason sir, if you can look through the policy and see that if that can be promoted more and more junior mining companies which has got the capital for drilling and who has got the social license can bring in large amount of reserves to the country and also benefit to the company which is doing it, because it is now transferable, saleable or surrenderable without penalties.
Mr. Prabhakaran, you will be happy to know that there are 2 people, including me, myself and Mr. Partho Bhattacharya, who were associated in formulation of these recommendations for this policy through CII. So we worked hard for about 6 months, and one of the policy recommendations which you had made is this, what you just now have said, and this has already been converted into law, and this is a part of the national mining policy now. But then the issue is, this has not been, as you said, publicized properly. It has not come as an issue, as a part of a global circular. Across the world, only junior mining companies, they carry out this type of exploration and they benefit from it. They take the risk, and a lot of venture capital is flows into the junior mining companies with the expectation that they will be giving handsome returns. In India, it is not happening. But the composite license is an answer to this issue. And more composite license should be sought. People should know that they can seek this. More and more composite license should be sought and should be executed.
Sir, I would like to add one thing. What you said is correct. This is a very welcome step that has been taken by GOI, not being publicized in a big way. In that, in your recommendation, you can put that the bid premium can be reduced so that the smaller players also can come into picture.
Yeah, they can.
And performance security, what is being given, that also should be reduced so that we will have more people in the field. Otherwise, it is not becoming so competitive for going ahead with this. With a lot of money is to be put into it. If this also can become there, that some reduction should be given, then I think it will be okay.
Yeah, but fortunately, the policy has been already there. This is the details of the execution part of the policy. One has to work on it, and it is very easy to change this part of the policy because it is not a part of the policy at all.
Okay.
Mr. Mukherjee, are you satisfied with the answer, or you have to add anything, sir?
I am 1000% satisfied, and I must give kudos to this beautiful panel speakers, particularly Mr. Vishwadeep Gupta. What points he has brought to the table, Mr. Prabhakaran. Mr. Prabhakaran has told whatever I used to tell long back. But anyway, I am sure with this sort of enlightened thought process among the panel speakers and who are representing, I think, more than 60-70% of India's iron ore production, other than captive steel miners, SAIL and Tatas. I'm sure we are going to see a great days ahead for the iron ore industry, if I may say so, iron ore mining industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Arnab, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Yeah, you can. If there is no other question, possibly we can close the session now at this stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can close the session.
So we can close the session.
Yes,
Once
sir.
again, I thank Mr. Mohanty, Mr. Gupta, and Mr. B. Prabhakaran. I look forward to attending this type of program and this type of interactive sessions more and more in future. Our thinking in BCC and I has been that there should be, once we come out of this pandemic situation, which we are expecting it will be there very soon, we should have a physical program, and this physical program, the scope of interaction will be more than what we have here. So I'm looking forward to attending a physical program and getting all of you, the esteemed speakers who had participated today in the physical programs, to give us more and more opportunity to interact, to learn from you, and to look forward to having something new. Meanwhile, Mr. Vishwajit Gupta, I assure you that your ideas will definitely be reflected in the suggestion which BCC and I will record for forwarding to the appropriate authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Let me take 30 seconds of time to thank all the panelists. I have been glued to the session and really enjoyed it. A lot of thoughts have come. And I completely echo Mr. Ranasham's point that we should meet physically and talk more about these issues. It is good to see that the whole overall scenario in the mining sector, particularly iron ore, is different now than what it was 3 years or 4 years back. That it is improving, the policy level things are changing. I was not very clear as to whether there has been change in the mind of judiciary, because there has been a lot of judicial activism in iron ore mining. Has that somewhat been controlled, or are the judiciary thinking in a more progressive, proactive manner? That is something which I would be very keen to know, but I think session is closing now. You don't have to answer now.
No, sir, we can take the time to, if anyone would like to.
So I like to say my views, because previously the revenue share, for example, Triveni was working on a revenue share contract. Now the steel companies have become the revenue share, and the benefit of the revenue was from a private hand, it has gone to the government or to the people. I think since this biggest beneficiary has been the people, I think the entire rundown of the thoughts has been completely different, and I think it's a sunrise. I think industry is not going to suffer anymore. Only thing is we have to take the society along, the people along who are not employable, sir.
Fantastic. This is really a great development.
Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, sir, I had one small question for you, sir. Since you have been the architect of coal and Mr. Somnath for iron ore, and you made the policies that we are talking about today, the composite policies. Is there anything comparable or equivalent to CMP-DI in iron ore?
Is IBM a close, somewhat close to that?
For example, if you talk of coal mining exploration, we all go to Ranchi.
Yeah,
and
CMPD also operates through MECL, and there are other agencies there.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that it's a repository of all data information.
Yeah.
Because as you know, we had coal mines, and we were doing a lot of 3D high resolution seismic surveys in the Asansol area, and we had a lot of help coming out from CMPDI. Now, my question to you, or if Tuhin was here, I would have asked him: is there an iron ore equivalent of CMPDI?
What does IBM do?
I do not know. I have no.
I don't think they are as
it is a statutory body which regulates actually.
But I think something
all
like
the rules, regulations, mining
plan,
and approval. That's all.
There is no iron ore equivalent of CMPDI.
Yes.
So the reason
why can't you look at
reason for CMPDI is that CMPDI was conceived, on the Russian pattern. So when
Yeah.
Coal India was formed and this particular subsidiary, single window kind of service, geology, exploration, mine planning, design, everything, it was on the Russian model. I think that model was never considered for iron ore mine.
But MECL is available, sir. My only point is MECL is available. Maybe the panel can consider to see that the exploration data, what MECL can take it to the custodian of data. I think MECL, I did few exploration for them in Jharkhand, where MECL is also custodian of lot of data, which is
Actually, this MECL is for all the type of minerals, not specifically for iron ore.
right, sir.
It is for all the minerals. It is there.
But can the private sector sort of become a CMPD and endeavor to become a CMPD? Because this service will be required in a big way. With this opening up sunrise, as you are saying, this service will be required by many. So can a private sector institution come up? Because today that is not a problem. It is not that license Raj kind of.
At present, actually, NMDC does a lot of job in this exploration, and we are well equipped also with that.
So NMDC can hive off a company. Maybe these activities can be put into a company.
That can be thought of.
Yeah.
As a subsidiary company, it can be.
That's the
So we
best
are
way
having a
of
lot of
creating a
expertise on
CMPD
this.
equivalent.
We are having a lot of expertise on this.
Yeah.
Correct, sir. I agree with Monty, sir.
Yes.
I think it should be, then iron ore specific thing can happen. And especially magnetite deposits can come out, and that can be a new era of availability of it.
As CIL is the holding company of CMPDI, NMDC can hold a company created for that purpose.
A subsidiary, okay, it is a welcome suggestion. Yes, I think.
I think for the co-chairman, we have another point to go to the Delhi office for.
So with this, shall we conclude the session?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
With
you,
this, we have come to end of this session, and we'll go for a break. And again, we will be coming back at 2:30 p.m. with the fireside chat session with the chairman and managing director of Coal India, Sri Pramod Agarwal. We thank you, everyone, and we'll join exactly at 2:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh, and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is
Can we start?
Yeah, I'm ready. Arnab, we have your clearance. You're recording or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We would be starting. Start.
Okay.
Welcome once again. We will starting the fireside chat session with Sri Pramod Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director, Coal India, on Indian coal industry, the crisis, the solution, and the preparedness for the future. And the session would be hosted by Mr. P.S. Bhattacharya, Chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and former Chairman of Coal India. Over to Mr. Bhattacharya, sir.
So good afternoon, Mr. Agarwal, and a very hearty welcome to this session. I know when we discuss coal, we can spend hours and days discussing. There are so many issues, but we will pick up only some of the critical ones. And our session time is somewhat limited. Your time is limited. So to go straight into the issue, see, in the inaugural session, where the Coal Secretary was there and Mr. Shrutito Bhattacharya was also there, everyone spoke in one language, that what you did, what Coal India did, in total collaboration with railways, to avert a very major kind of energy crisis, is laudable. That is for sure. So I believe that this could happen because of a very high level, high order of collaboration between Coal India and the railways. Do you think that this collaboration will sort of pave the grounds for even better collaboration in future? And I mean, because rail and coal has not been absolutely a very cozy kind of relationship all the time. Sometimes there are problems, but this time on, we really found an excellent degree of collaboration. Could you speak a little bit about what resulted in this kind of camaraderie, collaboration, absolutely working together, and as a result of which the crisis could be averted? You're on mute.
So I think now I'm audible.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me for this discussion. This collaboration was very high level. This I must accept, and this was mainly because at the highest level, at political level, all the ministers were talking in single language, and they were saying that there is no point in criticizing who was at fault and who is not performing well. Let's take it in the manner that it is a suggestion to improve the thing and to meet this crisis. If railways would not have cooperated with us in the way they did, perhaps India would have faced a lot of crisis. And I think the credit goes to the ministers and the secretary and the chairman railway board. Once we made that at Talcher there is not adequate wagons are moved, railway board chairman himself traveled to Talcher and ensured that all the coordination work are done. And I think with this attitude, in future also we will be able to avoid any crisis. We are taking up projects which are low-lying fruits. At the same time, railways are taking up the projects which they can complete in a short duration, so that in crisis wagon movements etc. can be done very easily, like small signaling in some sectors, like laying some small lines so that rakes movement become easier. All these things are being done on emergency basis. And the way we have collaborated, I'm quite sure in future also we will see slightly higher level of collaboration, and we would be able to meet the demand of the nation.
So I find you have given credit to everybody except yourself. Maybe the coal companies deserve a lot of credit. I mean, they must have done a sort of a hero's job in trying to produce more coal, load more coal.
Yes, that's right. Coal companies, without their production, especially the way MCL and NCL have performed, is just beyond my imagination. And added to that, we had a stock of about 100 million ton, which helped us in moving that coal when the crisis was there. You understand that production of the coal and bringing it to siding is more difficult job in rainy season, not the loading. Loading, etc. also becomes tough, but that part is almost impossible to do. So since we had stock at the pit heads, we could move it to the sidings, and then everything helped. And I think all my CMDs worked very hard round the clock, and they ensured that coal is made available at siding, so that there is a perfect coordination between availability of coal at siding and the rake movements.
Absolutely fascinating. But a follow-on question to this is that, you see, you had the advantage of a 100 million ton opening stock, which you could draw upon and meet the requirement. The offtake was far more than the production increase. The incremental offtake was about 54 million tons between April and till date, whereas the production increase is about 20 million tons or so. So you could draw down on the stock. Now, going forward, you have done an uphill task, but going forward, I believe that the task is going to be equally, if not more, uphill, because you have to now build up your own stocks. That has to go up to face the next rainy season. Your stock at the powerhouse end, which is now about 9 days, has to further go up to maybe 16, 17 days or 18 days, whatever. And in addition to that, you have definitely a backlog of coal supplies to other than power, because actually in such a situation, you will be focusing mostly on power utilities. So there will be a backlog. It is a sort of obvious. So that backlog will also have to be met. Like, for example, aluminium, your captive power producers, and other consumers of coal. Also the e-auction coal, which is basically critical for the brick sector. They take all the coal from there. So what are your plans to augment all these requirements in addition to meeting the, of course you are having good months now. So do you think that this is again going to be sort of manageable with collaborative efforts, or there will be some challenges? Do you visualize any challenges in this?
See, there is no challenge till March next year, but I am foreseeing that there can be problem in next July and August if we don't increase our production significantly. We have increased our production, but as you mentioned that the production increase is in the range of 5%, which is about 21 million ton, whereas the dispatches have increased up to 54 million ton. But there are three things involved in this. First thing is 100 million ton is not something desirable stock level. This desirable stock level is 75 million ton. There were many factors this time which compounded the problem. One was COVID, second extended rainfall, third was low stock at the powerhouses, and fourth increase in coal at in international price. If all these factors again affect, then perhaps there will be problem. But that probability to me seems slightly low. But secondly, the way we are increasing our production and dispatching, I personally feel that at powerhouses, the stocks will be higher than 40 million ton, definitely in the range of 40 to 45 million ton. So that gap will be there, this will be there, that cushion will be there at powerhouses. And as you know, in February, March, we ramp up our production significantly. So in February, March itself, perhaps we will be able to increase our stock to 30 to 40 million tons. So I feel that there will be a stock of 70 million ton at our end and at 40 to 42 million ton, 45 million ton at powerhouse. But one thing remains, and that is the meeting the requirement of NRS. Two captive power plants we have not restricted or regulated coal supply till now. There has been some phase in which there was some low supply, but I am trying that to CPP or to the aluminum factories, etc. We should keep on supplying coal, because if we stop there, they will start purchasing from the market. So the net effect will be the same. So we have tried to supply them, but to other sectors, and especially our e-auction, if our production does not increase, then perhaps we will have to face some challenge. Another thing that is happening in last 3 or 4 months is imported coal has reduced substantially in the market. So the plants or the industry which were not linked to this Coal India, and another chain of those power plants which are located on the coastal areas and which are based on imported coal plant, they have stopped production significantly. So that burden has come on us. So I have to get the production increase substantially. We have tried, and I am quite sure with an NCL, MCL, WCL, we will be able to increase the production. These are the main three companies. CCL and BCCL also have shown quite a good increase, and CCL, the problems are getting resolved. So in this month, their production may reach a level of 2.5 lakh ton per day. And if we reach that level, it will significantly solve the problem. But one problem remains in ECL, and that is Eastern Coalfield Limited. We are unable to move in Rajmahal, and that is a challenge. If we are able to resolve that issue, which I think in this month should get resolved, then after there should not be any shortage of coal. And everybody is trying to resolve all the issues. It is good that government is very proactive, and they are supporting Coal India and coal industries to meet the challenges which we are facing. Another factor which has come, that captive mines have increased their production. So that will be able to meet some demand of the nation. So I don't foresee very critical situation coming, but definitely there are issues, and coal industry is something you know much better than me, that we are always at tenterhooks.
Yeah, but that is a very fair assessment of the whole situation. Thank you so much for that. A related question which comes to mind is, well, supply is one side. Are you getting paid? Is the payment condition improving?
That we have reduced. See, at the end of March this year, we had receivables of about 20,000 crore rupees. That has gone down to 12,000 crore rupees. Our receivables generally are in the tune of 7,000, 8,000. So the difference on the slightly increased supply of almost 12,000 crore rupees. We are regulating the supplies in such a way, and state electricity boards are under pressure because otherwise they have to purchase power from the outside. So we have devised some formula that whatever you pay, out of that 2/3 will be new supply, 1/3 will be adjustment against your old dues. So most of the state governments have accepted this, and to my mind, it is getting diluted every day.
Wonderful. That is really a music to the ears of any coal man, to get paid for the coal supply. Okay, now the next question. See, we know the announcement made by the Prime Minister at COP26 of achieving net zero by 2070 instead of 2050 or 2060. So this morning, Mr. Jain was mentioning that this has thrown up actually some opportunities, in the sense that there was a lot of uncertainty. If the sector closes down in another 20-30 years, as compared to that, if it closes down in 40-50 years, the whole scenario changes. So he is finding a lot of interest in the current round of auctions of coal blocks and all that. People are interested to invest because 50 years is quite a big scenario. So to you, my question will be somewhat different. See, today when I open up Google, the first sort of news item that I find is Coal India going for a recruitment drive. Now you're going to recruit people who will be 20, 25 years of age. So will the company be able to take care of these people till their retirement? They're going to retire 40 years later, or 35 years later. By that time, if coal, let us say, is on the way out, do you have an option? Are you creating some alternatives so that Coal India survives much beyond the life of coal, if I put it that way?
See, first thing, coming to the persons who are deployed by or employed by Coal India, what will happen to them? That's quite a genuine question. But coal is not going to end in next 30-40 years. Means India may become net zero energy, but doesn't mean that coal will not be produced thereafter. Coal will be produced, but a lot of energy will come from solar energy, hydrogen energy. So Indian coal consumption and energy consumption is likely to increase. Maybe the percentage will reduce in coming years, and that will happen. But this year the percentage actually has increased rather than decreasing from last 3-4 years. But that is I would say an aberration. But overall percentage will keep on decreasing. So coal is going to survive for next 40, 50 or maybe many more years. But its importance will get reduced, and slowly our manpower is also getting reduced. We are not inducting as many manpowers as they are retiring, and engineers, because we are short on that as of today, and we will be short for them in coming many years. These engineers are better trained engineers, and for them, retraining is something with which they can do anything to be able to install 3,000 megawatt of energy, solar energy. If we proceed in that line, we can invest much more, and then that will become a sustainable source of income for Coal India. Secondly, we are looking for any work where the mining is involved. Like we have applied for aluminum mines, bauxite mines in Odisha. And if we get that, we can install Laguna right now, then aluminum smelter plant, etc. We will have to diversify and look for some opportunities where the returns are good. But at the same time, our people can be retrained and they can be employed for that. Because Coal India, is a huge company of the government. If we allow it to collapse, that will be a very easy option. So definitely we are looking at many options, but till now 1 or 2 successful attempts have been made. That's what's the thinking of the company at this point of time.
Excellent. I think that's the right thing to do. Now, getting back to coal for the last question. What about 1 billion ton? Because that buzzword doesn't die. It remains.
23-24 is difficult. It can be achieved in 24-25 or 25-26. But it will largely depend on what is the demand. You cannot stop coal. Last year, we could have increased our production by 10 to 15 million ton extra. If we had space to store, we stopped 100 million ton. One cannot stop more than 100 million ton. And a lot of that coal has become, quality has deteriorated over this year. And we are trying to just ship out those that coal on priority basis before the next production increase. So that is some problem with coal. Coal cannot be stored, but if there is a demand, we have laid down, we have planned in all the aspects of it. We have identified where the FC's requirement, what are the EC requirement, what are the contracts that should be signed, where are the land that has to be acquired. So we are working on that. But a major investment will come only if that demand is shown. I don't know what will happen next year.
But do you think the complementary production from the commercial mining sector, because that will also come to some extent at least by that time, will it sort of get into Coal India's market to some extent, and will that contain or rather restrict Coal India's ability to?
And if somebody takes away 50 million ton, to that extent my demand gets reduced. But that demand and that production level is still very, and if the power demand comes, these people will just run away. That we have to give 20 to 25 million ton extra coal for that. Perhaps we would have sold that coal at least at the NRS rate, which is 20% higher. So that is the constraint of being a government company. There are many advantages, but for a government company, when the need of the government or when the need of the nation comes, it gets priority over anything else. So,
but the good point that you mentioned is that the approach towards 1 billion will factor in the demand growth as well. It will not be a automatic process of ramp up without looking at demand. Definitely, right. You factor in demand, and if the demand is there, then you will produce. I think that's a great point. Absolutely great, Mr. Agarwal. I mean, it was very nice talking to you and getting your insightful comments on all the issues that we have discussed. Thank you so much. We would like to host you in more occasions in future. Maybe not like this, more physical.
Thank you very much, sir. It will be my pleasure to be with you, and it will be a pleasure to discuss with you, because your discussions are always enlightening, and it helps me in developing perspective of coal industry, because I am slightly new in the industry. And thank you very much for inviting me, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are honored for your kind presence with us. With this, we end this session. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Bhattacharya also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we will be joining, we will conclude this session. We'll be joining exactly after around 3 at 3 p.m. Till then, stay tuned with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the business session 2 of Minerals and Mining e-Conclave, Minerals, Mining and Metals e-Conclave Day 1. We have Experts Roundtable, India's 2020 Net Zero Pledge, what it implies for the future of coal industry in the country. We have very eminent speakers with us, Mr. N.C. Jha, Managing Partner, Prolific Coal Consortium and former CMD of Coal India Limited, Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Chairman and MD, NLC India Limited, Mr. Sunil Chaturvedi, Chairman and MD, Gainwell Commercials Private Limited, Mr. Binay Dayal, Director Technical, Coal India Limited, and the session would be moderated by Mr. P.S. Bhattacharya, Chairman, Minerals and Mining Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and former Chairman of Coal India. With this, I'll hand it over to Mr. Bhattacharya to take the session forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arnav. I think this is one of the very most interesting sessions. We expect it to turn out like that. As you might have heard in the morning session, Mr. Anil Jain, Secretary Coal, he mentioned that this particular pledge to have net zero in 2070, as opposed to 2050 for most countries and 2060 for China, actually gives a little more handle to India. We get about 10 to 20 years more time to do the transition. So as a result, in fact, he was very elaborately explaining that the interest in the new bids of auction for coal blocks have remarkably increased, because if closing by 30 years and closing by 50 years is very different from a business perspective. So that is what has happened. And so the future trajectory of coal, had it been 2050, would have been something, but for 2070, it will be something else. And all of us know that India will have to depend on coal for a few more decades. Now, to shorten it artificially would mean a huge social cost or economic cost. We really can't pitch up our renewables to an extent where we meet most of the demand from renewables, because India today is at a fairly low level of per capita power consumption in the world. And good afternoon, Mr. Dayal. It has to actually increase much faster than the other countries. Like, for example, we are at somewhere around 1,200 to 1,300 units per person per year. And China is at 3,000 plus. World average is 3,000 plus. So we are far, far lower. And this has to increase. If it has to increase even to 2,000, let us say by 2030, and that is important if India has to develop, then the incremental 800 units multiplied by 1.3 billion population is a huge additional requirement of power that cannot be met by renewables alone. So coal has to speed up, coal has to increase. And if coal has to increase, we have to open more mines, we have to open more facilities. And if there is a Damocles sword hanging on its head that you have to close down by within a limited number of period, then that is definitely going to become a pain point. So that will actually reduce the enthusiasm of participants, private sector or even Coal India, to open more mines, open new mines. So that being the situation, I think this 2070 has actually been a very proactive, positive kind of statement, and the coal sector will have to look at that carefully. Having said that, the fact remains that as per the latest studies done by the Central Electricity Authority, it shows that in 2030, we shall be requiring more capacity, obviously much more capacity. And out of the additional capacity, a large chunk will come from renewables. Renewables are expected to go from 100 gigawatt to about 420 gigawatt. Solar being the more dominant one, 280 solar, 140 wind, something like that. But in that scenario also, coal-based power will have to grow by about 30%. That is the findings of CP, which means the current level of consumption is about 1 billion ton, close to 1 billion ton. From there, we need to go up to about 1.3 billion, looking at the needs for power sector. Then comes the need of the coal gasification, because that's a new area that's opening up. And the Prime Minister has announced 100 million ton as the target for 2030. If we add that 100 million, 1300 becomes 1400. In today's consumption, out of the 1 billion, close to 1 billion, 970, 980 million tons that we consume, we produce only 750. We are importing 215 to 220 million tons of coal. And out of that, not all coal is required to be imported. I mean, we have that kind of coal. Maybe the coking coal, metallurgical coal, etc., very high grade coal. In some industries, you take away about 100 million tons. That's okay. But at least 100 million tons can be substituted. So that is the other thing. So 1,500 million tons of production is something that should happen. I mean, 500 million tons more than what we are doing today. I mean, these are all guesstimates. I'm not talking about government numbers. Government numbers would be different. But this is something which looks like a reasonable kind of a proposition. Now, how to reach that kind of a level without creating too much of something? Because if we just start talking about 1 billion to 1.5 billion ton, you will have to face a lot of flack from everybody, including our own environmentalists and the world at large, because everybody wants India to reduce or rather give up coal production at the earliest. We have seen this debate of phase down and phase out. There is strong debate, it's strong emotive things that came out of it. So we need to do coal mining differently. We can definitely expand. But the point remains that we need to do it differently so that the carbon footprint, the biodiversity aspects, these have to be properly looked into. The social and economic, the social and environmental aspects, these have to be looked into in more detail, in a more granular manner. And that will actually enable us to sustain a higher level of production for a longer period of time. I think this is, this to my mind is likely to be the future course. But we have absolutely a fantastic, eminent panel of experts. And I would like to turn to our experts in the panel to talk about their perception on the particular subject, the future of coal in India under the situation where we are pledging to become a net zero country by 2070. So let me start with Mr. N.C. Jha. He is a very veteran person in mining, a very eminent mining engineer in his own right. So Mr. Jha, will you please join in?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not a veteran, but then, yes, I have some interest in mining, and so I keep on what happened to my screen. Okay. Oh, is somebody else sharing the screen? I would like to speak through some of my slides. So I'm trying to share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, I'll make it full screen. There's something coming. Okay. Oh, is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the panelists and the e-Conclave attendees. The subject in this session is India's 270 net zero pledge, what it implies for the future of coal industry in the country. So I would like to, before I proceed further, it would be prudent to understand what is meant by net zero. As I was listening to the Secretary Coal this morning, he said that many people have the notion that net zero means no carbon addition. So I would like to take you through what is net zero and what has been the pledges made before the 26th Conference of Parties by our Honorable Prime Minister at Glasgow. Greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide are released when we burn oil, gas, coal, biomass, etc. from our homes and factories and in the transport industry. And methane is produced through farming and landfill. These gases cause global warming by trapping the sun's energy. Net zero means not adding to the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Net zero emissions will be achieved when all GHG emissions released by the human activities are counterbalanced by removing GHGs from the atmosphere in a process known as carbon removal. Now, achieving net zero means reducing emissions as much as possible, as well as balancing out any that remain by removing an equivalent amount. The idea of net zero was promoted in 2018 special report from the IPCC, which demanded that the countries bring greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050 to keep the global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius of pre-industrial levels. The target for achieving this was kept as year 2050, while the target for limiting it to 2 degrees Celsius was kept as 2100, the year 2100. And there's a little graph which shows what are the different timelines in which we have to meet the net zero carbon dioxide and net zero GHGs in the two scenarios. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, during his speech at COP26, made the following pledges on India's decarbonization roadmap. Now, this is very important. We have to understand each one separately. The first one was increase non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030 and meet 50% of the energy requirement from renewable sources. That means 50%, that is equivalent to 500 gigawatt, will be from fossil fuels. Then the third point is reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion ton by 2030. Reduce the carbon intensity of the economy by less than 45% and achieve net zero, finally, of carbon by 2070. Now, of these 5 pledges, the first 2 relate to building up the capacity of renewable energy to 500 gigawatt by 2030, being 50% of the total India's energy requirement by that time. This indicates that the total energy from fossil fuel would be around 500 gigawatt by 2030, meaning thereby that coal being the major contributor of energy intensity amongst the fossil fuels, its share in quantum as energy provider will increase at least up to 2030. But in percentage terms, is bound to reduce from the current level of 55% in the total energy, primary energy basket. Now, this shows a green light for coal in future terms. But in my opinion, the major concern for the coal sector lies in pledge number 3, which requires the country to reduce the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion ton by 2030. Now, this is a radical pledge as it promises an absolute reduction in carbon dioxide emission by 2030. While the projected CO2 emissions by 2030 is not known, its reduction by 1 billion ton will mean reduction of coal usage or the fossil fuel usage by about 580 to 590 million ton from the projected level by that time. Now, this is a serious threat, in my opinion, on usage of coal as energy provider. The last pledge about achieving net zero gives us ample time to adhere to it. It also provides the scope for emitting or generating CO2 and making arrangement for sequestering it through trees and artificial processes to keep it at net zero level. Now let us look at what are the CO2 emissions in India, what it has been for the last 30 years by fuel type. We can see that coal is responsible for nearly 2/3 of the total carbon dioxide generated. In 2020, the total amount of CO2 generated through coal was something between 1.65 to 1.7 billion tons. The rest one is from oil and natural gas and others. It has risen steeply over last 30 years. Now, if you look at the carbon dioxide emission, what it was in 2010 and what it is in 2020, we find that India is producing about 1/4 of what China produces as carbon emission, and nearly half of the United States. The figure for European Union is not here, but I understand European Union is the third, taken all countries together, and India ranks 4th in the group wise. Now, what are the future paths set in the COP26 agreement? On emissions, it says the countries will meet next year to further look at the place and how it works. Now, this is to try to keep the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees Celsius, which scientists say is required to prevent a climate catastrophe. Now, current place, if it is met, will only limit the global warming to about 2.4 degrees Celsius. On coal, the conference said for the first time that there was an explicit plan to reduce use of coal, which is responsible for 50% of the annual CO2 emissions. However, countries only agreed on a weaker commitment to phase down rather than phase out coal after a late intervention by China and India. The conference also focused on phasing out the inefficient subsidies to fossil fuels. Many of the countries subsidize the fossil fuel, particularly in oil and gas and electricity. And the world leaders agreed to phase out inefficient subsidies. The agreement called for all countries to accelerate the phasing out of inefficient subsidies for fossil fuel, but no firm date has been set. Since the conference will be meeting every year, at least next year it will be meeting, so there may be a review on this. All countries in G7, representing the world's largest advanced economies, have previously committed to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. If you look at this chart, it gives the idea of how much subsidies are provided by the governments of different countries to support fossil fuel industry. We can see that India supports by a subsidy of something like $2.4 billion every year. Iran tops the most. The idea of focusing on
If I may just intervene for a second, none of the countries are having any subsidy for coal. That is what it comes from.
No, that's true. None of the countries are having any subsidy for coal. The subsidies are only in the areas of gas, electricity, and oil. And in fact, coal is overloaded. In India, it is heavily taxed. It is taxed as much as the base price of coal.
But is electricity and the coal-based electricity also a part of the sector which is getting subsidies?
Yes. Electricity is in general, and largely electricity is produced in India
by coal-based electricity also.
By coal-based. So indirectly, it is also getting subsidy. But electricity being a separate area, the idea of these countries is that if you have inefficient subsidies, then people are not serious on its consumption and they burn more. So if you remove these subsidies, then there will be more of control on carbon emission. So that's the basic idea.
Right.
Now here comes the annual coal consumption in India. I tried to pick up figures for imported coal, coal supplied by the different producers of coal within the country, then lignite production, and put all together, you can see that the coal consumption in India had been increasing steadily until 2018-19. After that, for the past 2 years, it has slightly reduced. And if you see the total coal consumption in the country for the last 4 years, is somewhere between 950 to 1,000 or 1,018 million tons. So it's not picking up. And some people say that it's because of the COVID effect, but the COVID effect came only after March 20. So one figure of 2021 could be, I mean, the fall in 2021 could be assigned to COVID. But what about the previous years? The consumption has fallen, not only in coal, but also in the lignite sector. And the imported coal has increased. This year, of course, as I understand from the different deliberations, the domestic coal supply has increased, but the imported coal component has drastically reduced. So if you take the total coal consumption, because the carbon is generated from total coal usage, I think in the current fiscal also, that is 2021, the figure of total consumption will not be more than what was in 1920 or maybe 1819. It might slightly increase compared to the previous. So this is an indication how coal is being used and what has been the past performance of coal usage. So looking at the future projection of coal-based energy plan for India, we have different estimates. There is one draft National Energy Policy of 2017, which has not yet been finalized. This was published by the Niti Aayog, and it said that the coal-based power generation would increase to about 330 to 441 gigawatt by 2040. And this would translate into coal demand of 1.1 to 1.4 billion tons annually. Now, as per this estimate, at high rates of coal demand, the domestic coal supplies may reach a plateau by 2035. But we have another estimate from the Coal Vision Document 2030 of Ministry of Coal, which says that by 2030, the estimated coal demand will be 1,300 to 1,900 million ton, depending on the growth scenario. Since there are many uncertainties in the growth scenario, so are the estimates of coal. Now, National Electricity Policy 2021, which had been recently published, sometimes in April or July, also highlights the role of coal in electricity generation. On thermal generation, it clarifies that while India is committed to add more capacities through non-fossil sources of generation, coal-based generation capacity may still be required to be added in the country, as it continues to be the cheapest source of generation. So this cheapest source, I will stress here, it is in spite of heavy taxation on coal. The policy requires all future coal-based plants to be only of supercritical or ultra supercritical or other more efficient technology. I was browsing through some of the figures of how the power plants are consuming coal. The per unit coal consumption, which is specific coal consumption, varies from 0.4 kg to 1.1 kg per unit. So there is a need to have supercritical and ultra supercritical technology to have minimum specific consumption of coal in the power sector, because power sector is the main driver of coal use. Whatever may be the projected coal demand by 2030, the pledge of reducing the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion ton by 2030 would mean a substantial reduction in coal usage by that time, if the pledge is met. That means, in my earlier slides, I have said that it is equivalent to 1 billion ton of carbon reduction is equivalent to nearly 590 million tons of coal equivalent usage. Now, even if the efforts are made in the other fossil fuel usage reduction, coal being the largest in the energy sector will have a substantial impact if this particular pledge of the COP26 is to be met. There have been several initiatives in the carbon capture and storage in India. The greenhouse gas emission footprint of coal-fired power stations, power generation could be reduced by carbon capture, utilization and storage. And this is a subject which I remember when I was in Coal India, we were still having a lot of discussion on this. The country has created a program for CCS and is promoting it through Mission Innovation. As part of Mission Innovation, initiation has been made for funding opportunity in the Carbon Capture Innovation Challenge for joint R&D in the field of CO2 capture, separation, storage, and CO2 value-added products to be taken up jointly by Department of Biotechnology and Department of Science and Technology with member countries of Mission Innovation. Now, some of the oil and gas companies like ONGC are investigating the potential for CO2-based enhanced oil recovery, and NTPC is interested in CCS. In 2007, the Department of Science and Technology initiated a national program of research into carbon sequestration, that is carbon capture and storage. R&D in CCS is being pursued by CSIR laboratories and academic institutions under the program. Large areas of our subcontinent may not be suitable for onshore CO2 storage due to high seismic activity and propulsion intensity. And any CO2 storage activity would need to protect subsurface aquifers, which are vital source of groundwater for agriculture. Now, this indicates that there are red areas in the field of carbon capture storage. Which is going on, it will still to store the captured CO2. The country's national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and further improved in COP26 meeting sets out plans to reduce the emissions intensity of the economy by 45% by 2030, which was earlier 30-35%. This has now been increased to 45% in the COP26 pledge. To reach 50% of the power generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030, as we discussed earlier, and to create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through additional forest and tree cover. So the country has made plans for this. And when we looked at the NASA Earth Observatory figures, it also indicates that India is greening. Although there have been replanting initiatives in the southern parts, the northeastern region has lost forest cover in recent times. With an aim to plant enough trees by 2030, it may be possible to absorb additional 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. Now, this is a chart which I could pick up from one of the NASA Earth Observatory publications. Now we can see here that the western part, half of the country, is fully greened. Northeastern has been deforested to a great extent. The southern part, which was earlier not so well planted, the plantation has increased. And this gives us a hope that if extensive planting is done in India, that will be a big that different estimates show different amount of coal requirement for the future. Among different government departments also, there is no unanimity on the coal usage estimates for future. The world pressure for making all countries carbon neutral between 2050 and 2070 puts a huge challenge on coal and other fossil fuel uses to continue for long at the same pace as in the past. While in the near future terms, the requirement of coal may increase, in the longer term, it all depends on the progress made in carbon capture, storage, and its utilization, and the extent of greening the country through massive planting. The immediate task is to reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. This would mean a reduction of fossil fuel usage by about 590 million tons of coal equivalent from the projected usage of 1.9 billion tons with best case scenario as per the Coal Vision Document 2030. Now, 50 years time is too long a period to forecast. In the past 50 years, we have seen coal usage rising from 70 million tons to a little more than 1,000 million tons annually. Maybe with changing climatic conditions, the process starts getting reversed after 2030. Some symptoms have already been seen in the last 2 years. Thank you for your patience. I have concluded.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shah. It was a very substantive and a very thoughtful presentation. I think lots of points have come out. The moot point is that 1 billion ton of carbon dioxide emission has to be reduced, which is equivalent to 590 million tons of coal, as you say. And at the same time, the coal production and consumption will go up, but we should confine it to more efficient units, try to phase out inefficient units which are consuming more than a certain normative level of coal usage. And we should also bring in carbon capture, utilization, and storage in a big way, so that we ultimately the net effect would be achieving this pledge of 1 billion ton emission. One confusion that remains is this 50% of non-fossil capacity. Is it capacity or is it generation? If it is capacity, it's a very easy task because we are already at 40%. That's what a recent news item said. But if it is of total generation, then that's a different ballgame altogether. So I'm not very clear in my mind when you say 500 gigawatt non-fossil capacity and 50% of total generation, are the two things the same? Do they really match? So that is something to be seen. Anyway, let us turn to our next speaker, Mr. Rakesh Kumar. Are you there?
Yeah,
you're there. Very much, very much. So since you said that you are going to, you're going to talk and not present. So maybe you take the floor.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all of you, respected Partha Bhattacharya Sahab and respected panelists and all the participants who have joined on this e-Conclave. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's definitely a prestigious platform and we feel privileged. First of all, I just wanted to mention my view that this 500 gigawatt of non-fossil electricity capacity is different from generation of half of all energy requirement from renewable. 500 gigawatt of renewable is a capacity, at least that much we should have. And if it requires to have more to meet the 50% of the requirement, we may have to ramp up renewable energy projects further. So very nice lucid presentation by Jasab, gave very beautifully all the aspects of this topic nicely. And when we talk about net zero emissions by 2070, first of all, the this pledge is a conditional pledge. Our Honorable Prime Minister has used this opportunity to elongate to 2070. Number two, he has also requested on behalf of developing nations, urged the developed nations to deliver on their promise of climate financing, because it requires huge financing. And also he has mentioned the technology transfer at very affordable nations, because without technology transfer, renewable going in a big way will be difficult. And but this pledge has set the target for the country, and it is going to work for the betterment of coal sector, in my view, because once a goal is set, then the pressure to use coal as much as possible for fueling the economy is very much there, and all efficiency will come. Lot of technology improvements, cost control, and efficient ways of using coal in power sector as well as other than power sector also. So we are in coal sector already, planning to contribute to this goal for the last few years by adopting clean coal technologies, by focusing on smart logistics, and we are also trying to. Coal companies are trying to fund and take up projects also side by side. We are also focusing on afforestation area, afforestation of the mining, reclaiming of the mined out land, and we are also focusing on first mile connectivity. And in a big way, we are thinking of diversifying into methanol production projects, and I feel now maybe some efforts will be very soon on gray hydrogen also. So in addition to this, we are targeting energy efficiency measures so as to reduce our emissions, reduce our cost, and we become more efficient. We are also adopting environmental friendly mining practices, be it dust suppression technologies and use of electricity or LNG in our equipments. And of course, all these measures are definitely going to contribute much towards this goal, commitment, our country's commitment to this goal. And this, you're right that 50 years is a long period, and we can strategize if the thermal power capacities are added now, so that fits into this goal. Minimum 25 years we take for the plant life, and we can extend the life by taking up LEP and other measures. But here I want to share one more aspect, that coal industry is also going to face a challenge of competing with cost. Renewable energy, once it is going to be the 50% of the energy requirement, and as we know that renewable energy cost is going down, a sharp declining trend we have witnessed in India. It has pierced the benchmark of 2 rupees also, and hybrids are now available at 2 rupees 70 paise, 30 paise, 50 paise. So this will compel the power generation based on coal and lignite to lower down the PLF, because it will not be able to compete when renewable projects are delivering. So then underutilization of these power assets will definitely enhance the cost of production of coal-based or lignite-based power. It has to be efficient, cost-effective. It has to compete. Number two, when we are targeting for clean coal technologies, environmental friendly mining practices, there is a cost to it. That will also be loaded. And definitely coal companies have to become more efficient in terms of optimizing the cost. This is one aspect I wanted to bring on this platform from my side. Then there will be a shift of coal being used for power generation, from power generation to methanol or even hydrogen. I think this can also contribute in a big way to address the environmental issue, but there we have to be cautious on the competitiveness, because methanol is very competitively available from other countries, China, Iran, and a few more. Definitely that competition has to be met, and there also we have to work on generation of these methanol and hydrogen at very, very competitive rates. I just wanted to share a humble effort by our company also. Our growth strategy at NLC is also aligned with these goals, and that's why we have become the first CPSU to have crossed the 1 gigawatt solar energy in India, and we have recently participated in competitive bidding of SECI and IREDA, and won two solar projects, hybrid project also. We are aggressive on entering into renewable, and moreover, in addition to these renewable energy projects, we are having our growth strategy by setting up pithead power plants, which will be cost effective, which will align to this strategy. We are also focusing on afforestation and reclaiming of land in a big way, and we are trying to use Israeli technology of agriculture to revive the fertility of the land, and in the time to come, this revival of the fertility and getting the land back will offer huge opportunity for land acquisition in future, for employment opportunities for the land affected people, and this can also result into reduction in the cost of coal and lignite in the time to come. And with this, I thank once again for the opportunity provided. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rakesh Kumarji, for sharing your thoughts on the diverse issues. And one point you very clearly made is all pledges that India has made in COP26 is somewhat conditional to $1 trillion climate financing by the developed countries. So, I mean, that is one leeway we have. But thank you so much. Thanks for all the nice points that you have brought in. So we have two more speakers now. And between them, I would urge both or either of them to actually focus somewhat on underground mining, because somewhere we seem to be losing track on that. I mean, we have not spoken about underground mining in recent past. Because if environmental friendly mining has to come, I think we need to really rethink about underground mining. And the fact that more than 20% of resources lie below 300 meters, which can be accessed only through underground mining, is still a point to ponder. And since we have 50 years of coal mining left, maybe underground mining can make it more sustainable. But at the same time, we have to make it mechanized. We have to make it at least cost. I mean, cost optimization is a factor there. but what can we think of doing in underground mining should be one of the aspects that can be dealt, and more than Mr. Binay Dayal, Mr. Sunil Chaturvedi, I can't think of anybody else dealing with this subject. So let me go to Mr. Dayal for his presentation. Dayal sir, you are on mute.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, very much.
So, very good evening, my respected panelists and Bhattacharya sir, respected Bhattacharya sir, Jha sir, and Chaturvedi sir, and all the attendees, and Rakesh ji, of course, in the NLC, and all the attendees of the e-Conclave, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have been hearing to NC Jha sir presentation and Rakesh sir deliberation. So, so I was believing this 1 year back, and we had planned for the diversification of the Coal India diversifying into different areas and all that. And we are going very seriously on that count. But this coal shortage happened, and we were, and commitment from the Coal India was given for meeting the energy security of the country's security, meeting the country energy security, and as well not allowing any coal shortage in the power plant. So that reflects still the importance of the coal, and nevertheless, the COP26 commitment that is called Panchamrit, that has been well deliberated by Jha Sahab. So reaching for a non-fossil fuel energy capacity 500 gigawatt by 2030, and fulfilling the 50% energy requirement via renewable energy by 2030. And the most the affecting part is the reducing CO2 emission by the 1 billion tons by 2030. That would impact, because if you have to reduce the CO2 emission by 1 billion tons, is that almost 1/3 that is coming. 1/3 will be carbon, and maybe at least 30% will be reduction in coal. So the rough figure was given was 500 or 590 coal equivalent. So all these are, we are, in fact, we want to address the climate change position also. At the same time, the developing countries, they are having the different priorities. Coal is abundantly available, and the, of course, the cheap will still be, so many taxes are there. In fact, Coal India is paying heavy taxes, and more than 500 billion rupees in taxes every year you are paying. Still, coal remains the cheapest option for fuel as a fuel option. Definitely, the CO2 emission, addressing the climate change issues is one thing, but other thing is sustainable mining and the responsible mining, taking care of the environmental, Mother Nature, Earth, and at the same time focusing on the energy efficient way of mining will be the way of our STC, Sustainable Development Commitment. In fact, the thermal, we are still to think of that. Our 70% generation is coming from thermal power. 70%, 60% almost. Hydropower is 12%, nuclear is 2%, and renewable share is something around 24%. So increasing it to renewable to 50% share will be 50% energy requirement through renewable means will require a very pragmatic, very challenging by 2030 will be very challenging task, because we are still to come with the carbon storage. And we are the net importer of all the panels and all the carbon, all the cells. And while discussing the diversification and all that, we have identified some of these areas becoming going through. We have advanced into solar also, but just like newly lignite has crossed 1 gigawatt capacity, we've also won the. We have also lined up with 300 megawatt solar power capacity. We have generated that in Coal India also, and in Gujarat also. And we have further commitment for the wafer, cell and module. We are looking for that for plan as a CIL diversification plan. That country is in need of that, most of the imported. And we have surveyed many of the states like Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat, and all those will be giving. And we applied for the PLI also from MNRI, and we have been shortlisted also. Maybe when the PLI is offered, so we'll be able to establish the wafer, the cell and module thing. So we are committed towards our renewable emphasis, but at the same time, we are the task that Coal India, as a largest coal producer and in the country, we have to see the country energy security also. As CMD and Newly Lignites mentioned that we are going as a part of sustainable way, in a big way, for plantation. In fact, to quote that, Coal India has planted in 5 years more than 94 lakhs of sampling, and further we are going to intensify it in the 5 years to almost we are doubling it. Similarly, we have created a lot of carbon sink. We have also developed about 35 new eco parks, tourism sites, and we are going in the big way in sustainable mining. And FMC projects also, we are reducing the coal transport and all that. We are also going for the energy efficient measures like the efficient engines and the replacing all the LED lights, like normal lights with LED lights and efficient ACs, pumps, water heater, and all these sort of energy efficiency measures going to take place. Not only this, we are part of also initiative. We are taking an initiative for introduction of techno-economical feasibility study for the introduction of dual fuel diesel LNG operation in existing dumpers, and we are carrying out the pilot project also, so that diesel can be replaced through LNG. We are committed to reduce the environment footprint in addressing climate change and promoting cleaner use of coal in longer run. We are also promoting initiative for the cleaner and alternative use of coal through surface coal gasification route. The conversion from coal to syngas and subsequently into chemicals we have taken up through our culture fertilizer plant. There is one way we have tied up with one engineering and air product technology for gasifying the culture coal into syngas, and particularly for the production of urea. And there is we have also other production of other chemicals also through syngases. We are aware of the hydrogen mission that the PM has given, and we are thinking of the production of that we'll call the gray hydrogen through syngases. So maybe if the cost economics are there, so it will be there. We're also promoting some of the companies who are keen to produce ethanol from the carbon from the coal, good quality coal, of course, they are requiring through bacterial processes. So we are encouraging, we are giving them, facilitating them in the eastern coalfield areas where they will establish the plant and we will provide them with the coal from the Sonpur Bajari. Bhattacharya Sahab has asked me to actually underground mining, the role of underground mining as a sustainable way of here. And but most of our resources, 60% almost, are in the range of 300 meter. And we are a good quantity of coal, and those are open castable. And with the time, which was previously was thought that 150 meter was the open castable coal, then it became 200, then now 300. Now, and this in the near future, maybe 350 will be maybe open castable plant in that area. But beyond 300 meter, beyond 400 meter, really it is difficult open cast mining. So we have some of the areas, properties area that we have planned out for the large capacity underground mining. In some of the CCL areas, after Pipawar exhaustion, we are thinking of Pipawar underground, Patratu also. And being a drift origin coal, the large stretch of coal free of fault is very difficult to get. So PSLW and longwall application becomes difficult. But at the same time, we have developed a continuous miner technology which is largely available, and we have sufficient large number of parties also participating into that. And in the last 2-3 years, we have seen that there is enough competition, and the coal winning values bid have stabilized to level of 1100 rupees. So we have the different dimension that we have to address as a Coal India, meeting the energy security of the nation also. At the same time, be prepared for the energy transition by 2070, and as well as to reach 1 billion target that is looming large on us by 2034-25. We'll be discussing in 2-3 days also, and a lot of activities are going on this aspect also, the evacuation aspect and all aspects. So but a lot of focus, we are now giving on sustainable way of mining, on reclamation, on greening of the overburden dumps. And but still I feel that alternative energy source only can start making contribution when the improvement in battery storage capacity is there. Think of many of our experience of the even for the solar plant, we are heavily dependent on China. All the modules, which are coming from China. When China, the only source other is some South Korean and German companies are there. So we don't have any in-house or in India capacity for manufacturing of this solar wafers. So better we develop it. It will be good for the country. Even for the solar battery storage capacity, we are not lithium battery, or not rich in lithium minerals. So we have to look for in some other country. So we are trying for that also. But we are as a CIL, we have been also committed to balance between these two aspects. That we are aware of that. Yesterday, one day back, the American consulate was visited here. She was very categorical that what is the plan of Coal India and how we are addressing the transition things. And she has also handed over the 2 leaflets of 2 pages that what the US government is thinking of about the coal. It was completely depressing thing to see that they have they have almost stopped the funding for all the equipment going for the coal and all the coal-related and fossil fuel generation activities. So a lot of even what we are facing difficulty in procuring the HMM also because the party is not able to get the BZ from the European banks or even Australian banks or even American banks for that purpose because they have the banker has taken a condition that they will not fund for any activity relating to coal or relating to coal activities, coal-fired power generation. So in this difficult balancing situation, we are trying to maintain balance, trying to address the security also, as well as trying to become a, I will not say the net zero company, but we have committed to install a 3,000 megawatt of solar power projects by in the next 2-3 years, and as well as create a huge carbon sink by way of planting, doubling our plantation activity, and the other alternate utilization of coal taking a big way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dayal. It was a good exposition of the overview of what Coal India is trying to do in very many areas. And it's really a delight to see that Coal India is alive to all the issues that the energy sector and the coal sector is facing and trying to take positions to sort of balance that, sort of a balanced view we are taking on all matters. We now turn to our last speaker, Mr. Sunil Chaturvedi, and he comes from a very different kind of background. He was an IAS at one point of time. Then he moved into equipment. He has been working intimately connected with mining in a different manner. So we'd like to hear from him, and then maybe we have some time. We have about 27 minutes. So if we can leave something like 5-10 minutes for a couple of thought-provoking ideas, we'll try to deal with that. One idea that comes to my mind is we are talking about 2070, we are talking about some relaxation, something, so coal will continue, etc., etc. But from Mr. Dayal's presentation, it appears that there could be some disruptive changes. Like he's getting difficulty in HEMM suppliers furnishing a bank guarantee. It's all very crude kind of difficult situations. So because of certain disruptions and because of the world gagging together against coal, I mean, if coal has to really go away faster, are we prepared for that? That is one question if we can all collectively address. And how to make coal sustain a longer period of time is one part of the problem. Other part is, with all our efforts, if there is a disruption that comes up, then are we ready to face that disruption and, sort of nullify the impact of the disruption on the energy scenario as well as on the lives and livelihoods of those who are dependent on coal. So over to you, Mr.
Chaturvedi. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and delight to be talking to all of you and to be in the company of all of you. 3 of you represent, including Mr. Bhattacharya, 4 of you represent 2 of the best organizations India has produced in terms of securing energy sufficiency for India. And I'm really, truly blessed and privileged that we are talking together at this platform. I would begin by saying that it's ironic that every time we speak about sustainability or emission control, the argument almost turns against coal, as if coal is the only source of pollution. Nobody talks about what are the other arguments in favor of, or what are the other methodologies, ways in which emissions could be reduced, optimized in the world. We are all aligned with the fact that the world needs to find itself into a safer, more sustainable ecosystem tomorrow. But that does not necessarily mean killing the coal forever. That's my sum and substance of the first argument that I would like to present before you. We have few slides, some of which may appear to be repetitive. I would not like to repeat any of those numbers, after scholarly presentations by Mr. Jha, Mr. Rakesh Dayal, and Mr. Rakesh Kumar and Mr. Vinay Dayal. The second argument that I would like to put forward is that every time there is conversation about coal, the world, especially arguments in India, they seem to be getting mixed up between the coal as an object or a source of energy and the manner in which the coal mining is getting done. And what is causing pollution, it all gets mixed up with coal. Without realizing that in this very country, approximately 3.5% of the country's population is directly or indirectly dependent on this energy. 40% of India's districts are touched by coal industry in one way or the other. Nobody makes this argument as to whether during winters a Chicago resident can keep the temperature at 22, 23 degrees centigrade rather than keeping it at 26, 27. But there is every blame to be given to a resident in Asansol as to why he or she is burning coal. It is also therefore linked to the question of global growth equity. And I'm not making a political argument. I just believe, this is what I've seen all my life in districts, that every time there is challenge of a macro level, people who are vulnerable, they get the shorter end of the battle, unfortunately. Now, having said that, I think as all of you have made an argument, I completely align that India has been taking a very pragmatic view about coal and its usage, and the need that India will continue to use some coal in times ahead. That's something which was very well articulated and initiated by Honorable Prime Minister at COP26 in Glasgow. But again, the fact that when COP26 at Glasgow was taking place, China and US, two of the big emitters of emission, they saw coal consumption going up. In fact, in the US last week, I was discussing with some people in the US, and they said after 2014, this is the first time that coal consumption in US for energy generation, not for steel plants, has actually gone up. And therefore, the argument that the world needs to face squarely is that every time there is a sustainability argument, do we need to really malign coal, or do we really need to put it down? It's not taking away from the fact that coal is a polluting source. It may be a cheaper source, but it's a polluting source, relatively polluting source. And we need to do something about, and many of us have discussed today at this platform the technologies which could be used for reducing the cascading effect, the disastrous effect of coal on human life. I would just show a few slides. The first one being that 2020 saw a decline in coal consumption, in the energy consumption worldwide. The energy requirement demand in the world came down. That came down, of course, the argument is very clear. That's partly because of the global pandemic that we have seen. But Mr. Jha brought out a very interesting slide in his presentation. He spoke about 2019 as also a year in which coal consumption slightly came down from, if I remember the number correctly, from about 18 million ton to about 1 billion ton. My own assessment, my own reading of the situation is that India unfortunately is seeing a decline in economic growth over the last 2-3 years. We all will recall that in 2019, after the elections, also liquidity problem was huge. It impacted GDP growth adversely, and therefore the energy demand relatively. So the first slide that I have is that while 2019 and 20, we have seen in India demand coming down, the world is also seeing global demand for energy coming down by about 4% in 2020. Again, in 2021, the coal demand worldwide has gone up. So it just takes the sting away from the argument that coal is polluting fuel and world has better choices and we should move towards better choices. Unfortunately, it may be a little premature for us to conclude that world has much better choices. And those are all sustainable choices. Of course, this argument was made by in the opening statement by Mr. Bhattacharya, the moderator. India has, our understanding is about 1181 is the per capita kilowatt hour consumption. It's roughly 1/3 of the globe. And I go back to my argument, why somebody in Chicago or Denver would have a right to grow better than a person in Africa or in India or in Bangladesh or in Pakistan or any other country. There is a sense of global equity that needs to be attained while we are discussing climate. Every investment, even the energy investment during this period has declined. I think in India also we saw 15% decline in energy investment in 2020. So there is a challenge for all of us. As of now, our conclusion, our internal discussion in the company and in the larger society where I interact, we still feel that coal is the best alternative for India's per capita consumption to go up. We do not have choices. When we talk about alternatives, we always end up talking about solar. We have, obviously, because hydro, we are critically dependent on the entire water flow from China, from upper Himalayas. And therefore, the political vulnerability of hydro, in addition to every other consequence that stands there. We cannot have nuclear for at a very large scale, obviously, because of all that the world witnessed at Chernobyl and subsequently in Japan. So there is a limitation also in terms of cost. We don't have wind in this country, not too much, very little wind is there. Therefore, the choice falls on solar power plants. And solar, while the choice may be there as of now, India does not have the blessing of huge landmass like Canada would have, or China would have, or let's say US would have. We need to be mindful of the fact that land is also as a resource. There is a sense of equity and growth and development. Everything can't be put below a solar panel. And also a much bigger question, something which Mr. Dayal, I think, brought out. I would like to say at this stage, we have made easier choices in the world by taking polymetallic nodules from abundantly available regions in the country. Tomorrow, when the world faces a challenge in terms of these nodules not being available, the substances that go into manufacturing of solar panel, they are not available. And the only option, and the world is exploring those options, Canada and US, including the OEM with which we work very closely, Caterpillar, they are exploring the options of deep sea mining and picking up those millions of polymetallic modules which are lying on the surface of below the sea. Our assessment is coal consumption will double by 2040, but growth is going to be slower. So during 95-20, we have seen 202% growth, and between 20 and 40, we're likely to see 116% growth, which is moderating. India's desire is to moderate this growth, yes, while keeping the growth and equity considerations in mind. We also spoke about how much funding is needed. And I think Mr. Rakesh Kumar mentioned about India's demand for funding. There is a calculation which suggests that if India needs to meet its commitment, it needs $1.4 trillion by 2030. That's for the world community to consider and address as to how they will help India achieve these targets by creating those funding options. It's very good that Mr. Vinay Dayal spoke about all the financing constraints which are coming in coal. We feel that over a period of time, at least within India, the banking community will become more pragmatic. At this stage, I think we are still yet to overcome the waves of excitement which got created because of COP26. But I think slowly and gradually, things will settle down at a level where they would become more sustainable. Of course, this was the definition itself. Mr. Jha had made very scholarly presentation on the net zero, which is absolutely fair. I don't have to make any other point on that. I think Honorable Prime Minister has taken a very pragmatic view when he said that by 2070, we will become a net zero as a country. Of course, this third this out of this Panchamrit, the third Amrit that we are having, this Amrit, we'll have to see how much of this is feasible in real terms. 1 billion ton of carbon emission to be taken out by 2030. Of course, everybody has spoken about that. It's going to become a challenge. It is a very difficult situation that we face. As a company, as a corporate citizen in the country, while we remain completely aligned with the government's approach towards becoming more and more ecologically sustainable, and I would just like to invite all of you to please come and visit our Northern Indian facility, which is at Unnati in Greater Noida. Unnati was recently pronounced by the Global Green Building Council as the 7th greenest building in the world. It has some very outstanding features. This was covered by NDTV. So all we were saying as a company, as a corporate citizen, we do feel that when we are into coal mining, into underground coal mining, we are with Caterpillar and manufacture equipment which go into coal mining, we have the sense of responsibility towards the world that we need to give back, and replanting of trees, making our machines through recycled substances are all the plans that we have in store for us. But at this stage, we are deeply involved in innovations which go towards integrating renewable fuels with all that we do. We are working on with some of the partners on fuel cells. We are working on electric and hybrid powertrains. It's good that Mr. Binay Dayal spoke about the dual fuel kits. Yes, we are also working on that. And those, at this stage in India, we are doing trials on some of our Caterpillar dumpers. Hopefully, we'll be able to prove to the world in next few weeks' time that we have solution which could substantially reduce the emissions from the dumpers that our mining customer, including Coal India, is using. On batteries, there is a lot of distance that the world has to travel. I don't think we have reached anywhere close to a situation where batteries could become, could really store all the base load energy during the daytime, which is needed for countries like India. And then, of course, we are working, but nonetheless, we are wanting our equipment to come, as much as battery operated equipment to come into this country as feasible, as our effort to make India a more sustainable place in terms of pollution. And we are working on microgrids as well to make sure that multiple sources of energy are tapped to provide the energy security to India and Indian customers of ours. Certain things are already in work and some other are in development stage. The one on the left side, as I was saying, so we are at this stage introducing reciprocating engines that run on low carbon intensity. We are working on renewable fuels, including biodiesels, etc. We are working on worksite solutions that pair engine with solar and energy storage. So there are those modalities which are happening. We are using many of our newer machines which are coming into this country. They have electric drive dozers, loaders, trucks, and locomotives. Caterpillar locomotives also run in this country, and those ones are getting shifted towards more greenhouse gas emission targets, aligned with those, and burn more efficient way the fuel that they consume, and also the possibility whether we can have mix of fuels to burn them. Battery electric underground mining machines that eliminate engine emissions and reduce dust and heat. So this is happening already. They not only go into the coal mining, but also into zinc and copper mining elsewhere in the country, because emission targets are for everybody. I mean, they should not become a binary argument against coal, as I said right in the beginning. So therefore, some other areas also we need to do more work on that. Some of the things which are in development from our company's side and from we see some other OEMs working accordingly. Battery-powered mobile equipment like excavators and wheel loaders, etc., are coming into this country slowly and gradually. We've seen hybrid engine systems for heavy equipment that can run in electricity only mode. We've also seen some work getting done in fuel cells. National Hydrogen Mission has been announced by the government, and we are very excited about how some of the locomotives and some other vehicles could be shifted towards hydrogen fuel cells. There are many technological evolutions which we are working on to make sure that the mining as a process becomes far more efficient and remains less polluted. So we are using on our equipment IoT sensors coupled with real-time data analytics. We have drones flying over equipment and capturing data and analyzing them real time to make sure that the equipment performance is the best, is the most optimum. We have machine learning modules where worker performance and historical data to measure, track, and address worker fatigue, etc. All that is taken care of. And the whole idea is that we do software-based asset utilization improvement. So we are working on all of these as we talk. These are not things, let's say, in the realm of theory. They are still on the ground in the country. We are working very clearly with Caterpillar and few other OEMs in the world to bring autonomous vehicles into India, including for underground mining operations. And that will make sure that your talent crunch that we currently face, especially in underground mining operations, that gets optimized to some extent. Mines are safer, they are more technologically driven. And it's important that we take this autonomy as a dialogue to the next level, where we use AI and machine learning and analytics, etc., integrate the entire thing into autonomous vehicle. We are seeing with a lot of interest the world moving towards deep sea mining. Now, that may not be an argument in favor of coal or relevant for coal, because we don't get coal, perhaps, to the best of my knowledge, at the depth at which world is now wanting to explore, mining substances which could be relevant for the world. There are three types of deep seabed mineral resources that have become very interesting for the world. There are seafloor massive sulfides which are needed for the world. There are cobalt-rich ferromanganese crusts which have become very relevant for the world. And there are these polymetallic nodules. They were found 115. It's a question of choices humanity is making. All of these substances were found 150 years ago by the famous HMS Challenger expedition, which took place in 1872 and 1876. All these were discoveries of those times. Because we had cheaper coal on the surface of the earth, the whole world scratched it. Because we have coal going, let's say 200-300 meters, we are going there. When nothing exists, we will have to go into other areas, because it is not as if humanity will cease to have its demand met by some other substances and mining will not be required. But these are all the choices that the world is making. We are looking with a lot of sense of excitement to important projects which are taking shape near Mexico Bay and one near Canada, where deep sea mining is going to take place. So deep sea mining could happen between 4 to 6 kilometers and could go up to 200 kilometers below the surface or below the water into deep sea. So the kind of machines which will be needed, kind of pressures they will need to take, kind of substances that would be used for manufacturing those machines, these are all objects of research at the moment. But come 2023, we are likely to see in Canadian region of the sea some deep sea mining efforts materializing. There are two projects, Newmont and Glencore.
Mining has propelled advancements of our societies for centuries. With our access to Quebec's legendary clean hydropower, we've always envisioned developing our world-class deposit with a carbon-neutral footprint. But to produce the greenest battery materials, you need to push innovation to the next level. We're proud to partner with a company that supports our vision and wants to help build a better world. Soon enough, the graphite extracted with this technology might actually power its battery pack. Today, the electric revolution is taking another step forward, thanks to a fleet of zero-emission machines.
Caterpillar is working on both these projects, and the object is that by 2050 we should become net zero. Gainwell, as a company, I'm very proud to say that we are committed to make this happen by 2035. As a company, we are wanting to optimize our footprint and become a net zero company by 2035. That has been our objective. That's just the last slide. Mining business for tomorrow, we believe that it has to be agile, customer-centric, innovative, and digital first, but also purpose-driven. We are also equally concerned about all the ESG requirements which are flowing through the boardrooms across the world. And the companies those who are not complying will suffer the consequences of banking community rejecting them, or the investors rejecting them and shareholders rejecting them. We will nurture and develop talent which can have these sensitivities. We are committed to operationalize excellence and cost leadership in this area, especially in underground mining operation, which Mr. Jha mentioned about. Optimize capital allocation and delivering on growth opportunity. As a company, we want to be 100% water recycling company at all mines by 2025. The waste getting reduced by 2025, 50% of the waste getting reduced by 2025. We will use 10% of the parts which are remanufactured rather than fresh parts. And we will make sure that 50% reduction in recordable injury frequency takes place by that time frame. Thank you very, very much. I would just like to add maybe one more sentence about underground mining. Sometimes the argument is given that underground mining, oh my God, in India, it's very expensive. I think firstly, Mr. Dayal, thank you for bringing out that the prices have stabilized. All of us, those of us who are involved in underground mining, we believe it is safer, it's more sustainable. But India is utilizing this very little. We are still 6, 7%, 8% underground mining. China against us was 90%, roughly 90% of underground mining versus surface operation. I think India has now attained that level of maturity. And some of the competitive companies, they've come into India, they are doing underground mining. It's possible to lean on underground mining from our perspective much more than we are doing today. And that would take India further towards the object of net zero by 2070. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaturvedi, for that excellent presentation. And it brings to focus the concern that the equipment suppliers and equipment manufacturers now have as to develop ways and means of making net zero a reality by making changes in the whole situation. I mean, we are coming to a close, but I would like to end on a small note. Mr. Jha and myself, we had the pleasure of visiting a particular open cast mine in Newcastle. And the name of the mine was Delhi Open Cast Mine. It's named after Delhi. It receives a lot of academic inputs, technical inputs for running in a very sustainable manner, environmental sustainable manner from the Newcastle University. The mine is not very small. It's about 2.5 million tons, that size of mine. But it has all kinds of eco-sensitive industries around it. I mean, there's a pharma industry. There are other industries which are very eco-sensitive, and they cannot tolerate dust, they cannot tolerate sound, this kind of things. So the mine management, they themselves did a lot of engineering on the equipment. They made the dumpers soundproof. They made the excavators have some water reservoir on the top of it, from where it comes through a nozzle at the point of when the excavator starts, it immediately silences or rather reduces the dust. With all those things, it was a fantastic thing to see. There is no sound, no dust, mine is operating. So the very next year, I think Mr. Jha was also there in that visit. We went to Las Vegas, where we met all the big manufacturers, etc. So we told them, this is not our job. What the mine management is doing, it is your job. Why don't you do all these things and deliver environment-friendly equipment? So that was the point we started raising, and I remember Mr. Jha actually holding on to the tender documents till there is a commitment from the manufacturers on doing something substantive. And today, I think it has turned full circle. I mean, the equipment manufacturers themselves have realized what is the importance of producing environmental friendly kind of equipment. So it was a great thing to see this. So I think we have come to the end of the session with a lot of takeaways, and I'm quite sure Arnav, you must have taken note of all the points, and you have a recording of the various sessions. So let us look at it peacefully and try to see what are the takeaways that we can put up as recommendations from this particular seminar. And thanks once again to all the very eminent speakers. Thanks, Mr. Jha, Mr. Chaturvedi, Mr. Rakesh Kumar, and Mr. Dayal for your excellent presentations. You have actually enriched the whole session. And thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
Thank
I
you
would
very
request,
much.
I would request all of you, all the speakers, to kindly share your presentations with us. If you can, if you could kindly email those with us. We'll be coming up with detailed proceedings in a couple of weeks. That will be very helpful for your detailed presentation.
Now you see, you have two of them can share their presentation, but the other who has spoken, that
we have taken notes.
You have
Yes,
taken
sir.
notes, so you.
Yes. We have taken notes, sir. We have
Because
taken notes.
if you do this kind of thing, next time you will not get.
No, but I will share my presentation. I will definitely share.
And maybe Mr. Chaturvedi also, if you can share.
I'll send the presentation just now.
We are so grateful to all of you. Special thank to Mr. N.C. Jha, again, Managing Partner, Prolific Coal Consortium and former CMD Coal India. Thank you, sir. Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Chairman and MD of NLC India. Despite of having your busy schedule, you have joined. It's really an honor. Mr. Sunil Chaturvedi, Chairman, MD, Gainwell Commercials Private Limited. We're thankful to you, sir, also. Mr. Binay Dayal, Director Technical Coal India Limited. You have joined, sir. It's an honor. Thank you. And of course, our special thanks to Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, the Chairman of the Minerals and Mining Committee, for conducting the session in a wonderful manner. Thank you.
You didn't give me an option.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. With this, we end the business session 2. Please stay tuned. We'll be coming back exactly at 4:40 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag flying. Awards and accolades follow where quality performance reigns. Several awards bear testimony to NMDC's enterprising spirit, industry leadership, safe operations, product quality, robust financials, commendable HR practices, and environmental concerns. As a part of its diversification program, NMDC is setting up a 3 million tons per annum greenfield steel plant at Nagarnar that will produce 3 million tons of HR coils annually. Being set up at an investment of more than 15,500 crore rupees, this plant will have the distinction of having one of India's largest blast furnaces. NMDC has also started production from its 1.2 MTPA capacity pellet plant at Donimalai. This plant will utilize slimes and fines generated in its mines by value addition and further converting them into pellets. NMDC's sponge iron plant at Paloncha fulfills the requirement of small steel makers. NMDC's utmost concern for the ecosystem where it operates ensures that mining is carried out conscientiously by adopting safe, scientific, and environmental friendly methods of mining and mineral processing. Planting trees to sustain the grain cover is an important activity for NMDC. All production facilities of NMDC are ISO 14001-2004 Environmental Management System certified. To further increase its efficacy to international standards, NMDC is presently implementing an integrated environment management system. At NMDC, we strongly believe that the Earth's resources need to be mined scientifically in an eco-friendly and sustainable manner, and for the benefit of the country and mankind at large. The first beneficiary of this approach is the community, in whose midst NMDC undertakes its mining activity. Corporate social responsibility has been a way of life, an established practice at NMDC, ingrained in its very DNA, and one which it has been consistently carrying out diligently in letter and spirit since its inception. Be it Kirandul, Bacheli, or Donimalai, what was once an unknown and inaccessible place is now a thriving community. NMDC's CSR seeks to contribute in all key aspects of human development indicators. Not surprisingly, the Department for Public Enterprises holds up NMDC's CSR model as worthy of emulation. NMDC's annual CSR expenditure is one of the highest by any corporate in India, where basic amenities like food, potable water,
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back again for exclusive fireside chat session with Mr. V.S. Sharma, MD, JSPL on coal gasification, the game-changing factor in green energy. The session will be moderated by Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, partner PwC. Over to Mr. Mahurkar.
Very good afternoon, Arnab, Mr. Sharma, and the rest of the audience. It's such a pleasure for me and a privilege to be with Mr. Sharma in today's session to have a one-on-one chat with him to bring to you as to what is it completely different that his company is bringing across to the Indian steel industry. May I start, Mr. Sharma, by wishing you a very good afternoon, and in this session, if you could first let us know a few bytes about your company in itself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Deepak. May I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So we are located in Angul in Odisha and also in Raigad in Chhattisgarh. We have two plants. Odisha plant that is in Angul is 5.4 million ton, which is likely to be enhanced to 15 million ton in next 2 years' time. Raigad plant is at about 3.6 million ton, which is likely to be enhanced to 5 million ton in 2 years again. So the total put together, the capacity what we have today is 9 million ton, and we will reach to 15 million ton by 2023 financial year. So 23-24 financial year will be about 15 million ton. Now the big challenge is that how to reduce the carbon footprint as a whole, how to take care of ESG, how to take care of the Government of India's commitment in G20 and also under Paris Protocol 5 years back, how to reduce CO2. So that was a big question, especially in the steel industry, where we use a lot of coking coal, steam coal, we use coal, thermal coal for the power plants. Now, how to reduce it? Worldwide, the people, those who have natural gas availability in Europe, especially in Europe, America, and also in some other part of the world, there the CO2 emission from the steel plant is about 1.85 to 1.9 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making. Whereas in India, on average, the blast furnace routes gives about 2.4 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making. So we thought that how to reduce it. So way back in 2010, we started working on a technology based on Lurgi and Sasol of South Africa to convert Indian high ash coal into gas, that is synthesis gas. So this project we commissioned in 2014. So 2016 we problems in terms of non-availability of the coal, because we wanted to have a coal of similar nature, similar grade, and similar reactivity. But we were not getting that kind of coal because Coal India was unable to supply coal in abundance or as per the requirement. Finally, in 2018-19, we again discussed with Coal India, and they opened a couple of mines in and around Angul, and those mines were quite comfortable in terms of the reactivity of the coal. And we started getting coal in the month of October 2019. And since then, we have been using this coal gasification regularly uninterrupted. So this is the plant which has 7 gasifiers of Lurgi technology. Each gasifier is based on closed atmosphere, closed control, high pressure gasifier with 22 bar. So there is no leakage in terms of any emission or anything. So we use coal having 51 or 52% ash. We reduce it down to 35% through a coal washery. The coal rejects are taken to CBFC boilers where we produce power. And the washed coal of 35% contents in terms of overall slag level or dust level or impurities that we take to our gasifiers. So these gasifiers are very special gasifiers based on fixed bed technology of Lurgi. And then after the raw gas is made, raw gas cleaning system is there. Then there are rectisols to remove, to clean and to remove the S2S, that is hydrogen sulfide and the sulfur as a whole. Now this particular sulfur contents are brought down to a level about 2 ppm. And finally, we take out some of the byproducts like gas oil, tar, pitch, also ammonia, liquid ammonia. And then finally, we take this in gas to produce DRI. So DRI means a direct reduced iron, where we bring either the pellets or the iron ore or the iron pellets, and we reduce it to the syngas. Syngas contains 58% of hydrogen and 28% of carbon monoxide, plus some other gases like oxygen and nitrogen. So with 58% of hydrogen going into the furnace, hydrogen being the lightest gas available in the universe, that increases the permeability and the reduction becomes faster, and it acts as a very good reductant. And wherever the calorific value is required, we get through the CO. So total together, put together, we have 3,400 kilocal per nm cube of total heat value. And we reduce our iron ore and also pellets through this vertical retort supplied by Midrex USA. We are producing about 225 ton per ton of DRI. And this 225 ton of DRI as a hot link at a temperature of 720 to 750 degree, it goes to the electric arc furnace. So we save in terms of energy because it is already hot with 740, 750. So we use very less amount of energy to melt it and to raise the temperature up to 1600 degrees centigrade. So this is what the total process is in a nutshell. Through this process, we are in a position to reduce our CO2 footprint from blast furnace route of 2.4 to 2.6 ton per ton of steel making to below 1.5 ton of the total CO2 per ton of steel making. So this is a wonderful process. We are now working how to produce from syngas to methanol because methanol is again a very hot commodity today. The government of India is also encouraging methanol generation, methanol production. And this will be doing very shortly, maybe next 1 year time. Our methanol process plant will also be working. Now, after that, we are working on coal to liquids. Coal to liquid means coal to diesel, coal to petrol, coal to benzene, coal to naphtha in liquid form, and finally coal to SNG, coal to urea, and also coal to plastics, the last value chain, that is like olefins. So this is the next process. So we are working, Government of India, they can either they can assure us a seamless supply of coal, that is high ash coal, or they can allocate us mines that yes, we can run our mines. So thanks to Ministry of Mines, where they have already declared that there are some incentives which are going to be for the coal gasification units. If they own a mine, so the royalty will be reduced to 50% and 50% discount or incentivization will take place. So this is a wonderful decision by Government of India and especially the Ministry of Coal and Ministry of Mines. So Government of India has already committed that 100 million ton of coal will be gasified in next 3 to 4 years time to produce either methanol, ethanol, or to produce fertilizer, that is urea. So this is a very good movement. We are blessed with 350 billion ton of coal in this country. In fact, we don't need to import any crude because we can convert crude out of coal itself, which is in a very, very environmental friendly manner. There are 3 processes today available in the world. One is if the coal is available underground in terms of the more and more methane and the carbon monoxide, then we can find out CBM route, that is coal bed methane. It was done in India in 2 plants, 2 different locations. Both are quite successful, and they are supplying to GAIL. The other is underground coal gasification, that is where the mines are, the coal is available for the underground mining. So we can go up to 200 or 220 meter depth in like a well, and we can take out the carbon monoxide, that is CO, from the underground procedure, and then we can convert CO into hydrogen also. So that is another process. The third is above the ground but under a closed atmosphere. We have opted the technology above the ground with a closed atmosphere because in the Talcher belt, most of the mines are open cast mines, so we cannot go to 200 or 220 meters. So this is all about the process, and by this particular process, we've been in a position to reduce our CO2 emission at least to half, 50%. So that means we'll be saving 50%. So the carbon credit will be available. We have valued it for about $30 to $35 million of the total carbon credit advantage when we go in the full swing. We already have one first largest plant and single plant, the only plant in the world producing coal to gas and gas to DRI. There are so many plants in the world producing coal to gas, gas to methanol, and gas to liquids also. Like Sasol is producing gas to diesel, gas to petrol, gas to benzene, gas to naphtha, and many more products. And Sedin in China, they are producing coal to olefins, plastic, PVC, and also the time has come now because we are the NTPC and other plants, the private sector plant, the thermal power plants, they are utilizing coal for electricity generation, but that gives us a 30 or 32% of the total efficiency in terms of the coal and the carbon efficiency. So through Rankine cycle. So the best is to produce syngas or the producer gas, and this syngas can be converted into electricity through IGCC route, and that can give us through a combined cycle route that can give us 58% efficiency level, which is more than 22% or 24% as of now in terms of the best plants. Each 1% increase in the efficiency in the power plants reduces CO2 generation by 2%. I think the future is for next 15-20 years time, though Honorable Prime Minister has declared that by 2070 will be a net emission free country. But I think in next 20-30 years time, we should try to utilize coal as much as possible. I'm against the coal being burnt in the furnaces, in the open furnaces, and we create havoc for the environment. We should convert coal into gas and gas into whatever products we want to do, even for the cooking gas, that is called SNG, that is synthesis natural gas. That can also be done. Fertilizers can be done. Olefins can be done. The plastics, PVC can be done. And also the steel can be made, as I explained to you. So that's all from my side. In case of any question, please ask.
This is an amazing download on what's happening in your company, the kind of unique initiative that you've taken. So let's look at it at a holistic level. Steel industry is looked at in today's carbon constrained world as one which is hard to abate. You, in last about 5-7 minutes, explained to our audience as to how you are taking initiatives to actually ensure that the fuel has not changed, but the carbon gets abated. How do you look at it from expansion of these technologies, co-adoption by the government, regulatory authorities looking at this, and what kind of capital requirements will steel mills need to adopt this? And what do you want the government to do?
Yes, thank you very much. So very simple. First of all, for the blast furnaces, we import coking coal. Coking coal is not available in the country, so we import from Australia, Russia, America, and Colombia. These are the 4 major countries supplying coking coal, and partly it comes from New Zealand and Indonesia also. But you know, coking coal prices today you are seeing $360, $380 a ton. In last 7 months' time, the prices have gone by 350 to 400%. So, which is a very huge cost. But you know, the point here is whether the coal comes from Australia or coal comes from America, coal is a coal, and we burning coal through the coke oven plants, and then converting coal into coke and utilizing the blast furnaces is a very unfriendly exercise. But unfortunately, nothing is available today. We have only 2 processes to produce steel, either through the electric arc furnaces or through the blast furnaces. So the electric arc furnaces are not very much popular in the country because the power tariffs are very high. So we have asked Government of India 2 things. Number 1, since we are blessed with 350 billion ton of coal, we should produce power at pit heads through the coal gasification route and adopting IGCC power plants. And we should adopt a policy of one tariff, one nation policy. Means the entire nation, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Guwahati, the tariff should be same. When you have the same tariff in the country, whether we produce through the green energy or hydro energy or nuclear energy, or we go for the coal gasification and then IGCC route, combined cycle plants, the power tariff should be one. That will help us in 2 ways. One, most of the plants will be established near to the coal pit head, where the gasification will take place, and from gas pipeline they will be connected with the grid and they will be producing power. It is easier to transport power than transporting coal. We have seen that in last 1 month, 1.5 month time, there was a huge shortage of coal in all of the power plants in the country, and Government of India, Ministry of Railway, they were struggling as to how to feed coal to all these power plants to avoid a blackout situation. So that can easily be controlled and can be easily maneuvered if we have the coal gasification units at each and every pit head, whether it is underground coal gasification or it is above the ground coal gasification or CBM, that is coal bed methane, and this should be utilized to produce power. Then we transport power through a very good networking with 1200 kV lines, not 230 kV line or 440 kV line or even 750 kV line. We have a national grid upgradation system that we should produce power, and we should transport power from Kashmir to Kanyakumari at 1250 kV. When we are 1250 kV, the line losses goes down, the transformer losses goes down, and finally we can we can make the power available to each and every citizen in this country at a very affordable price. Be it 4 rupees per unit or 5 rupees per unit, doesn't matter. But if it is uniform, then the industrialization across entire country will take place. Today, people see the pastures where the electricity tariffs are low. They want to go and put up their factories there. But they can put up the large factories there. But the consumers are somewhere else. Like there are no consumers or there are less consumers in Jharkhand and Bihar and Odisha. But there are more consumers in Bangalore, more consumers in Bombay, Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad. There are more consumers and customer base. So we have to transport goods back to those locations. So that creates a lot of problem. And then again, you use the trucks, means more and more CO2 generation. So the best is, one suggestion is that we should put up our power plant based on the coal gasification at the pit heads, coal pit heads. Point number 2, we are looking towards government that a very friendly policy and very liberal policy, a benevolent policy, I'll tell you, should be made to make the coal available to all the people, those who are going to produce gas, that is coal gasification. For that, Coal India will have to increase their capacity. Today, they do about 750 to 800 million ton per year. They should do 2 billion ton per year. And by 2025, they should think for 5 billion ton of coal per year. When you do 2 billion ton coal per year, 5 billion ton coal per year, the country will flourish. Flourish in the sense, no import of gas in this country. Today, I tell you, by buying the coal from Coal India, our gas cost is $5 per MMBTU. If your own coal mines, it can be reduced to as low as $2 per MMBTU. Nowhere in the world for the industrial sector, the gas is available at $2 per MMBTU. Nowhere. Even the country like Iran, when we visited there, that we want to put up a DRI plant, they are asking $3 per MMBTU. Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, they are asking $4.5 per MMBTU. Saudi Arabia is asking $4.5 per MMBTU. Tapi lines was coming to the country, the price was $12 per MMBTU. Godavari, KG basins, they were asking $4.5 to $11 per MMBTU. So this is a very, very friendly, cost-effective methodology, and we can save at least $50 billion per year in terms of foreign exchange we are spending by bringing crude and gas in this country. And our consumption of gas and crude is likely to increase at the rate of 10 to 12% on YOY basis. So we can definitely, we can do it. So this is what we are looking for the government, that they should.
So we heard you say that the cost is getting reduced, carbon is getting abated. What kind of capital investment will go for an Indian steel sector size? An approximation.
For a plant of 2.5 million ton, we need about 3,000 crores for the gasification. And the balance facilities in any case to make the steel, like electric arc furnace or DRI, are in any case required for any steel plant. But as a fuel security, we need only 3,000 crore rupees. And that can meet out a demand of 2.5 million ton. If we have 5 million ton steel plant through electric arc furnace and DRI route, then we can manage in 5,000 crore rupees a 500,000 Nm cube of coal gasification unit. When we installed the plant, we started with 3,000 crore, but we ended with maybe 4,000, 4,500 crore because most of the items were imported. But now nothing is being imported. Now we are setting up another gasifier in addition to 7 gasifiers we have. We want to put 2 more gasifiers in the same chain. So our cost, we estimated that if we had to replicate, then we could do in less than 3,000 crores.
Thank you. And the next question obviously is that, you know, the financing world is unfortunately not ready to look at coal, oil, gas. But I'm also hearing that although we use coal, our ability to abate carbon is very high in the technology that you're running. Any suggestions on financing these projects?
See, there are 2 points here. First of all, India itself is self-reliant in terms of financing. Indian banking system is so solid today with the more than 15 lakh crore rupees in the bank, $670 billion of forex reserves. The country is in a very, very good position. We will be touching about $3 trillion very shortly. Aim is $5 trillion. So we do not need money from outside. First of all, this is what. If the government of India needs, or the Indian industry, they need money from outside, let them take the money in terms of getting investments in solar, nuclear, or wind, or hydro, no problem. But the domestic money should be spent on coal gasification. And this coal gasification will change the future with a committed return on investment ROI. I feel that the ROI is as low as 18 to 20 months time. I mean, no other plant will give ROI 18 to 20 months time in today's time. So people, they work on 3 years ROI, 5 years ROI. So we are working on ROI of 18 months, and it can be as low as 15 months. So I think my suggestion to Government of India and Ministry of Finance is that they should make a special financial institution as it used to be in the good old days time. The financial institution will act only on the coal gasification and to replace the import. Like $50 billion we are spending today to import this the fuel, and this $100 billion. So $100 billion when we are spending, out of that, if $50 billion we spend on coal gasification, then we make our fortune. So my suggestion to Government of India is $100 billion we are spending to import fossil fuel, be it gas, petrol, crude, whatever, and we out of that, 50 billion should be given to coal gasifications. We can produce coal to hydrogen. Coal to hydrogen, we can produce the cheapest hydrogen in the world. The cheapest hydrogen means $1 per gallon, not kilo, gallon. Today, the best of the best hydrogen is produced at $3.5 per gallon. If we use our coal, we can make hydrogen $1 per gallon. So which is too low a price. We can be world largest exporter of hydrogen. We can liquefy the hydrogen. We can use the hydrogen for our own use. We can utilize hydrogen for our energy use in the country. And that will change the fate of the country as a whole.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. Absolutely on the dot, even by the clock. But I want you to give a parting message to our audience today in terms of what your company is planning in the next 4 to 5 years, so that we are all excited and ready to emulate you.
Thank you very much. So we at Jindal Steel and Power, this is the company which is owned by Mr. Naveen Jindal. He is the chairman, and a very promising and a very pro-technology person. So he always encourages us that go for the newest technology, go for what is happening in the world, and try to do something better than what world is doing. And this is what we started working on, this particular technology of coal gasification, and we made it successful in 2015 by commissioning it, and now it is commercially being done in the world. This is the only technology. Why people are not entering into it in the country? Because they are not assured of the coal supplies. When they are not assured of coal supplies, people don't venture, because somebody spends 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees, and if the coal supplies are not assured, then the company is gone. The international companies are not interested because they are interested in not interested in coal. They are interested in solar, wind. Solar and wind, we are not self-reliant. India has to import. So basically, there may be some self-interest of some of the nations that they want to export their goods to this country in terms of solar panel, batteries, and the control system, so that we are, by the time we reach to those levels, so whatever we save in terms of cost of energy and transmission, so that money they will be earning, it is their business interest, maybe. The other area is what Government of India should do, that we should go in a big way, the nuclear energy, which is a clean energy, and no more Chernobyl has happened in last 3 decades. The technology is quite safe. So we have 2 points here. First of all, we should use the coal. Number 2, we should use nuclear power. We should use hydro as much as possible. And of course, we should install the solar energy. But I tell you one thing, we'll be short of land, because solar consumes a lot of land. We'll be short of land after 5 years or 7 years. We are thinking that we'll be doing 450 gigawatts through solar. That means how many thousands of square miles of area we are going to consume. So that is also to be seen. And many of times the fertile land will be used, because that is the area where the sun rays are there. So what we are thinking in our company, in JSPL, coal to gas, gas to IGC route power, coal to methanol, coal to ethanol, coal to liquid. That is our future. This is where we are working. Coal to DRI, we want to replace all blast furnaces from existing coal, imported coal to the syngas. So syngas injection, we are going to take first time in the world, 15% syngas, synthesis gas, we are going to inject in blast furnace very soon, maybe in 2 to 3 months time. This will save 100 kg of coke. That means minimum 2,500 rupees a ton saving. So this is what we are going to do. So this is what our blueprint is. This is our way forward.
Thank you so very much. Really elucidating, compliments to all the advanced technologies adoption and the forward-looking paths that your company has laid down. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, on behalf of the organizers for sparing time for the audience. And I'm privileged to be here with you.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us, even if despite of your busy schedule. And we're really honored for the valuable deliberations. We're coming up with the proceedings. If you need any help from any input, we will touch base with your officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mahorkar, for wonderfully moderating the session. We end this session with exclusive fireside chat with Mr. V.R. Sharma, MD JSPL, and we'll be back with our concluding session today, experts roundtable on India's energy grid of the future, how solid fuels, gasification, carbon capture and distribution hubs will form the building blocks of the net zero energy landscape in India. So stay tuned with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you all.
Earth sustains man in more ways than we imagine. Much of today's technology is made possible due to minerals that are used in meeting the needs of our modern lifestyle. NMDC Limited has been mining the bounties of Mother Earth for close to 6 decades now to bring the benefits of minerals for development. Established in 1958 to explore, develop and exploit mineral resources, NMDC Limited has been contributing to India's growth by supplying iron ore, the critical raw material for making steel. NMDC has also played a crucial role in India's mineral self-sufficiency, having undertaken exploration that subsequently helped other PSUs as well. With iron ore resources of over 2 billion tons and an established mining capacity of 38 million tons per annum of iron ore, NMDC is the single largest supplier of high-grade iron ore, meeting nearly a quarter of the Indian steel industry's requirement. NMDC's mechanized mines, located in sylvan surroundings at Kirandul and Bacheli, at Chhattisgarh and Donimalai in Karnataka, mine iron ore that meet the requirements of India's major steel producers. NMDC's list of clientele is a virtual who's who of India's steel industry and a host of sponge iron makers in Chhattisgarh. NMDC is also India's only diamond miner and Asia's only mechanized diamond miner, mining at the historical Panna diamond mines in Madhya Pradesh. NMDC's proven expertise in exploration and mining, the high-level technical competence of its strong team, of professional managers and a dedicated workforce ensure that NMDC keeps the flag.
Good afternoon and welcome back again to business session 4 of Minerals and Mining and Metals e-Conclave Experts Roundtable on India's energy grid of the future, how solid fuels, gasification, carbon capture and distribution hubs will form the building blocks of the net zero energy landscape in India. The session will be moderated by Mr. Abhijit Charkar, Vice President, Dastur Energy. We have very eminent panelists with us. Panel keynote address will be given by Sri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Minister of Coal, Government of India. Mr. Phil Amick, founder Hard Carbon Technologies, Houston, USA. Mr. Ben Avens, Vice President and General Manager, Honeywell PMT, Sustainable Technology Solution. Dr. Kenneth P. Medlock III, the James and Susan G. Baker Fellow in Energy and Resource Economics at the Baker Institute and the Senior Director, Center for Energy Studies at Rice University, USA. Ms. Krishana Kristandotir, Director of Projects Carbon Recycling International, Iceland, and Dr. Vikram Vishal, Associate Professor, Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Bombay, India. Over to Mr. Charkar. I would request if you may take it forward from here.
Thank you, Arnab, and good evening to our colleagues and esteemed presenters and also audience in India, and welcome to my esteemed panelists as well. Thank you very much for joining for this exciting session. I have had a chance, although it's morning here, so we've had a chance to listen to some of the earlier sessions that were starting out, as well as the session from Mr. V.R. Sharma just before this, and we really are standing at kind of a crossroads in terms of how we go forward in terms of the energy grid, how we use solid fuels like coal, the gas, making gasification, which has seen some successes in other parts of the world, has seen some success with petcoke in India at scale also, take it forward into India. In carbon capture, which is also kind of at a nascent stage in terms of what it needs to do relative to the total amount of emissions in the world. So a lot of these building blocks that need to, reach kind of maturity and full scale, operation, shall I say, in the next 5 to 10 years to get to a functioning or a clean energy economy on which India is already on route, I shall say. So let me just move on to my first slide. I hope my slides are visible. So where are we today, right? In terms of, and by way of introduction, I had the clean energy division of Dastur Energy, and I also have, play a role leading in Dastur in India in terms of the advisory business. So really we have the opportunity to straddle both clean energy projects as well as traditional engineering projects in the metals and mining space, and see a lot of the challenges that industrials face today. So where we're today, specifically in India, is, as we've been hearing today from several esteemed speakers, is we're about 1 billion tons of oil equivalent utilization per year, with coal making up the major feedstock. Great year-over-year growth in the renewable space, as those who follow this closely are aware, a lot of which driven by solar and some by wind. But coal is still really the major feedstock in India, with about 60% of the total, shall I say, the energy contribution. And when you look at the use of that solid feedstock coal, electricity generation really is the bulk of that coal usage. Iron and steel is about 20% of that, and others, like including cement and fertilizers make up about 11% of that. So really, the coal plays today and will continue to play. I'll show kind of a key role in the economy going forward. So this session is really a discussion about how do we, continue to use coal and solid feedstocks in a carbon-friendly and neutral manner, and environment-neutral manner. The key issue related to coal is that India doesn't really have, as large-scale feedstocks of its own besides coal that we can be reliant on. So even for the coal, met coal is about 25% imported. Crude oil is 80% imported, which we import off. Natural gas, more than 60% is imported. So that's a very substantial import bill that we pay, that India has to pay every year. And that Mr. V.R. Sharma just pointed out, it's about $100 billion annual outgo that the exchequer has to pay out, and clearly increasing the national energy security is a very strategic objective for the country. So that's the energy source part of the equation. On the greenhouse gas emission part of the emission, out of the 35 or so total gigatons of emissions going on in the world, approximately 2.3 gigatons comes from India. So really about 7-8%. Its footprint of about 1.2 to 1.3 billion. Those of you who track this know, 40% of that comes from the power sector and coal-fired power plants, and steel and cement are, again, the principal industrial emitters that are kind of contributing to that. Renewables replacing coal-fired power plants, and the country is well on a path to kind of switching over the next 10 to 20 years, the power generation over to renewables, with coal-fired power plants really, investment in coal-fired power plants having stopped. In the COP26, an ambitious announcement was made, which did not go unnoticed by the world, about Prime Minister Modi stepping up the level of renewable energy in India from up to about 500 gigawatts in 2030, and from the informed circles, that seems something that is reasonable. Clean coal-based feedstock and power will continue to be a baseline complement to that, a base load complement to that, since issue with the renewable power, as most know, is the cyclicality of it, and so clean power continues to be a key requirement, even as renewables increase and become a larger and larger part of the grid. Again, briefly, in terms of the growth that we're seeing, coal-fired, over the next 10 years, we're taking a 10-year view on this, as 1.3 gigawatts of energy today go to 2.3 terawatts. So the renewable share will increase significantly in the next decade. Thermal energy will continue to have majority share due to the increase in demand, or it may equal out, but the thermal energy will have to still be there. So the question is, how do you abate the emissions from that? The coal demand for the energy sector will, we believe, increase. The net amount of demand for coal will increase by about 20% in this 10-year period. The iron and steel sector also, as Mr. V.R. Sharma pointed out, is in need of new, since the blast furnace route makes up a large majority of the steel production in India, the need for cleaner energy, and newer reductants to really, help in the blast furnaces is very key. And we have the opportunity of being involved in some of these projects around the world. So we see some of the possibilities there. However, the majority of the coking coal requirement, is even now being met from import. Gasification is really the way forward, and Prime Minister Modi has made a very aggressive statement about 100 million tons of coal being gasified by 2030. And so that's really the promise for import substitution, both in terms of creating alternate feedstock, alternate intermediate energies like hydrogen, as well as methanol, as well as further products further down the chain like olefins, DME. and many other products that can come out from there, plastics. So really that is a key part of the gasification strategy. This session is really to explore how do we make the gasification economy mainstream? How do we increase the number of participants into that? And how does that become mainstream really? How do we scale it up? So, and these are some of the points that, I expect, some of the issues to bring out by this esteemed panel that we have together. How do we use, Indian coal endowments for hydrogen, clean power, value-added chemicals through gasification? How do we produce competitive and sustainable hydrogen and methanol, from gasification using coal and biomass feedstocks? Efficient carbon capture and distribution infrastructure. Medlock will share some very interesting thoughts on storage and utilization outlook. Storage, of course, is the kind of the workhorse for the largest percentage of the total emissions that are coming out. But utilization in terms of carbon to value is really something that also is a very interesting and important part. And expect Chris from CRI to share some very interesting insights on that. And then the policy and regulatory framework for the lowest cost of capturing and distributing large-scale CO2. So with that set up, I'm going to hand over to and welcome Shriyam Nagaraju, who's the Additional Secretary of Coal, and to give us some thoughts from the Government of India's perspective, and kind of share some views that he may have. Mr. Nagaraju, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, the participants from the India, and also very good morning, very early morning to the American participants. I find that both of them are from Houston. Very early morning. I think I'm glad that Bengal Chamber of Commerce is taking the initiative to organize brainstorming or a conclave on a subject that is engaging the attention of the country as well as the Minister of Coal and other stakeholders in the energy sector. How do we utilize the abundant coal deposits, more than 300 billion tons of coal that are available in India, productively, usefully, purposefully, and provide to ensure that employment that were already there are not withdrawn suddenly, and the regions that are there, very poor regions in the country, are still assisted economically, especially in the context of the Glasgow COP meeting. There is a big, not just torchlight, it is a big searchlight on India, the way we are going to transition, the way we are going to negotiate this process of moving away from the coal dependency to renewables. So in this context, I think some of the Dastur knows, I think others also, those who are very clearly knows that coal gasification, I think, is the one area we are keenly looking at it to further productively utilize available coal resources in the country. I think it can increase. I think with some of our calculations we have done, our consultant indicate that almost about $30 billion can be can cut the imports into the country on a regular basis every year, and contribute more than $50 billion US dollars to the GDP on an annual basis if you go for coal gasification. And of course, it offers a number of advantages that I mentioned, and we are keenly looking at it. And our Prime Minister has given a call that we need to gasify about 100 million tons in a first phase of coal gasification that includes different gasification outputs, products. Now, in the country, I think, of course, private sector, Mr. Sharma spoke in the previously, they have a gasification plant in the DRI in Angul for steel making. And then there is one plant under construction for fertilizers in Talcher Fertilizer Limited. That is in the public sector. And Dankuni in the Coal India, we are going to do another plant. So these two plants are under consideration. Apart from this, the Coal India is also taking initiative to set up 4 more projects in 4 different locations of the country through our subsidiary companies like Central Coalfields Limited and Eastern Coals Limited, Western Coal, and Southeastern Coal. So 4, we are looking at methanol, ammonium nitrate, and ammonia. And also, we also have interest from a couple of private sector players. One player, in fact, is from US, who have been very keen to set up ethanol manufacturing unit with an Indian partner in the country with their own investment, with their own risk. And so I hope, since earlier there was a hesitation about the technology, but I think now the technology matter, I think more or less is addressed at different places. Now people are, I think, comfortable about the technology and also they to set up here. Now, we are, in fact, I think some of you must be knowing India, especially we have given recently coal auctions we do. Coal auctions, the discount on gasification, the coal that will be used for gasification has been increased to 50% on the quoted share of revenue. So there is a 50% discount now instead of 20% earlier. I have put that notification yesterday in my Minister of Coal website. So this will be applicable to all the coal blocks that are being auctioned. So the 50% discount is a great to make it, in fact, very, very viable, the gasification technology here. Now, the other thing I think we are looking at is how do we build an ecosystem for development of gasification technology in the country. We are seriously looking at a policy package to incentivize and promote gasification in the country. We will actually there are a couple of proposals under the discussion with the different stakeholders on how do we promote the gasification in the country. I hope once it is done, now the coal we are using it now, I think maybe by another now 21, we are expecting by 2030 the country's coal production will reach maybe 1.5 billion tons. And we are personally hoping that if by the time if you are able to gasify about 100 million tons, there will be great benefit to the country. And the one important matter that we have to look at is what kind of incentives we are going to give to the private sector for development of gasification. I think land is the one issue that we are trying to tackle in our package, because that is one key ingredient that we have to do. So Coal India will be there. Of course, Coal India will be doing gasification. But apart from that, I think we believe that the private sector is the one who has to really take forward the gasification technology in the country. Because unless the private sector, it is mainstreamed in the private sector, by the private sector, I think it will never going to be a very strong presence in the country. Now, in this sense, I think we will be welcoming the technology partners in the country. I think they should, if the players from the abroad are there, they should actually look for partners in the country, within India, to set up gasification manufacturing facilities. It need not be only methanol or ethanol. It could be, as I said, hydrogen also. It could be, in fact, in steel making. Jindals have been expanding their thing, DRI plant at Angul. And other uses are also there. There are multiple uses, chemicals that can be produced. I think we have been talking to several private sector guys. I hope they will they will take initiative. We are actually inviting on BOO model, build, own, operate model. Some of these plants by the Coal India. We'll be supplying, of course, coal. We'll be maintaining coal quality also. We can have a long-term contract. So we are looking at this. We are looking at it. Supplying. How do we supply coal? That is another discussion we are having in the ministry, in the government. So because regular and supply of coal, the same grade of coal is very, very important to ensure that the technology is adapting to the gas, is not disturbed. I was told the gasification technology is very sensitive to the change in the grade or quality of the grade of coal. So we have to ensure that the consistency is maintained. So with these words, I think I don't want to take much of your time. Once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me and asking me to make some remarks on the gasification in the country. And I think this is a very exciting technology and exciting times for the country. And we need to take the initiative and try to use the coal that is available in the country for the benefit of the future generation of the country. And with these words, I conclude my remarks. Thank you so much.
I think there is an issue with Mr. Sharka's connectivity. So we would thank you for your deliberation, sir. We can wait for Mr. Sharkar. While he would be joining, I would request Mr. Phil Amick, founder of Hard Carbon Technologies, Houston, USA, if you may kindly take the session forward with your address, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can figure out how to share my screen here.
You want to share any screen or anything, sir?
Yeah, I was. I'm trying to get to it, but let me. There we go.
Do you have a presentation, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. It has come. Yeah.
Yeah. There. Okay. Great. Yeah, I wanted to thank Mr. Sarkar for inviting me to the panel, and thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for for actually inviting me. My honor to participate. This conference is important. As several speakers have noted, all of the major economies in the world, India as well as the U.S. and Europe, are standing at a crossroads now. And I've been in the energy industry a very long time, and have seen, in the U.S. transitions from coal to natural gas to skipping over nuclear to wind and solar now. And and I feel like that's nothing compared to what we're looking at right now. We've got clean energy grids, renewable power, CO2 pipelines, hydrogen hubs. It's a brave new world. But it's not really a new world for coal gasification. Coal gasification has been around a very long time. The Sasol plant, which is, as everybody knows, is a coal to liquids plant in South Africa, it actually began operations in 1954. The first plant in China began in 1974, and Great Plains Synfuels, the largest gasification plant in the United States, has been around since 1984. So it's all coal to chemicals applications. there are the last time somebody did a worldwide survey, which was 2016, there were almost 300 gasification facilities in the world with almost 700 gas pumps. And with what was in construction then, what's come along since then, there's probably something like 300 operating gasification facilities. Mostly, that includes ones running on natural gas from Brazil, but mostly not making electric power. China focused on coal to chemicals. South Africa focused on transportation fuels. The U.S. focused on electricity generation, and that kind of has led our country into, not kind of dismal economics for coal because of the other cheap supplies of gas, of natural gas. It's you build this fairly expensive plant, you need to make a commodity that's not the lowest price commodity like electricity is. Gasification is there, it's been there. But India is a little bit of a challenge. And we see the coal in India, and the challenge is the ash content. I'll show a slide in a minute what kind of where the thrust has been in the world, but the Indian coal at 3 to 5 times the ash content of what is getting gasified in the rest of the world is, that's a challenge and opportunity for gasification. It makes a difference in the gas fire because the lower heat content means higher throughput. You've got more solids to handle at the bottom of the gas fire. And the challenges of coal gasification are all about handling solids. But the technologies there, the high moisture coals, the other kind of low rank coal, is widely used all over the world, and so there's not really any reason we can't do that with gasification of high ash coals too. There's another point of the high ash fusion temperature of the Indian coals, which is like 1500 degrees C. It's about the same as petroleum coke, which is much higher than most of the other coals. So it's that's a challenge. It's especially a challenge for the entrained flow gas fires where you're depending on the ash to reach a temperature where the ash will flow out of the gas fire, and it's an economic problem. There's systems that can handle it, but the economics of melting rock aren't too good. And just a point on the gasification, the solid fuel gasification experience in the world. The very left-hand column is the high ash coals. The darker brown is the tested, the medium brown is what's been demonstrated at a pretty large scale. And then the yellow are the, millions of tons of operations with various technologies. That left-hand column lists some of the major technology in the world with their new ownership in a lot of points. The coals, and you see the thrust of the coal has been on bituminous. It's been on the better coals. So even sub-bituminous, everybody is. The high ash coals, Lorgy and UGAS, and they're both fluidized bed gas fires. They are not running at temperatures that are going to cause you to try to melt the ash, which is not a very economical proposition. So so I guess the big message I want to say is that the technologies are there. Both of these two technologies have been used for a long time. They can, that's not getting the technologies to work. It's like any other startup. It'll have its challenges, but it's not going to be like groundbreaking, like what many of our other speakers are going to talk about. But India's challenge is going to be to make the projects work politically and economically, because the technology is going to work, but the economics, and what we just heard Mr. Nagaraj say about the policies and the changes in coal are very, very important to making this work in India. And that is kind of the few minutes that Mr. Sarkar told me I had. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Very good, Phil. Thank you so much. There are some questions that, given your wide range of experiences, I'd like to come back to once we're into the Q&A. But maybe without further ado, may I welcome Ben Owens from Honeywell, who leads the Sustainable Technology Unit. Welcome, Ben.
Good morning, good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Really appreciate this opportunity. I lead a business in Honeywell, as we said, sustainable technology solutions. So a portfolio across renewable fuels. Had the opportunity just last week to fly on the first 100% sustainable aviation flight in the world, and a huge milestone for sustainability. We did that with United. It was flown on sustainable aviation fuel. So we're powering that part of the economy, the aviation sector. I work across plastic circularity, energy storage, and then clean hydrogen carbon capture. And my message here is really carbon capture is a ready now technology that has to play a key enabler to our transition to a net zero economy. And as more and more technology companies invest here, costs are falling. In Honeywell alone, we have, many people think this is a nascent technology, but we have over 40 million tons of CO2 separation capacity installed, and we are capturing over 15 million tons a year of CO2, and you can see some of the projects around the world here. Some used for enhanced oil recovery, others not. We are advancing the technologies, and in the far upper left, you can see the ranges of cost to capture, and the costs continue to come down. Our latest technology is driving that cost down even farther. We're commercializing a novel technology in partnership with the University of Texas at Austin, where we're combining some advanced solvent technology for post-combustion, ideally the coal, the gasification we're talking about today. We're going to be combining that technology with Honeywell UOP's expertise in equipment design, and whether it's across the stripper, the heat exchanger, the absorber. Those technology advancements can lower the cost of capture by another $15 to $20 a metric ton. So we really see this technology becoming prime time. It's been demonstrated at a large scale. It has to play a role in our hard to abate industries. Your steel, your gas, your coal, your cement. There's no other way to abate those industries. And I'll close with the lower right. We significantly have to increase the amount of projects we're doing in this space as a globe. So you can kind of see the announced projects and where we need to get to. So we're starting to get there if you look at kind of 2025, but we have a long way to go. We're maybe a third of the way, if I do the rest of my math, a fourth of the way there to our 2030 target. So we're excited about this technology ourselves. Other companies are investing heavy here. But my key message is, carbon capture is ready now. It's a technology that's proven, and the costs are dropping. They're dropping significantly, and we think this will play a significant role in how we abate heavy industries. So really appreciate the time. Look forward to answering some additional questions as we get into it.
Hey, thank you, Ben. That's really exactly, I think, the topic that we need to discuss more is how do we really scale up, in a very, shall I say, non-continuous manner, the total volume of carbon capture, both in India and globally, because, we really have a long way to go if we are to have the kind of impact that we all want to have. So, and obviously costs are very key to that, and you address that head on, really. So we'll come back to some questions. I think from carbon capture technologies and Honeywell's experience, we'll go to Ken Medlock, Dr. Ken Medlock, who leads the Center for Energy Studies at the Baker Institute at Rice University. And Ken is going to talk about something that has started just playing out with the emergence of hubs. How do you really increase the distribution and lower the cost and increase the participation of various players in this carbon dioxide, kind of capture and distribution in the hydrogen economy. So welcome, Ken. Very pleased to have you here.
Thanks, Abhijit. It's a pleasure to be here, and the conversation is incredibly timely, as we all know. The need to accelerate lower carbon technologies, and we can even say net carbon technologies, as we often do now, is incredibly important. And for a country like India, in particular, which is really the probably the centerpiece of where success or failure will ultimately be determined in terms of meeting global carbon reduction goals, simply because of the sheer scale of the economy there, the potential for growth. This couldn't be more prescient. So I want to kind of turn the attention a little bit to what can help drive ultimately larger scale. And Ben actually referred to this in the very last panel of that last slide he showed. But a lot of the work that we are doing really has led us to the conclusion that you need depth in this marketplace. It's not going to be about one or two large producers and ultimately sequestration opportunities. You need significant market participation to help drive the kind of change that that is needed. And so the central question really becomes one of how do you drive that, right? How do you actually get more market participation? And I'm going to show you just 3 slides. There's actually a lot of words. I just really want you to kind of focus on the pictures on the right, because these really do highlight the crux of the issue. When we think about developing new value chains, which is really what we're talking about when we talk about hydrogen, we talk about carbon capture. In the case of hydrogen, yes, there's already an active hydrogen market. I would posit that it's not that deep. It's largely consists of bilateral relationships, and so there's a very sort of point-to-point type of mechanism, if you will, that drives investment in the hydrogen market, and it's primarily gray at this point as well. So we're talking about hydrogen that doesn't involve carbon capture. Now, as has already been pointed out, carbon capture is a ready-to-go technology. I mean, we've known how to do this for quite a while. One of the interesting things that I will point out here, because it plays a massive role in the value proposition associated with all of this, is the majority of carbon that has been captured so far historically has been used for a value proposition, namely enhanced recovery of hydrocarbons. So that should tell you very clearly what the carbon to value proposition means for accelerating the adoption of this technology. So there's a lot of room to run, if you will, with regard to scaling up use technologies, not just thinking about sequestering in deep subsurface saline aquifers. That might be the initial play, but long-term, for this to really achieve scale, there needs to be a profit opportunity on the other side of the capture. So any production chain, and that's really what we're looking here, any production process involves a very complex series of supply chains. And what you're looking at on the right here is a very simple representation of a supply chain where you go from a raw material through final production, and the final production ultimately results in a final product and a co-product. The co-product in the case of carbon capture and hydrogen would be CO2, where the final product would be something like hydrogen. So you can think about the raw material as anything that's gasified. This could be straight natural gas. It could be gasified, coal. It could be anything that you can, run through the typical kind of hydrogen production process. And we can come back to that because that is an evolving space as well. There are a lot of new technologies that are starting to emerge in terms of hydrogen production, and some of them already do provide a positive CO2 value proposition, and that's actually helped them to move forward. One in particular involves a pyrolysis process that Monolith is actually operating in Nebraska here in the United States, which gives you a carbon black, which is a direct substitute for the black carbon that goes into tire manufacture and paints and other chemical applications. But the reason that's been able to move forward is because there is a value proposition associated with the carbon byproduct as well as hydrogen. So speaks volumes really about what the opportunity set can be. No matter what, though, if you look at this picture, you realize very quickly that there are a number of different actors along the value chain that have to coordinate what they're doing. In the absence of any sort of depth, so in the absence of a lot of players, these relationships become very bilateral. They become very focused on coordinating through long-term contracts, one player's activities with another's. And that can actually lead to relatively slow uptake. And so one of the things that we see as critical is how do you actually create a situation where there is a robust market with lots of liquidity so that you don't need those bilateral interactions. And, you know, classic example that we typically use is if you look at the US natural gas market, it's a prime example of where you had a lot of long-term take-or-pay bilateral relationships back in the late 70s into the early 80s that unwound as a result of shift in regulation. And ultimately unleashed a massively liquid, incredibly efficient market in the United States, where infrastructure since the early 90s has expanded dramatically. So it's led to significant increases in gas use, as well as gas production. So it's a prime example of where hubs, quite frankly, can unlock the potential that a market can bring. The simplest example of coordination theory, just to keep, you know, get everybody's mind in the right place, it's the prisoner's dilemma. I mean, most people know what that is, but you've got two actors, they're sitting at a table in different rooms and they're trying to figure out whether or not they want to tell on one another. And of course, if they both don't tell on each other, then they both go free. But the incentives align so that the less efficient outcome comes to fruition, which is they both tell on each other and they both get maximum sentences because they're sort of looking across the table and wondering if the other guy's going to rat me out, right? So the idea there is that there's a risk proposition associated with coordination. And one of the ways we can think about that in terms of what this means for carbon capture and hydrogen technologies is when you look at this long, sort of very complex value chain that has to operate in coordination with all the way through, you realize very quickly that when we come to hydrogen and carbon capture, there's a lot of opportunity already there because there's already some of that infrastructure in place, right? So leveraging that infrastructure becomes a critical piece of success, namely because if you're thinking about replumbing the entire system, or in the case of India, in many cases, just developing the entire system, you run the risk of something called the valley of death, which is these new energy technologies can fall into this simply because there's a lack of coordination or a coordination failure along the value chain. So if some element of cooperation breaks down, then the whole thing breaks down. And that's what we want to avoid. So switching to hydrogen and carbon capture, you can actually see that ultimately what we're trying to do is drive liquidity, right? We're trying to drive a lot of entry. We're trying to drive opportunities that are unrealizable in the absence of large-scale market participation. Typically, like I said, if it's a long-term sort of contract relationship, bilateral relationships, you can see big projects announced and they might move forward relatively slowly, but that typically leaves out a lot of tangential opportunities. So relatively small players that could participate if there was market depth. And that's because there's a risk of offtake. So why would I install a capture facility somewhere if there's nowhere to take the CO2, if there's no opportunity for me to do anything with the carbon? I'm not going to. And so by creating hubs or clusters in hubs, you end up creating a situation where you de-risk the proposition of investing in capture technology because there's less risk of offtake. So thinking about that and thinking about, you know, how we actually approach market development is critical. And it actually means there's a massive role for policy to play here because ultimately what we want to do is reduce the liquidity premium associated with entry. If you want to understand exactly how this works, and this is just a fun example, it's an anecdote where we've actually seen tremendous large-scale uptake of renewable generation technologies in Texas. So this is coordination theory at work. Most people don't realize this, but Texas is the largest green power market in the United States. 26% of the nation's wind capacity, 10% and 10% respectively for both battery and solar capacity across the United States. You sum up the megawatts and it's bigger than anywhere else, almost double actually what you see in the state of California, which most people are not aware of. It sort of surprises them when they see that, but you have to understand why it happened. It happened because Yes, there was a regulatory shift in Texas. There were tax incentives at the federal, state, and even local levels. But really the growth that we've seen in these markets in Texas didn't occur until something called the Competitive Renewable Energy Zones were created. This was a government initiative. It was directed by the Texas Public Utilities Commission to spend $7 billion of investment to develop transmission capacity, to move electrons from the high potential wind resources that were out in West Texas to the areas where they could be used in what's called the Texas Triangle. So that's the central to eastern part of the state. Well, what you actually saw is that transmission allowed access for those resources to a very liquid, heavily traded market. And you saw an acceleration of adoption of the technology. And so it's a great example of how coordination theory can work and unlock potential. And there's a lot of interest, quite frankly, in figuring out how to allow hydrogen and carbon capture technologies follow suit. Sort of think about ways in which government can support these investments so that market liquidity can ultimately evolve. The interesting thing about the CREZ is that $7 billion cost is rolled into wholesale rates. And so the government will ultimately earn a return to that investment. So that's always a really important thing to think about when you think about government role in developing new markets. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Abhijit.
Hey, thank you, Ken. That was excellent. Very timely and really a key pillar of reducing costs and scaling up. Actually, in conversations with the executives at Steel and other industrial companies, the number one issue that often comes up is, it's not so much the capture, because that is kind of a single technology with some integration, but it's more about where does the carbon dioxide go once I capture it? And if the answer is not obvious, the presence of a hub, and it is not obvious in many cases, obviously, the presence of a hub is absolutely critical to make that participation decision on behalf of that industrial company. So that's very timely, and thank you for that. We'll talk more about that. And I think moving on to our next participant is Christina from CRI, Carbon Recycling International in Iceland, and she is really in this category of innovative companies that are creating carbon to value. And they have a very innovative process for creating, taking carbon dioxide and converting it into methanol. So just as we talk about very large scale disposition of carbon dioxide into sequestration, that Dr. Vishal will talk about shortly also, we also need high value uses, whether it's carbon black or whether it's, graphite. Many other uses are there. This is carbon to methanol, and it's very interesting. So Christina, welcome. Please share some of the carbon to value, experiences that you've had with this audience.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the invite, Abhijit. I'll share a presentation.
You can go to presentation mode, Christina, bottom right.
Where is the presentation mode?
The bottom. Go to the bottom of your screen where you see the PowerPoint screen. Yeah, that where it says, the icon for right next to the left of the slider. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yes, I wanted to take you a little bit through CRI's technology, tell you a little bit about that, and a little bit about our history. And as has been mentioned a few times before, we're a company which utilize carbon and create value by producing methanol, low carbon methanol and renewable methanol. So our technology, we've branded it the emissions to liquid system, or ETL for short. It utilizes waste CO2 or emissions, which we have used from various diverse sources, and then hydrogen, which we are able to use either through the production of electrolysis or byproduct hydrogen, which we also use in various projects that we have set up and are currently under development and construction. And through that, and in our ETL process, we create methanol, which is a versatile product, a building block in our modern economy and our modern lives. It's used in various materials all around us, and also it can also be used as fossil fuel replacements. And I think even in India, it's used as a M15 blend, or can be used as that. And in fact, India is a great user of methanol. It has, I think in 2021, about 2.2 million tons annual use, with an expected significant increase in the next 10-year period. So a little bit about our history. We're a 15-year company. We have a 10-year head start on operations to other competitors. We had a pilot scale in 2007. And then in 2012, we started our first industrial plant here in Iceland, which was the first e-methanol plant at a kiloton scale worldwide. Then later on, we continued to develop our process and have adapted it to various diverse sources of CO2 and hydrogen. And that includes, which has been mentioned before in terms of available CO2 sources in India, blast furnace gas sources from steel industry, and also coal power plants as well. And through our development, we have now signed 2 commercial contracts where we are utilizing byproduct hydrogen in China. And these plants are of 100,000 ton annual production capacity in there. And then we are also developing e-methanol plant in Norway. So to tell you a little bit about the methanol market, which is a fast growing market and is expected to grow by 2050. And this is only in the chemical area of green methanol, is expected to grow by 350 million tons per year. And this will be driven mainly by the chemical sector in this area, looking at mainly into the plastic sector. So 230 million tons annual year demand will be by 2050. But there won't only be increase into the green chemical sector, there will also be significant increase in the maritime industry, where the IMO has already set strict requirements on the reduction of CO2 by 2050, which will require a 50% carbon reduction, which is the equivalent of bringing about 250 million tons of green methanol into the market if that would have to be met by a green methanol. And because methanol already has been operated in ships for quite some time, it has all the standards in place and codes required, as well as various infrastructures and ports. And because of this, some of the largest shipping companies have already started to turn towards methanol. Mainly in that area is Maersk, who has already ordered 8 ships for methanol, as well as also Waterfront Shipping, which has on the order books methanol, pure methanol ships. So all of this increased demand of methanol and green methanol obviously is the key driver of being able to deploy our technology, which utilizes CO2 and produces methanol from that. So even though we're not a methanol producer, this is the key driver of why it is important to have such technologies and being able to replace the fossil-based methanol, which is being utilized today in the markets. So to show you a little bit about the current projects that are in development. So in front of you, you can see a 3D rendering of the plant that the e-methanol plant that we're developing in Finnfjord in Norway with Statkraft, our development partner, who is the state-owned power utility company, and also Finnfjord, who is a ferrosilicon manufacturer in Norway. And we believe this project will be a platform for us to further deploy e-methanol plants, displaying the technical capabilities and the economical capabilities of already being able to produce e-methanol at this scale. And this plant we expect to be starting operation in 2024. But then here in front of you, you can see the construction of our first commercial contract, which was done with an ETL plant in Anyang, China, being constructed by Shuncheng Group, which is utilizing byproduct hydrogen coming from coke and gas and CO2 from a lime kiln. This plant, once in operation, will produce 110,000 tons of methanol each year and will lead to the reduction by replacing fossil-based methanol of 375,000 tons CO2 each year, which is the equivalent of removing 125,000 fossil fuel cars off the road every year. And at the lifetime of this plant, it will be able to reduce 7.5 million tons CO2 at the bare minimum. So we hope very soon to be able to deploy CRI's ETL technology in India to be able to support your ambitious goals of CO2 reductions and utilization and transforming that into value of methanol, which also will support India's goals of energy independence. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you, Christina. That was excellent. And I'm sure we'll come back to some more questions from the panelists and from our audience on some of your projects and some more details. But this is very interesting. I will now go to Dr. Vikram Vishal, and Vikram is a colleague from IIT Bombay. He's a professor there and has done some excellent work over the last several years in terms of giving geosequestration and carbon sequestration in India. So Vikram, please share with us some of your latest thoughts on the map for India in terms of sequestration.
Sure. Thank you so much, Abhijit. Am I audible? Can you please confirm?
Yeah, very audible.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I'll talk briefly about India's current scenario. So starting with COP26, Abhijit already mentioned that in his opening remarks. So the Prime Minister of India gave the Panchamrit of 5 key points. One of the most important points is that India will achieve net zero emissions by 2070. But when we look at different portfolios that are required for achieving net zero, this is from IEA across all the global scenario of where we are at in terms of emissions, 35 or 38 gigatons per year. And if we talk about the net zero, let's say this as a target year 2060, CCS accounts for nearly 14% of all the efforts that are needed to achieve net zero at that scale. And it is expected that India would also develop significantly on CCUS, somewhere around 150 to 200 million tons per annum by 2040. And by 2060, it is expected to account for nearly 20% of world CCUS. But right now there's none large-scale carbon capture and storage project in the country. But the studies have been initiated faster than ever in terms of understanding the storage atlas of the country. The point is that with CCUS in place, the share of fossil energy can still be in the overall portfolio of energy mix. Coal by up to 5% and fossil fuels up to 30% in a net zero scenario. So there are different initiatives from different ministries of the government, such as the Ministry of Science and Technology. They have initiated a lot of transnational projects, such as Mission Innovation, Carbon Capture Challenge, Now Mission Innovation 2.0 is coming, where they're talking about carbon dioxide removal. And then there are 2 national centers of excellence in CCUS that have been approved. One will be hosting at IIT Bombay, and the other one will be at another institute, JNCASR at Bangalore, with different objectives, of course. And then there is this Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, which has constituted the task force called as the Upstream for Carbon Capture and Storage. And there we are drafting the 2030 roadmap for India in terms of its CCS and CCUS potential. So the question is, where is the India's geological storage potential? Often it is, most of the places around the world, it has been mapped. You can see this from the GCCSI report of 2020. Most of the countries, they have mapped their storage, at least in the oil and gas fields, because these fields are fairly well known over decades of exploitation of the subsurface. But you see that India remains blank, in the circle out here. At the same time, in the IEA's report in January this year, in terms of India's way forward in CCUS, the storage potential needs to be mapped well. So we went ahead and took this challenge, and with the help of a lot of data that came from the National Data Repository, we were able to account for the overall storage capacity for the country. We mapped the 26 sedimentary basins in India, and we also looked at these offshore and onshore saline aquifers. We looked at these basalt formations. We looked at these depleting oil and gas fields. And we also looked at these coal seams, which are actually host of coal bed methane. So looking at the overall potential for CO2 storage in India, we come across the values such as 3.4 gigaton of CO2 storage in enhancing the oil recovery in only the 7 sedimentary basins that are the category 1 basins. Then for enhanced CBM recovery, the potential would be somewhere around 3.67 gigatons. The offshore and onshore saline aquifers are having huge potential of CO2 storage, so around 291 gigatons. So you see these, the circles which are actually mapped here. So in EOR and ECBMR, there are smaller values. This is trillion cubic feet. But in saline aquifers, you can see it's in the order of gigatons. So if we talk about India's current emissions, somewhere around 2.7 or 3 gigatons annually. But the projections are it will be around 16 gigatons by end of century if we do not have any of these mitigation portfolios. But with these in place, if we want to achieve net zero, we may as well look at these scenarios of large-scale mitigation of carbon dioxide, including those in basalt formations, which are around 97 to 316 gigatons. So collectively, somewhere around 400 to 600 gigatons of CO2 storage capacity. These are theoretical estimates. If we talk about practical estimates, even if 10% of it is tapped appropriately, we'll be able to mitigate large amount of CO2 that will be captured from various point sources. I'll talk about point sources because in India, the diffuse point sources are very less. Large scale point sources are fairly high because of all these industries across sectors. There have been different analysis, be it power, be it fertilizers, cement, refineries, and so on. So if we expedite those efforts on capturing the carbon dioxide, I think there is a lot of space in the subsurface that is available. And we are also doing this sourcing, matching, and also, as the previous speaker talked about, the hubs and cluster concept. We are trying to link the large number of point sources so that the transport infrastructure is shared and we use the same sink space for injecting and storing of the carbon dioxide. We also created this storage prospectivity map for the different basins. You can see that there are very high potential basins as well as high potential basins. Only few of them are low potential, but fairly high number of basins are there where we can do this subsurface storage. So this map actually fills the long pending gap in understanding the subsurface storage in country. Just one final thing I would like to say, that CCUS is happening. We are all aware of it, and the technology readiness level are at pilot to commercial scales around the world for most of it. However, when we look at the Indian scenario, we try to work that out. Most of the TRLs are at 3 and 4, where we are doing mainly driven by the academic world in the proof of concept and lab prototype. Some of them are at the industry, but we need to really expedite by mutual cooperation and also develop indigenous technologies, but also learn from the experiences that have been gained over the decades abroad. And one good example is the recent recognition that our group got by the X Prize from the X Prize and Elon Musk Foundation, the only Indian entry to win this prize this year. And there we are also trying to remove this, show this carbon dioxide removal from the pilot scale, so that from the lab prototype scale to a pilot scale. So that's one of the aim that we are following in that. And I clearly see that India can be one of the leaders in CCUS in years to come. So thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you, Dr. Vishal. So I think the key question there is whether of the order of hundreds of millions of tons of carbon dioxide can be sequestered every year, right? Once we get into the later part of the decade and early part of the next decade, right? That is really the key question, and it does look like from your this initial view that is possible. That was actually a question that was, I would say, unanswered before. And we really, in terms of conversations again with a lot of corporates and industrials, the big question that was kind of at the back of their mind is, we can talk about capture, but obviously there's no point talking about capture if you have no strategy to kind of sequester it, right? Sequester it, or do a carbon to value and create some valuable products out of it. And as Ken pointed out earlier, that is also key. So that's really reassuring. That initial indications are that it will be possible to actually sequester, again, of the order of hundreds of millions of tons, right? Because that's what at a minimum India will need to do, given kind of the global scale of emissions, right? Of the 30, right now it's at 35 gigatons, and hopefully it will peak close to there and start slowly coming down. But that's so very, very, very good. I think we will open this up for questions. Let me start with maybe a question more for Phil, because Phil, you've seen kind of gasification work in different parts of the world. Can you comment a little bit about what has helped for example China scale up to I think like maybe between 250 million tons of coal being gasified every year? What kinds of things are appropriate in an Indian context, right? That might help us that might help us kind of accelerate the scaling up of large scale coal gasification, like the Prime Minister has indicated this should be our objective.
So I think you can kind of very simply boil it down to four factors that why China implemented all the coal to chemicals. First one, plentiful fuel. They've got a lot of low rank coal. The higher coals have mostly been used up and committed to power, but they've got a lot of low rank coal. So same as India. They've got a low cost of construction because of material, in materials that are in the country and low cost of labor, same as India. They've got a growing internal consumption for the products from coal to chemicals, and a very active export market, which India will be reaching. But most of all, China has got a government dedicated to using their own resources, and they've put they've famous 5-year plans, but they've been, India. I mean, China has, from their top-down leadership, they direct things to happen. Other countries like India and the U.S. have to do it more through policy, but it's that having that long-term plan is a key part.
Great. Any other comments in terms of what accelerates gasification? Panelists welcome to weigh in with your opinions, and also welcome to throw in your own questions. Yeah. Okay. One of the issues that I think that really has helped, I think, carbon capture, I think, get to, carbon capture obviously has been around for a long time, but now the cost of captures have come down significantly over kind of the last 10, 15 years. And Ben, your slides kind of showed that, in the different industries, what the indicative cost of capture is. Again, from a technology perspective, can you talk a little bit about what you'd like to see in India to have a larger footprint? What would be helpful, and what when you guys see as a global company, India as a destination, what do you see?
Absolutely. So I think the majority of the projects we've seen so far are, either proof of concept or projects tied to enhanced oil recovery that make sense. To further drive the penetration of carbon capture and utilization, we really need policies specifically around carbon pricing or carbon credit to drive carbon capture projects. Without these policies, many of these projects are break even at best, and it really leads to a slow adoption rate. I'll just give a recent example in the U.S. The current policies around what's called 45Q has really started to incentivize to drive projects. So 45Q currently incentivizes carbon at $50 a ton when used for geographic sequestration. So, that policy, and I'll just give you an example, has led to the only second project in the U.S. we were selected early this year as a technology provider for the carbon capture and blue hydrogen of a project to convert a gasifier in the U.S. At Wabash Valley. This will capture 1.65 million tons of CO2 per year, and it's being used for storage, not EOR. So we really see, powerful indicators in these policies, and then the technology companies respond. So we're seeing this around the world. CO2 being valued potentially even up at $85 a ton in the U.S., 135 in Canada. That's being proposed. So we see a lot of exciting developments from all the technology companies as competition comes in this market, and we're all focused on a pathway to reduce emissions. I think all the technology companies are looking for demonstration projects, but it can bring significant commercial references that can bring rapid support to their technology. But I think when you pair technology with legislative support, you really can drive that acceleration factor.
Thank you. That's right. Actually, one fact that I can share is Dastur is also involved in a 2.8 million ton, 2.5 to 2.8 million ton capture project at Burns Harbor, Indiana, right, which is a very large 5 million tons per annum steel plant. And their decision to really be interested in this project and carry out the initial design is driven by the 45Q. So certainly you're right that the presence of a tax credit or something that encourages industrials to compensate the cost of capture is really key for scaling up and for other industrials to make similar decisions. So, and I do know that, in India, the Niti Aayog and others are looking at the appropriate framework. They're trying to design the right framework for carbon credits, and the right way to kind of incentivize industrials to participate in this. So
we've seen this in other markets. If you take the renewable fuels for a market, that market was incentivized, and now large scale players are entering the market, and the cost is going down around the world to produce renewable fuels. So we see early incentives to accelerate market adoption is a key enabler to couple with technology.
Absolutely. And in India, for really capture to scale up to the hundreds of millions of tons, which it absolutely needs to do, right? Given even the current carbon footprint of about 2 to 2.5 gigatons, right? So we have to be capturing in the hundreds of millions of tons over a 10-year period. Cost is really key. The cost, not just capture cost, but also kind of the cost of transportation, which Ken talked about in terms of how to reduce that with availability of hubs and liquidity, and also the cost of sequestering, which, Vikram, I don't know if you have any thoughts on kind of the cost of putting the carbon dioxide into the ground. I know it's early days, but do you have any views on that in terms of, what might be the cost of, sequestration in India, given kind of, or you may not, I'm just curious.
Yeah, sure. So recently we were doing some techno-economic analysis as well. As I said, we were doing the source sink matching. So, where exactly are these plants? So it's all around the, distributed well around the country. So we created sort of a heat map with respect to different sources of emissions. So if we have a transportation infrastructure available somewhere in the vicinity of 30 to 40 kilometers, and there are cases where are, exactly they are available. Mostly they are 50 to 100, but in some cases they are 30 to 50. And if we talk about the overall process of, the running the show, basically, once we have created the infrastructure, CapEx will be expensive. If we are talking about oil well drilling, even in that case, the CapEx is expensive. But with the looking at the overall cost of CO2 capture, let's say if we go with 30 or 35, 50, $40 per ton, the transportation cost in India would be somewhere around $1 to $2 per ton per 100 kilometers. That's how we are trying to do these estimations. And the injection and the whole operation of CO2 sequestration would be somewhere around $7 to $10 per ton. So still, I think the capture side remains the major roadblock in terms of providing large amount of CO2. But the incentive is, let's say if you go for manufacturing green chemicals, we really need to have a fairly pure concentration of carbon dioxide. But for subsurface injection, we can actually have like 90-92% pure CO2. And as we improve the purity of the CO2, definitely the cost goes very high. So from that point of view, if we can have 90% purity of CO2, we can still use that for sequestration purposes.
Right. Great. No, that's in line with kind of global numbers that we see, in the $10, sub $10 for transport and sequestration. That's the point where we start. And then, of course, then we actually, measure out the pipeline and then do some kind of estimate on the actual sequestration cost. So that number in India is kind of consistent with the $10 starting point that we see elsewhere in the world as well. So that's a good starting point. Hopefully it will come down again as we scale things up, but that's really good. So we have to now wrap up. Any other questions from any of the panelists or any other parting thoughts before we kind of summarize and
I do have one thing to add, Abhijit. The comment that Vikram just made about proximity, source to sink, is actually really important. It applies everywhere, not just in India. And the one thing about what I discussed, the hubs and clusters approach, right, is you can think about clusters developing where you have relatively close proximities between sources and sinks. And that provides a backbone infrastructure that can be leveraged for broader sequestration opportunities. So in terms of government engagement, in terms of policy recommendations, things of that nature, it doesn't have to be the largest, most expensive source to sink pathway that government supports, because in many ways, as you start to see entry and you start to see that backbone infrastructure develop, other projects can leverage that. So, I think a targeted, very focused approach to really trying to scale things up, because that's the other thing about this is if you have that backbone infrastructure, scale becomes easier to achieve. We've seen that in other markets as well. So this is not a groundbreaking statement that I'm making, but identifying things as Vikram has done actually with the work they've done at IIT is a critical first step in actually figuring out what the scale and scope of capture opportunities are.
Right. And Ken, I know you've done some work also in terms of kind of how we can do regional hubs or like, smaller hubs that connect to each other. And those are easier from a planning and coordination perspective than making kind of a grand hub right at the get-go. So that might be also something that is interesting in India, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you can actually capture comparative advantages that are relatively local, then you start, like I said, you start to develop that backbone infrastructure, and then that will pull in a lot of satellite projects that otherwise would have no opportunity to participate. And that's an important first step, because long term, I think, Christina actually mentioned, I think did a really good job of talking about this. The carbon to value discussion is vital in all of this if we want to think about long-term sustainability. So, the sequestration opportunity is a first step, but imagine a world in which we get to a real robust set of carbon to value opportunities. We start thinking about sequestration more like storage, right? Traditional storage, where we actually have an opportunity to pull CO2 back out and create high-valued products as we're transitioning to greener technologies. There's just a tremendous latitude for advancement there.
And I think it's important, if I can just add to that point, is that it can't be forgotten in the full discussion of carbon reduction, is that our modern chemistry relies on carbon. You still have to create the chemicals that we are all around us somehow. So we should be looking to technologies which utilize carbon and the CO2 as well as sequestering, so that we can achieve our global goals.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with Christina, and of course Ken mentioned that. So in fact, right now we are also focusing on conversion. Carbon dioxide is the most oxidized form of carbon, and we are taking out carbon, and so we actually, if we can somehow convert it to carbon monoxide, and then it becomes a very valuable input for the feedstock for creating very useful chemicals. So so India is right now actually looking at a lot of options. In fact, we are also working on that conversion of carbon dioxide to carbon monoxide, and then sharing, transforming into useful chemicals. We have designed some catalysts as well in that format, and we are patenting that. So I think the whole spectrum has to be covered across different countries, and of course to India as well. We cannot just like leave something and then focus on something. Like everything has to be taken care of so that we achieve the goal of carbon reduction. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Vikram. So I think we have to slowly wrap up now because we're. I think Mr. Sajjan Jindal is next, and so I do not want to, us to delay him. So just in terms of summarizing some of the notes that I took, and I think we were very lucky to have kind of you folks experts from the whole value chain or the whole food chain, starting from Sri Nagaraj, who's talking about the policy initiatives in India and giving the support that the government is trying to create to really foster this this gasification, coal gasification, and really coal to value coal to value and sequestration cycle. So that's starting with that. Really at this point, scaling up gasification and engineering the right kind of gasification as a starting point is very key. Carbon capture infrastructure, which starting with sequestration today, but again working through the longer term carbon to value, because if we don't work on carbon to value, it'll always be a cost, right? So we really have to focus our creative energies on carbon to value. But obviously in the next 5 to 10 years, really it's very, very, very difficult to do anything except sequester and do some enhanced oil recovery with essentially the hundreds of millions of tons and hopefully the gigatons of carbon dioxide that we're going to be capturing globally, and hundreds of millions of tons in India. Creating new markets for for products that are coming from gasification, green methanol. Not to get fixated on essentially like green or blue, but really whenever we're doing a substantial amount of decarbonization, let's move with it so long, because the cost is key. If the cost is not key and we're focused on just green, then nothing really happens. So I think focusing on green without at the expense of cost is not the right thing, but complementing the approaches to green, whether it is renewables with kind of either base load coal with gasification, is a much more practical approach that makes us make progress. Lets us make progress over the next 5, 7, 8 years while pure green technologies are developing, and that's really the key. Obviously, mapping out the sequestration in India is very, very critical. The government's support for that and creating some kind of an expert committee that really accelerates that and coordinates, because it's also a regional effort with experts in various parts of India. The DOE has done a great job with that. That's Carbon Safe project, as some of you know. We hope that we'll be able to do that in India as well, and really creating kind of an opportunity for an import substitution for naphtha and oil and gas, leveraging the indigenous coal that is available in India, and substituting a very substantial part of imports, as Sri Nagaraju mentioned, and Mr. V.R. Sharma also mentioned, in terms of the scale of import substitution of the order of about $50 billion, $30 to $50 billion that is possible. Is really something that would increase the national energy security of the country and also reduce costs. So with those thoughts, I think I thank everybody, especially in the US, for joining early, for Christian also for joining, fairly early, and the audience and the Bengal Chamber for allowing us to put this panel together and sharing the thoughts, on behalf of Evan Dastur. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I just, before we conclude the session, we are honored for everyone to participate, and you have joined very early in the morning. We are really, really indebted to all of you, and also to Mr. Nagaraju, who had kindly joined us despite of his busy schedule. I would request only one thing, if you may we will be coming up with detailed proceedings of the entire event. So in that case, if you may kindly share your presentations with us That will be really helpful for us to covering all the points and coming up with a set of recommendations which will be verified from our committee. And we'll be really grateful to you if you may kindly share your presentations with us via email. I especially thank our panel keynote address speaker, Mr. M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary, Minister of Coal, Government of India, Mr. Phil Amick, Founder, Hard Carbon Technology, Houston, USA, Mr. Ben Evans, Vice President and General Manager, Honeywell PMT, Sustainable Technology Solution, Dr. Kenneth B. Medlock III, the James and Susan Baker Fellow in Energy and Resource Economics at the Baker Institute and the Senior Director, Center for Energy Studies at Rice University, USA, Ms. Christiana Totti, Director of Projects, Carbon Recycling International, Iceland, and of course, Dr. Vikram Vishal, Associate Professor, Department of Earth Sciences, IIT Bombay, India. We are really grateful to Mr. Sharkar to invite all the speakers and shape up this entire, this great value-added sessions. And we're really thankful to him for wonderfully moderating the session. With this, we end this concluding session of this day one of our conclave. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.